And welcome, guys, to the ASU versus GCU Grudge match powered by Rockstar Energy. My name is Santos Cass, and for the first time ever, I got my boy right next to me. It's Jacob. Jacob, welcome to the caster fray, my friend.
Hey man, it's good to be here. I've been looking forward to doing this for a long time. It's really exciting. Hope we got a good game today. So I'm really looking forward to getting things going.
I'm sure that both of these teams are going to bring the heat. Arizona State University's roster, I've been watching them ever since I started casting back in DreamHack Anaheim 2020. This GCU roster is absolutely no slouch as well, but I know that you were taking notes before the game. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what you know between these two teams?
Yeah, so with these two teams right now, ASU sitting at an 8-1 record. They actually dropped their first game just this weekend. And then GCU right now sitting at like 5-1. So these are two top teams in the West, and it's just going to be really exciting to see these two go at it.
I mean, if you know anything about Jonas Willinger, he always puts these two teams in his top 25. They are no slouches inside of RainbowSix Siege. They can definitely take down a couple of T3, T4 teams in their day. I know that Baca as well for ASU, also a former member of Challenger League. So definitely so much talent between these two teams here, Jacob.
Yeah, and I mean, like you already said, I mean, just this week up until this weekend, ASU literally undefeated in all three of their leagues. They've just been balling out all season long.
They've definitely been balling out, and the only reason why they lost this past weekend is because that dude Baca unfortunately couldn't play. He was out there limited up inside of Las Vegas, but he's here. He's going to be here to play this game, and I couldn't be more excited to be casting this with you. I mean, welcome, honestly. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's really exciting to be here. I'm glad both teams at full strength, and they're just going to go at it, and it's going to be really entertaining. I know they're gonna give us a good game.
Definitely so, and I mean, we're going to have some interviews with these team captains as well, kind of get their insight on the game, and I mean, I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say. I know that Baca is a very well outspoken guy, Mend no slouch on the microphone as well. I'm actually going to leave that to you, Jacob, so this is your first land. I'm going to give you the interview duties. Why don't you step up and take it away?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. So we're going to start it off. We're going to bring in Baca for the ASU team captain. All right. Baca, how you doing today?
Doing pretty good. How about you, Jacob?
I'm doing good. A little nervous. Pretty excited. How about you?
You know, came back from a busy weekend in Vegas, but looking forward to playing this match against GCU.
Gotcha. So, kind of like I said, this is going to be your first land for a couple players. How are you guys feeling coming into this?
Feeling good, feeling good. We've had a strong season so far. Unfortunately, dropped a map this weekend, but you know, I feel like I can lead the boys to a good match against GCU today.
Gotcha. And so, what are some of your strategies coming into this against GCU? How are you feeling about this matchup?
Honestly, you know, we've been playing each game, game by game, seeing how each opponent goes, each the different rounds. Seen a few of clips of streams with the matches. GCU's no team to say anything bad against. They're a great team, best in the West. I think we're the top contender with them. A lot of experience within the players. They have a lot of chemistry with them, and they're actually a fun team to watch. And also, they're pretty close homies too. So it's gonna be a good match.
Yeah, always fun to play against good friends, good competitors as well. And then for ASU, your team specifically, what are you guys looking? Is there anything specific you're looking to execute today?
Probably just I don't know, do defaults. We might have some tricks up our sleeves, some calls you might hear here and there about getting active and stuff. So we'll see how things go. We'll take each round at a time, and we'll see how each round goes.
Don't want to give anything away. It's going to be an exciting match. So, Baca, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to go ahead and bring in the GCU team captain now, Mend.
Let's go, Mend.
And here he is, the man of the hour himself. Mend, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. So, just like I asked for him, a lot of your team actually hasn't played on a LAN before. It's going to be a first for you guys. How are you feeling about that?
We're feeling great. It's good to be here, especially our own arena. Being able to play is amazing, especially at a LAN event with a fellow Arizona team.
All right. And so, kind of like I asked Baca, what are you guys' strategies going into this right now? What are you thinking about with the matchup against ASU specifically?
We're a really aggressive team, and I think we're both generally regarded as fairly aggressive teams. So hopefully we'll be able to get in there and just land our shots and also be able to have some good executes.
Perfect. All right. Anything else you got to add for the fans watching the game?
Just a shout out to all the people watching us. I know this stream was kind of last minute, but we were able to get it out properly. And also to all the people in the crowd, whether it's fans of ASU or GCU, thank you for stopping by today.
Yeah, all right. And I'll let you go. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Wish you the best of luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, and now Santos is going to come back and join me.
Ah, man, it feels good to have my own seat back.
Yeah, sorry about it. I had to lend it out to those guys real quick.
Oh, man, tell them at least they didn't leave the chair warm, so I think I can find a little bit of solace in that. But to talk a little bit about ASU's roster in depth, so I mentioned how I was casting this roster back in DreamHack Anaheim. Baca is the only standing player left from that roster. No more Zerfon, no other players left from that DreamHack roster. We actually have our rosters right in front of you. It's going to be Baca, Mikey G, it's going to be Pendy, Cravington, and then Ryan Four. Tell me a little bit about these guys. You told me that you did a little bit of VOD review before this.
Just a little bit, and I mean, Men mentioned it before earlier. These guys are aggressive. They're going to come at you with everything they've got. They're going to make you uncomfortable. You're not going to get anything for free on these guys. They're going to constantly bring the pressure, and I like that kind of siege. I like that kind of really aggressive, always in your face. They're not going to play passive, but they're smart with it. They're not too aggressive where they're over peeking, taking bad peeks. They're very smart with their aggression, very calculated team.
They're definitely going to have all of that discipline thanks to Baca's experience just taking the gunfights that are necessary to win the round, but not necessarily overextending unless you see that free play. I mean, this is an amazing experience, honestly. We're doing this live at GCU. It's great to be next to you, but we also have the GCU roster as well. I mean, it's going to be Mend, Dios, Cash, Smurfs, and Klimps. Klimps is one of those amazing players that I've seen inside of the collegiate circuit. But Mend, definitely not a slouch to his own right. But tell me about these guys as well.
So GCU, kind of the same thing. That's why it's such an exciting matchup. They're also really aggressive. And for the most part, they've retained a lot of their players from their past season. And last season, these guys were runners-up for the West Coast Collegiate and Face It. These guys are experienced, they're gunners, and they're going to come at you. So it's going to be really interesting to see how ASU responds to this.
I mean, honestly, just the way that both of these teams are going to respond is just matchup aggression meeting aggression of its own, right? There's no chance that we're going to see some sort of, slow game of siege. I'm pretty sure both of these teams are going to be gunning each other right from the jump.
Oh, and I you know what? I really hope so, because we're looking for an entertaining, exciting matchup. This is going to be the first LAN for a lot of the guys on this team, and I'm sure they're looking for a really exciting game here, and I can't wait to see it.
It's also your first LAN.
Yeah, it is my first LAN. I'm really excited. I mean, Arena is really nice out here, I mean, it's much nicer than just playing Siege in my room. So this is a great environment. It's going to be a ton of fun once we start going and it starts getting going in here.
Honestly, I mean, this is like my second LAN. Obviously, I was talking a lot about the DreamHack, but it's so good to step outside. This is a beautiful facility that GCU has provided for us to cast within as well. Just so much support behind the esports scene, which is definitely something that I love seeing inside of collegiate esports. Just so much more support coming from these universities. It's definitely awesome to see.
Yeah, I mean, as esports is growing, I mean, esports is huge now. There's no need to touch on that. But it's really nice to see it start getting embraced in the collegiate, even the high school level. A bunch of high schools are bringing it out around here. So it's really great to see it start to grow out here, and especially in Arizona. There's a lot of really great talent, a lot of teams that have come out, a lot of great players coming out of the scene.
I mean, the esports meccas within the United States. Some people would say Texas. Most of the people would say California. Even some people on the East Coast. Arizona is one of the states that definitely is on the up and up, and we have so much talent here that a lot of people are going to be watching. Maybe some of these CL rosters, maybe some of these high T3 rosters, definitely want to have their eyes open on this game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a lot of really talented players out here. You already mentioned Baca. I mean, he's already been in some CL talent. He's already played in that pool, so just a lot of really talented young players here that I'm sure a lot of teams are going to definitely be looking at.
I mean, not even to mention their GPAs and everything like that as well. We have our player information sheets in front of us, but a lot of these players have, double majors, a lot of, great GPAs within the squad. So that they bring it off the virtual battlefield as well.
No slouches here at all. Not for a second on any of it.
Hey, I mean, they did better than me when I was in school. So.
But
we are just waiting to get into the game, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience with us. Again, I mean, this is the ASU versus GCU Grudge match. Get yourself some Rockstar energy, honestly. You can be as cracked out as some of these players are as well. I mean, I certainly could use the energy boost whenever I'm playing in my ranked games. Maybe I wouldn't be hard stuck gold if I had a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, I'm down bad when I'm on that losing streak. I'll go until 2 a.m. just I gotta get it. It never happens. If I had a Rockstar, I could have pulled through 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, hey, word of advice to you, my friend. Never, if you are saying, hey, that was my last game, never do the, one more game. Never play that game. It is never going to go well for you.
It's the worst habit. I've got to kick it. It's the worst thing for me.
But if you don't know, we are going to be playing a best of 3 here today between these two teams, ASU and GCU. I'm not exactly sure how the map bans are going to go, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, but I'm expecting some great siege. And you mentioned some of the aggression. Where do you think this map ban phase could lead?
I don't know. I'm trying to think just from other maps. I've seen a lot of Oregon being played by these teams, but Oregon obviously just a very, very popular map for competitive, kind of called Borregon. Gets a little boring because we see it so much. I'm hoping for some cafe as well. There's a lot of really great aggressive plays you can make on that side as well, but also like really smart like spots you can hold to. I'm thinking like Christmas Lounge, the very top floor where you could set up a shields. It could be really interesting to see just where these teams are going to go with their map picks.
I'm also considering some of these, more unorthodox maps as well. I mean, when's the last time we've seen a coastline? I would love to see a coastline between these two teams, and maybe even something like, I don't know, Clubhouse. I mean, that's one of the more scrim-heavy maps, but like Cafe leaves so much room for interpretation as well. So really, this map ban phase could go either way. And you mentioned about how these teams are going to be super aggressive against each other. So if I see a coastline pass through in the ban phase, I really wouldn't have a problem with that, because that means both of these teams are going to take each other's heads off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't think about that one. Coastline is such an I call it a gunner map, where it's not so much just about your utility and placement. That's always going to be a factor in Siege, but Coastline's one of those maps where it's like, if you can click heads, you're going to be fine on it. You're not going to need to stress out too much.
I mean, that's the whole idea behind defensive setups, right? You give yourself the best opportunity to win. It's also why you spend all of these times inside of your private match lobbies, making sure that you have your takes down to a T, because as good as having individual skill amongst your players is, it is so, so important, especially inside of Siege, where this is a very team-based esport. You need to have your executions, you need to have your plays all well and coordinated, because you can't depend on magical plays from one player every time.
It's true, and if you have ever watched some of the streams from the players' perspectives of these two teams, their chemistry, especially with ASU, is really great. Absolutely. A lot of good comms, a lot of good talking. Even when they lose a round, they're never like going too hard on each other or anything like that. It's always just on to the next one. Really great team for that.
I mean, there's no use in sort of talking amongst yourselves and putting each other down when you're in the game, right? That's only going to bring your mental down further. And against a loss, I mean, you need to be able to keep yourself on that mental reswing. You need to be able to reset in between every single round. You can save that for VOD review or whatever it's going to be. But I mean, these two teams, they're obviously here for fun, right? We're all here to have fun. And I mean, thank you to everybody behind the scenes as well. Our amazing producers. We also got Jay, the director of GCU Esports, giving us all of the support that we need. It's been an amazing experience so far, and I can't wait to get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really itching to get into these matches. Right, yeah, I can't wait to see some good old-fashioned ASU GCU Siege. It looks like we're going to be getting into it in just a bit here.
Hopefully so. I mean, we're just waiting on everyone to get into the lobby. We're waiting for everyone to get set on up. And, oh, man, what do you expect to see between these two teams? We talked about the aggression, but, I mean, you have some of the greatest players inside of collegiate, inside of these lobbies. So what else do you want to see, I mean, outside of aggression?
I think it's going to be a lot of back and forths, but I'm very curious to see how these teams are going to start reacting early game. I want to see like how they're going to deal with like intel droning and when they start to do their pushes. I'm really curious to see how these teams are going to decide to push their players, if they're just going to, try to like just shift W, just go straight into sites, or they're going to, obviously they're probably not going to do that, but I'm very excited to see how these guys are going to do their calculated takes, hopefully some like 1v3s, some clutches. It's going to be really exciting.
Hopefully so. We're definitely not going to have a shortage of great Siege moments. I mean, we just got done with the Siege 6 Invitational here today. Congratulations to TSM, by the way.
Let's go.
But, I mean, we're about to hop into it, and I couldn't be more hyped. I'm glad that you are here with me, and we are going to be hopping into the lobby here very, very soon.
All right, yeah, let's get it started, everybody. Here we go.
Here it
ASU
goes.
versus GCU. We're about to get into it right now in just a second here.
So into the operator band phase we go. I'm just looking over the observer PC shoulders. I think we're going to Clubhouse first, and there's a lot of room for interpretation with those band phase, with the operator band phase. I mean, we expect to see Thatcher. We expect to see that time and time again, especially inside of RainbowSix. But then we're probably going to see maybe a hard breach band as well. What do you think we're going to see?
I'm really not sure. I'm expecting maybe a Maverick ban. I know Maverick is another operator, kind of like Thatcher, who's constantly getting banned. Just a really strong defender. I'm wondering if on the defense, maybe we get like an Aruni ban, because her Surya Gates, I mean, that's a utility burner, if anything. And as we saw during the Siege Invitational, grenades have become so important in this game. And any chance you get to save those nades, or an operator that in the other way that would be able to burn those, that's a huge piece of utility. So it's going to be interesting to see these bans.
Let's see if their drone work will allow them to get those frag grenades through the flooring as well, because there's so much soft floor on a map like Clubhouse. There is definitely room for all of these grenade plays to go off, or even nitro cell plays if there is no attention to verticality. That is something that both of these teams can definitely make you pay for.
Yeah, and I agree. Kind of like you were saying with CCTV cache, that's notorious. There's a ton of different like setups for nade spots, not even just for kills, also for clearing out utility, like opening up the wall. I mean, there's just the thing about Clubhouse that makes it so much fun is that there's so many different ways to play it. We see a lot of like vanilla takes, you know, the defaults, but Clubhouse is a map that allows for a lot of experimentation.
I definitely think so. And if we get that Maverick ban that like you were talking about, that will definitely open up the table for CCTV to be taken, because if there is Maverick on the board, CCTV almost becomes undefendable. I mean, you have that CCTV wall. No one can really stop that from getting opened up. If you have Maverick on the board, it gets much easier if you take off that blowtorch.
The most you can do at the very least is open some holes in the wall and just like stall the Maverick, or it's risky if you can hit a shot, but it looks like we're going into the map right now. So let's get into these operator bans.
I'm definitely excited. What are we going to see? Hopefully something out of the ordinary, although I will be 100% with you. I am not expecting it in the slightest. I mean, ASU is probably going to ban Thatcher. That has to be said. Thatcher is one of the most powerful operators inside of Siege. Those EMP grenades probably not going to see the light of day.
Yeah, I just don't see that making it through. So here's this first ban. And actually the Hibana, so well, there it is.
Let's go. I mean, so that hash play becomes a lot more difficult for that bottom floor bomb site, right? You can defend the basement much more easily by taking Hibana off the board. Yes, you have those can opener, hard breach gadgets that Buck brings to the board, for example, but Hibana, no slash drone, that Type 21 assault rifle definitely does so much work on its own. We also have that Thatcher ban. There it is. There's the expected ban. I honestly was expecting it to be first, but since ASU has the defense, they can definitely swerve things in their favor by taking off the Hibana themselves.
This makes sense too for GCU to ban, because it is just such a strong character you don't want to leave even on attack first. And there's the Valkyrie ban. Valkyrie is one of those operators that's constantly getting banned just because the utility and the intel that Valkyrie brings is immense, especially since you can still throw them out the windows right now. So a smart ban from GCU right there as well. And the Kaid as well. That does make sense. Again, we talked about the hatch play, the Hibana ban as well, so it would make sense to just eliminate Kaid as well.
I'm a little curious about that, though, since ASU is starting on the defensive side. They are banning that out themselves. So are they going to lean on that basement bomb site? My guess would be no, considering they took the Kaid off themselves. But, I mean, we can see anything. Gym and Bedroom is certainly a site that has seen a lot of play recently, and it's kind of become more popular than CCTV, what with the presence of Maverick on the board for this game. That's definitely showing its ugly head.
I agree, and looking at these operator picks right now, it's about what you'd expect. You've got your Thermites, your Sledge, Zofia, the Maverick as well we were talking about. The Jackal's going to be an interesting pick. There's a lot of roaming presence on this map. Not a lot of roamers on the board, though, for ASU, aside from Cravington on the Jaegers. So.
Well, as someone like Milos the Medic would say, roaming is more of a mentality rather than the operator itself. Obviously, you would rather have like a 1-speed or a 2-speed operator. You could bring that Mira to different places on the map. It's all about the mentality that you have. But we have the Mira being played by Kenny. Mira, such an impactful operator, especially in the
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Mira made it through the end, especially on that Clubhouse. He doesn't even shower right here. He's in very powerful spot, very difficult to get around. Not to mention, since they don't have the Thatcher, they only have the Maverick, they'd have to get up close if they really wanted to try to remove the mirror from that wall inside the showers. So it's going to be really exciting to see how they're going to play against that mirror. Maybe they're going to try to just push through workshop cache area, but it looks like they're already reinforcing it.
It looks like it's going to be a very big extension. Possibly into cash side, you see Cravington kind of playing the Garage Raptors, but mostly towards Logi as well. You see that secondary mirror window being set up in red. You also have a little bit of a rotation inside of Secret to help yourself get back into sight if you so choose. But I'm expecting these players from ASU. I'm thinking Cravington. You also have Pendy maybe in that extended position. There is no way that they're going to give up this map control for free, but we already see GCU taking control of Garage.
And this is a very important spot to hold on here. Obviously, brings you into cache and then you move into workshop, but also a great spot for the defenders to flank through. So if you can take control of this very early, and it looks like they're getting really aggressive on this right here.
My question is, where did Cravington go? I'm not exactly sure where he's made his way on the map. You see Mikey G, kind of that first line of defense against that cache, or excuse me, that construction sort of take. You have Cash playing on the highway balcony as well, so already so much map control being taken over by GCU, already so many of lines of sight being established, and we have our first engagement. It's Cravington finding that kill onto Dios down below. That's your Jackal off the board. That really stinks, considering Jackal's foot tracking can be so powerful later on in the round.
It's true, and I'm not even sure if he got a scan off before he got taken out. And now it looks like Zophia's going to take some shots as well. We're going to pop it open. Ooh, Ryan almost gets taken out there by Menz. And we're getting into some quick engagements right now.
Another quick engagement as Cash is going to fall. Baka, Ryan has been down by a frag grenade as well, coming in from outside. So Smurfs, if he has the information, can go inside and clean up Logi. But we definitely mentioned this mirror window that Cravington is now on. So that means Ryan is a little bit safer to kind of pick up, especially if he can make his way back into the gym, or back into the bedroom, excuse me. They're going to have to clear out this mirror window. That's where GCU's sort of next move comes. And ASU, they've kind of got to reevaluate now that they are down a man and Ryan is really hurt.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to try to flush right now. And there's the jump out from the Frost. Wow. Instantly refragged, though, by Klimps. And so back to equalizing 3-3. But Zophia's on very low health right now, and they still haven't cleared this guy off here.
Well, we called it a grudge match, and it's certainly looking so. Pendy is going to find that head of Klimps, but then with a refrag on the frag grenade, this match is so even as we hit the 40-second mark. Mikey G holding within the bomb site. The diffuser has been downed outside on highway. It looks like Smurfs just intends on taking that site control as well. Looks like no plays being made towards that diffuser.
Yeah, because it's in such an awkward spot right now, but now that Smurfs is in here. Oh, he's going to take out Castle, and now the Mirror, sorry, is going to be in a 1v2. Tough spot, kind of trapped inside of Showers right now.
You can definitely fight your way out with that Vector. 15 seconds remain, and the diffuser is now down. It means you have to go and take these frags out. It's going to be Pendy clutching things out for ASU, and they're going to take our first round.
That is a huge clutch right there. At half health, didn't look like he had a second to get out of that, and he just managed to pull it out with the Vector, one of the best guns in the game. So what a start for ASU.
I've got to tell you, this LAN environment is hitting different too. We can hear them all across this room making so much noise, chirping at each other. I love this environment.
This is great. You're hearing the teams popping off. They're going crazy. I mean, just what a start to this match right there. And then we're going to get the new picks in here, and we're going to see the Monty maybe to try to counter that really aggressive Jaeger roam from Cravington. And they're going to switch on a Clash, actually. They're going to bring their own shield. This is going to be, it's going to get interesting.
So Baka was a Monty main of his own. We also have the Montaigne on the board. But Baka, to be specific, he used to play Monty way back in the day. He's now on that Clash, which is essentially a defensive Monty. Plus, you get the benefit of that shock sort of ability that she has on her shield. I mean, Clash with a player, playing behind her can definitely be one of the best operators inside the siege.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Clash is just a nightmare to deal with. Probably one of my least favorite operators to go against on the attack. But I'm interested where they're going to place the Clash, because downstairs, since that they're going to have the hatches, there's no Kaid, but there's no Hibana as well. So it's going to be interesting to see where they place them, because the Clash, is so vulnerable to somebody above them, obviously.
Definitely so, but Let's see if GCU has that verticality. Most of the verticality is going to come within the sort of kitchen that sits upstairs while we're watching Armory. You also could potentially get some vertical play going if you decide to take into stock. Maybe you open that moto hatch as well and open up that avenue of attack. But it seems like you're going to have a little bit of an extended roam coming out from Ryan, and he holds such, amazing positions here, but notably as well, that stock hatch has definitely gone unreinforced.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to just leave it open. They're trying to bait them to come in that way, and they are set up here. Here we see the Jaeger is obviously holding up top right next to, he's going to fall back onto these stairs over here.
Cravington holding inside of Secret. You saw the Zofia of Smurfs make his way up to the top floor with Klimps following up as well, so Cravington could potentially be in a tough spot if he doesn't make his way out of Secret soon. And you see the pinch coming through. You have Smurfs and Clinch both coming in through, but notably as well, they only have one doorway to funnel themselves into. So Cravington could potentially find himself a double here if he plays his cards right.
They've droned him out, so they know he's here, and it looks like he's just going to fall back on this. And it's kind of smart that they left the hatch open, because now we're seeing that they have the mirror set up here, but here they come. He's going to swing it, and he's going to win the gunfight. Had everything against him, and he still manages to take out the Zofia, and that's a big pick right there.
No follow-up, though, actually, no Cash is going to find that follow-up. We mentioned how that stock hatch has gone unreinforced. You see that one singular reinforcement left in the ASU pool, and they're definitely wishing that they reinforced the stock hatch, because they didn't need to lose Cravington.
Absolutely, and I'm interested that they didn't bring the hard breach gadget with the Monty, considering that they only have the 2 with the thermite. But it looks like that kind of worked out since there's only 2 hatches to deal with right now. It's going to be interesting to see. I think they're going to try to push this through main stairs to get downstairs. There's the C4, very well placed from Ryan Ford. It's going to take out the thermite as well. That's a huge loss.
Incredibly so, but at least he's gotten that hatch open, so there's definitely a redeeming factor for them as well. But this Monty cannot get the job done on his own, and you see him relocating himself, trying to push in, but he's getting by his counteractive defensive operator. You have the Clash trying to feed the information over to the rest of ASU. Baka using using the shock ability to make sure that he doesn't get pushed in too hard. Meanwhile, that opens up the door for Monty to make his way upstairs. Ryan taking some fire. I think that's coming from the kitchen hatch. What an angle that Cash is able to find using those frag grenades for protection as well. Mikey G providing that support for Ryan, but with 30 seconds remaining, it seems like GCU might stall out here just a bit.
ASU's looking really strong right now on the defense. Obviously, you have to worry about the hatch play. That nade's gonna miss. So that's all the nades gone, I believe, unless he has one more left. But now they're gonna take him out. Cash drops, he self-nades himself. They're gonna pick up another kill, and now it's just left to the Monty. And there it is, they're gonna take him out. Very well played on the defense by ASU.
Unfortunately for the GCU side, that team grenade definitely making a big difference inside of that execution. I mean, it's all happening within the blink of an eye, but you could tell with that sort of team nade as well as that Monty getting stalled out inside of dirt, that take was definitely not going to stick.
Yeah, that just wasn't going to work out. I mean, they set it up so well. The Clash was, they thought they had the rotate, they thought they had the slip, but there's just a Clash with a giant shield just waiting for them at the end of dirt. Obviously, it's going to stall out their push, but just a really well done play by ASU, not overreacting to the hatch play as well. They understood he was there and they played him quite well. Just really well done on that.
Now we're going to be headed onto that bomb site that we were discussing earlier. It's going to be CCTV and Cash, and there goes that Maverick coming from Mend. Obviously one of the most powerful attacking operators that you can bring when the defensive side decides to go to CC. What are the keys to victory when you are playing on this Cash bomb site?
For the defense, it's just going to be about how you react when that wall gets opened, because at the end of the day, everyone who plays this map understands the wall is just going to get opened. It's a reality you have to accept on this map, unfortunately. And it'll be interesting to see how they play that, as well as how they're going to play Garage as well. It is a huge, huge factor for defending CCTV. And as for the offense, not only is it going to be about opening up that wall, it's going to be how else they're going to apply pressure, because you can't really force your way through that wall.
Definitely not. You have to worry about those nitro cells coming in from below. You could also have maybe, you see Mute playing on that. You see Mute bring those nitro cells to the board. You also have Smoke as well. So that default plant spot is definitely so hard to get yourself into if you leave all of the players to sit inside of Cash and just lob all of that utility through the holes in the wall. I'm expecting GCU to maybe push in through bedroom side as well and ensure that they have a little bit of pressure and make it uncomfortable as possible for the players to play inside of Cash.
Right, and like you mentioned, you definitely have to clear that bottom floor for just a second. It does look like we've got a tech pause here, though, for just a minute. minute. So we're going to take a quick break real quick. Just going to let them get set up. And so far, we're in for a pretty good match.
Oh, man. I mean, despite the scoreline being 2-0 for ASU, these rounds have been incredibly close.
Very close matches. Like you said, I mean, that first match came down to a 1v2 clutch, just a great start for ASU, and then just a really well-played execute from the defense on that to hold a basement. And now, I mean, it's anyone's game still. GCU has done really well. They've just got to clean up a few things. There was the self-nade, and there we go. Looks like we're going to get right back into this. We're going to get into the 6-pick phase.
Let's see if any of these operators are changed out. Obviously, with that 6th pick, you can decide that, hey, I don't want to bring this Thermite. I don't want to bring this Finka. We can change them out for somebody else. Although Thermite and Finka are probably not the operators that you want to switch out. Maybe you switch out that Sledge. But really, GCU has their attacking lineup in mind. ASU not making any changes either.
Yeah, I mean, very great team comp that you just mentioned. The Finka obviously is falling very heavily into the meta. Her instant heals, I mean, it's just a huge factor that you also get keep now. It used to be that it fades. And now, Finka, again, like we said, a huge factor now. It's definitely not an operator that you want to get rid of. And we're looking at a pretty standard setup here for Garage Basement. You've got the Jaeger and the Womatis coming out inside of Garage. You've got the punch holes that are coming through to hold Garage from inside of site as well, to deny that flame if they can from Garage. And the smoke shotgun as well to open up that top. Pretty standard stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, if you're new to RainbowSix Siege, if you see the operator that Pendy is playing, he is playing Aruni. And Aruni, unfortunately, due to a car accident that happened inside of her lore, she now has a bionic arm. But that gives her the ability to punch gigantic holes into any single one of these walls. If you look at any other player trying to punch some holes, all that you're going to leave is a little rinky-dinky just sight hole that you can ping through. But Aruni, bringing that bionic arm, she can make these punch holes that you see. It's interesting to see the evolution of this site as well, considering that the Garage punch holes that we were talking about just earlier are now just a sight line, and that's definitely going to help them counteract this play that Klimps is having with this wall.
And so now we're seeing the Mute Jammer come in, but like we mentioned with the Maverick, it's just going to be so easy to get rid of that. And there it goes, and they're going to be able to get this wall open. And that was very quick as well. Not even a minute off the board, and they're going to be able to open up this wall. Not a great start for ASU, but I mean, like we said, it is an inevitability that they're going to have to just prepare for.
That's just a testament to how well practiced these two teams are, considering that, well, it really took no time at all for them to get this wall open. But like we mentioned, you have to flip yourself over if you are GCU. You have to create a little bit of pressure through this construction/master bedroom side. Otherwise, your take is just going to be stifled immediately.
And that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're going to make their way through bathroom, and looks like they're going to push through the left right here into logistics. But no one spotted out Ryan yet on their drones yet. He could get a huge kill here, but it looks like the Fink is actually waiting for him.
This gunfight is going to be big, and Ryan is going to go down. That LMG from Finka putting in the work. Takes off the head of Ryan, and now man advantage in GCU's favor. This is something that is certainly a rarity inside of the matchup so far. Granted, we've only played 2 rounds.
Yeah, and not to mention, they've already got a ton of pressure on Workshop. They didn't give them any real resistance, ASU did, to GCU. So now it's going to be interesting to see how they play. And Men's already below. There's not a ton of offsite pressure from ASU right now. They're very content with just hunkering down on site.
Absolutely. What a shot there from Cravington. Wow. It sounded like a singular shot. Takes down Smurfs. That's your Zofia off the board. You lose that 150 bullets of pressure. And now, Klimps trying to make his way into construction. They have to take out the Mute Jammer that's protecting this construction wall, but so much pressure is being created as a result of this breach.
Yeah, and the nade, from Men barely misses Mikey on the smoke. That would have been a huge pick. Looks like he's gonna go for it again, and he gets it this time. That's the smoke on it. That's the denial for the entry. That is a huge pickup for GCU, and now it's gonna make this push a lot easier.
Play there, but Baka definitely has some clutch potential. We also see Pendy actually has yet to take an L inside of this game, currently sitting at 4-0. 30 seconds remaining, and they have to get this diffuser down. They've opened their way to get inside of Cash, but Pendy definitely has some things to say about this GCU attack. With Men going down and all of the walls falling between Klimps and the sort of glory of planting the bomb. There goes Cravington. That means that Pendy can try to close in, but the post-plant coverage is definitely there. It's all down to Baka, who has to win a 1v3. 40 seconds remain, and he has to find at least one of these picks. He's got to make this happen quickly for himself as well. And down goes Baka. Dios takes around, and GCU stops ASU's momentum.
What a thunderous round there. At first I was worried because they didn't clear out the Wamai and Garage, and it looked like he was going to start applying pressure to the Planter, but it didn't even matter for them. They just were content with just storming through Workshop. There was no pressure really put on them up until then.
It has to be said, like, ASU's defense, it was all great and all. Those positions, in theory, will work out for you, but in eventuality, I mean, GCU just took too much of the map at too little time.
And now we're going to go back to this gym bedroom hold for ASU. And the thing is, GCU can very easily take this map. Not very easily, excuse me, but they very much can take this map. It was very close, 1v2. In my opinion, it was a situation that GCU really should have won. They had him pinned in showers, but it's going to be interesting to see how ASU is going to kind of adjust their game plan. They're getting a lot of early picks. But GCU is getting a lot of early picks on them. It was dropping them early in the man count, so it's going to be interesting to see.
Things are definitely happening quickly between these two teams, the Sun Devils and the Lopes. The Lopes are certainly going at, well, antelope speed, and ASU, no slouches of their own, they're playing things very aggressively, and these mirror windows definitely have something to do with that, but a little bit of a change up in the setup too. I mean, I'm expecting to see that from ASU as we head into this round, but it seems like they're going to go for maybe a little bit of the same setup. It looks like this rear window is again going to be established inside of Logic. Let's see if their extension heads out towards this cache and CCTV side.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious if they're going to have a player hold up in cache. That's a very common setup on Vine Vector, and they're going to have to just put pressure in them. They will reinforce the walls in there, but it doesn't look like they will. They're going to set up the mute jammer in front of the jacuzzi window. They're going to set up the mirror. It's all looking about the same as they did last time. So look, and then it looks like they have someone roaming in Garage as well.
So he's going to try and hold down that Raptors control, maybe give ASU a little bit of time on the site to just reevaluate and make sure that they have the best defense moving forward. But it doesn't seem like GCU wants to give that much attention towards the gym and vet, or excuse me, the CCTV side that quickly. We actually are seeing a Nitrocell fly out from Blanca, catching absolutely nobody though. But looking for that aggression, I mean, it was inches away.
And that's the thing about ASU is they're going to be aggressive. And there's the cache player, but it looks like they're already going to push him out because they have Smurfs and Rafters. And now the cache is going to open up this wall to CCTV, and they're going to try to put some pressure on this cache player.
I love the speed that GCU are bringing their adaptations, knowing that there is a player inside of cache and the quick peeks coming out from Mikey G. Currently struggling inside of this matchup, and he's expecting to find this first kill here. He has the castle barricades to give him a little bit of protection inside of that construction hallway, just give him that sort of freedom to kind of peek out. He also has that hatch open, so if he decides to rotate downstairs and try to get a little bit of a flank going, that is definitely an avenue of attack.
He's going to open up the wall, and Mikey's ready for him, but he's going to miss the shots, unfortunately. And it looks like they're going to have to try to regroup. And ASU's just getting pushed back by this relentless push from GCU as Mikey's going to rotate. And that reinforcement explosion from the thermite, excuse me, it might have covered the sound of Mikey dropping.
Definitely so. So let's look for Mikey to try and get a little bit of a flank going. Hopefully GCU has some flank drones. There is no flank utility though. They don't have a Nomad, they don't have a gridlock. So they are susceptible to it if it just so happens. You have men sitting downstairs trying to get some nades through the floor but finding nobody. Cravington will go down to Dios though. The opening pick again in the favor of GCU.
And I mean, like we've just been saying it, but they're so aggressive and they're not facing much resistance from ASU. I mean, they had Mikey over on the castle. He was getting a little aggressive, and they still haven't exactly spotted him out. I think they're aware he's down there, though. But he's so isolated from their push right now, it doesn't really matter, as it looks like they're going to get ready to execute.
I'm hoping that they're aware of Mikey or men's position downstairs if you are the side of ASU, because he can do so much damage to you. And I think him and Mikey G are kind of playing incredibly close to each other. And
I don't know if they're aware of each other. He's
no,
right next to him.
Yeah, Mend. Mikey G is right next to you. He will eventually take down that player inside of main, and he's wondering what the hell happened to Mikey G. There he goes, eventually, finally finding that kill while they were downstairs, just tangoing amongst each other. And now Baka trying to make things happen down the main stairs as well. Dios will find two, but gets refragged by Pendy. It's a 1v3, and he doesn't get caught on the reload, but he has one player to catch here at the other side of this mirror window. There it goes. Cash will find the final kill, and GCU even up our round count.
We were in a very eerily similar situation, a 1v2 with a mirror and an SMG. I was getting flashbacks to Deja Vu, but this time he's just on too low of HP and Cash clears him out very quick. Like I said, GCU is just relentless right now, and ASU's really got to figure something out right now. So it looks like they're going to go back to church to try to slow them down.
Hopefully so. We mentioned that the Kaid is not on the board, and they're bringing enough hard breach to get things done. They actually haven't modified their attacker lineup at all throughout the course of this match.
And I mean, why would they? These past 2 attack rounds that they've had with this lineup, they're able to get so much pressure on them, so much utility, and it looks like Baka's going to go back to the Clash, and that did work pretty well last time. They were trying so hard to push through Dirt Tunnel with that last-second rotation, but the Clash was just there ready to meet them, and Clash is kind of the perfect operator to literally slow them down. Well, that's exactly what Clash does. She slows them down.
What I'm hoping to see on the topic of slowing people down is ASU maybe bringing a little bit more of tension to the roam game. You need to extend yourself up to these upper floors because we've seen it inside of these 2 rounds that GCU has won so far. They're getting map control and they're getting it fast.
And not only that, it's on some teams, yes, you can hold on site and let them come to you, but those are teams that are normally pushing a little bit slower. GCU is just bum rushing into rooms that are, there's no one to catch them at all. It's just so fast.
5 seconds left.
Almost at the speed of light. Almost like Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, it's unreal what they're doing
Attackers
out
are
here.
moving out to locate a
And
bomb.
so now,
Do.
here we go, and it's going to get set up in this map. I can't see any roam protection, though, right now. It looks like they're going to have Cravington extend into Oiler Pit, but other than that, looks like we've got Ryan up on top as well.
Yeah, Cravington making his way up to the upper floor of the garage, and he gets his head blown off by Smurf's LMG. He was expecting to be able to get into that position late, but like we were talking about, GCU has been taking map control so quickly, and they did it at an explosive rate.
And not only that, that looks like that was their only roam, actually. It looks like Ryan's actually fallen back to site. They don't have anyone else off site, especially to stop right here in lounge area. So I'm not really sure what they're going to be able to do about this right now. As it looks like they're going to start droning out blue. Maybe they're going to start to try to push here. And they have 2 people in dirt right now. I'm not sure about that play.
That is incredibly concerning, considering the fact that ASU's last-second site play hasn't necessarily been the strongest, and you also have that Finka to buy yourself a little bit of extra HP as well. Things are going relatively badly here for ASU. They need to find a pick of their own, and question is, will they be able to find it considering GCU's extended position? If they're going to find any picks, it's certainly not going to be some random pick. It's going to happen during the execution, and that might be a little bit too little too late for the Sun Devils.
Right, and it looks like they have tried to rotate. They got the Maestro on this mirror window right here, but
Attackers have
the
located a
LMG,
bomb.
it can do a lot of work, don't get me wrong, and it looks like Baka is going to start to rotate around. I'm going to be interested to see exactly how ASU is reacting to this, or more actually how GCU is reacting to this. It looks like they're starting to put some pressure on top of some of the hatches outside. It looks like they've got the hatch open above kitchen as well. Well, they're getting the hatch above kitchen right now.
They are establishing that sledge control as well, just making sure that none of the impact tricks or anything like that can make some holes inside of this attack. You need to rotate Klimps over and eventually get this open. Otherwise, you maybe try to get it done with men, but he explodes to his own nade, holding on for it for too long. I thought that he got it off, but not the case, and he's going to blow himself up. There's that free pick for ASU.
There it is. I mean, I guess that's your momentum. You got to start working with it. But that's the second time that's happened to men's. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just some jitters from land, but that's a really costly pick right there.
That's incredibly costly as Klimps is able to open up this kitchen hatch so they can continue to put this pressure onto ASU. With 35 seconds remaining, they have to start aggressing soon, and there goes the aggression. They're starting to make their way inside of blue. They have to deal with Mikey G playing this close positioning. They tried to do it with the fragmentation grenade, but nothing to be found. Smurfs will be the first victim to a gunfight inside of the site with Ryan Ford getting things done with Commando. Unfortunately, in between the battle of LMGs, it will not be Dios will be Dios getting the job done. Baka will eventually find a refrag, but with 10 seconds remaining, Klimps is forced to try and get this bomb down. It's only Baka up against these 2 players, and he finds that angle, finding Klimps, and now he can just play for the time.
Wow.
What a play from ASU. That's that awareness that we were talking about from Baka.
That was so perfectly played by Baka. He saw the knee, and he knew he didn't have to take both of them. He knew he had to just get the planner. He manages to down him and just books it instantly. So well played by Baka, and that's a big round for ASU. They're going to try to have to get some momentum back here.
That is a tight angle to win that gunfight off of too. That's honestly a miracle that he was able to find that angle, but I mean, well played to the ASU side. They are able to stifle that momentum that GCU has been establishing in rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, and now we're heading back to Cash and CC, and like we said, maybe we'll expect a little bit more of an off-site presence right now, but it's going to be interesting to see. It looks like they might 6-pick off their Rooney onto Malusi. And that's a pretty good operator to take right now, especially with them pushing so aggressively. After the Melusi nerf, it is true you can't just shoot it from a distance, but still, just being able to get that early intel from it and a quick slowdown can maybe prove to be a big factor in this game.
Hopefully so. Pendy moving off that Rooney, like you said. It's technically slowing things down in a different way. When you bring those laser gates to the board, you slow things down by forcing them to burn a little bit more utility, especially more than one through any single door. Now you have that Melusi, which makes gunfighting a little bit easier for you as long as you know the positions of these players. Obviously, those wub-wubs make such a distinct noise.
Yes, absolutely.
It's one of the most unique noises inside of Siege, and it definitely tells you where these attacking players are coming from.
Not to mention that sound cue. You can also kind of bait it out as the offense as well when they hear it. A lot of players like to just swing on it because they think, oh, I've got him slowed down, I'll swing it. They can play it smart, leave it up for just a little bit. But if I'm ASU right now, the biggest thing is I got to stop Dios on this Finka. He's absolutely just been tearing them apart with that LMG.
Currently sitting at 8-4-1. He's been a force to be reckoned with for sure. And also those frag grenades. I mean, that makes this bomb site 10 times easier if you're able to take out any vertical pressure that can come from below. I'm interested to see as well what ASU is going to do in terms of trying to hold lounge flash stock control, let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. Will they extend any roamers down there? Maybe rotate someone late in through bar? Who knows? But GCU's attack able to get this wall open again at the breakneck speed.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed that GCU has 6 frag grenades right now, so that means that they can just keep tossing these things in without really worrying about it. And they've got enough flashes to burn them as well with the 3 from the Thermite and also the Sophia's concussion effects. But right now, GCU kind of more of the same from last round. They're just pushing through bedroom, getting all this workshop open, and still not a lot of pressure from ASU.
Definitely so. No extended pressure coming from ASU, like you mentioned. They're banking on their site play. I mean, why not, considering how well you've been playing them in the past, but that's definitely not the way to get things going. That's going to be Pendy first to fall, and he's been your top frag as well. So ASU have to do some soul searching amongst themselves outside of Pendy.
Doesn't look like a spot that Jordan Mend, if he could get this one off, might get the free nade kill, and he's going to get it. Wow. And that's the smoke gone as well, without a single smoke pellet gone. And now this means that GCU, they've just gotten the signal. They've got, okay, push the site. They are aware of another player kind of stuck here in red. And Ryan's going to manage to pick off Mend, though. It's another set of nades gone. And he's going to try to swing on this Baka. Very aggressive push right now.
He's already done so much damage, but that's Cravington trying to get something going with a run out as well. Meanwhile, Baka and Dios boning fighting kills of their own. Dios will fall eventually as well. Baka, certainly a demon on that mute, finds 2. And now it's down to Klims in a 1v2. Will he be able to get things done? He has the diffuser in hand, and he finds the head of Cravington. Baka now relocating, knowing that he can play for this Nitro cell. Klims has to find Baka with this frag, otherwise he's going to fall victim to that Nitro cell from down below. There it goes, it was burned, and Klims will eventually find Baka. Klims from across the room is saying, get off him, and he's certainly showing why.
Wow, he's popping off right now, and as he should. What a heads-up play from him. He knows that the mute has the C4, and Baka, I mean, he played that as perfectly as he could. Got a bunch of really great picks there with the shotgun and the SMG. And ASU, I mean, they played really well on there, but now we're going to go into a tied half here. 3-3 equalized. Basically just a new game right now for ASU and GCU. They're both just going to try to mentally reset here.
Hopefully so. We're seeing Thunderbird coming out for the first time as well. So it looks like GCU has a little bit more flexibility on their defensive setups as opposed to their attack. On their attack, they were bringing absolutely just the same operator over and over again, but not the case for their defensive side. Meanwhile, for ASU, we're seeing Ash being brought to the board as well as a different hard breacher. Instead of bringing a Lion, we have the 6 pick onto the Ace. Ace definitely brings a different sort of aspect to hard breaching.
I do, and I think also one of the things I like about Ace so much is just the being able to throw it from so far away, and the explosion is really good, and also the AK-12 is very, very nice gun. So
best gun in the
yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be a really nice pickup for ASU. I think that was the move. I wasn't sure about the Lion pick, but still, this comp's from both teams looking good. I'm curious to see how they're going to use the Thunderbird because they have the heals. Maybe they're going to try to take some pretty aggressive peeks, and that way they can fall back and get an instant heal back.
Notably as well, too, Ace is not necessarily the hard breacher that you want to bring to this bottom floor bomb site. His Selma charges are not that effective against hatches due to the nature of them kind of playing to
Attackers'
the course of
objective is to
gravity,
locate
right?
a bomb
They
and
have to
defuse it.
fall their way down a wall, but obviously there's no way to do that if they're placed on the floor.
Right, exactly. And also, it's going to take 2 just to open 1 up, and that's not very good utility usage, especially when you've only got the 1 hard breacher and the Maverick. Obviously, Maverick can open them up pretty efficiently, but it does take a little bit of time, leaves you pretty exposed. It's better to just be able to drop it off and go, but it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to decide to push this ASU.
You have to be able to counteract this hatch play, and I mean, when you, like you said, when you are the Maverick, you are definitely exposed. You need to have that flank watch. You need to have some overwatch for Baka. Otherwise, he's going to fall with a blowtorch in hand. There's no way for him to sort of respond to anyone that comes up those stairs. But it seems like ASU is they're putting most of their attention towards this kitchen side, as one would expect on this bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, kitchens, like you mentioned, it's just a very, very crucial spot in here. I'm not sure if there's any presence really from GCU off the site, and Klims is going to get lit up right now. I'm not sure where that's from. And there goes and Pendy takes out Dios. That's their top frag gone.
Dios unfortunately falling there. Klims can get a little bit of health back though if he finds any of those Kona stations sitting downstairs inside of the basement, but it doesn't seem like he wants to do that. He's still trying to hold that position inside of blue. I'm hoping that he has some Kona stations supporting him, but there goes the floor getting Swiss cheese from above. Mikey G putting in work with that sledgehammer.
Yeah, and I mean, like you mentioned, I mean, the sledge just very important here, opening it up. And it's not even just about getting these picks. It's about just constantly putting pressure on them, because when you start opening it up, now it's going to restrict so much of the site, but this is such an aggressive play from Smurfs with that Zofia shotgun.
Ella shotgun,
Yeah.
but yeah, no big deal. But yeah, like you said, a very aggressive position that he holds. He can make things hell for anyone that tries to come down these stairs, and there it is. Cravington will fall victim to that FO12. Now they're trying to find that refrag with a frag grenade, but it won't get the job done. They will find a pick onto another defending player, though, that's cast to fall on that Mozzie, so no nitro cells to be had later on inside of this round unless he's already thrown it. Trying to find a second one with the frag grenade, but Bach is providing overwatch from above. So that Smurf's going down, and now it's Men and Klims to clutch it out in 2v4.
And now this is looking really good for ASU right now. Not sure if they know Mend is in tunnel, though, but they definitely have an eye on Klims right now, who has been fully healed by that Kona station, by the way. So he's fully healed now, but they definitely know that he's in here. Mend is getting pinched right now for both sides. Luckily, he has the shield, though.
Hopefully he can use that to full advantage as Klims is able to find a kill of his own using those Kona stations, as I said once again, but Ryan has made his way down into the long haul. Men has absolutely no chance to win that out. That Spear putting in the final word inside of this round, and that is an attacking win for ASU.
Like we said, really well played by ASU, and we saw that pressure they have from above really putting a lot of work in for ASU. They got, I think, like 2 or 3 kills off of those hatch plays and the holes that Sledge opened up. So really well played from ASU. Maybe GCU, if they're going to go back there, they're going to have to apply a bit more pressure off-site.
I definitely think so, and it seems like they want to go back down there and try things over again. Question is, will they heed your advice and try to extend upstairs and make things a little bit harder for anyone that tries to take into kitchen? You kind of have to force ASU to clear out the entire map and buy yourself that time to, you know, defend that bottom floor. Because defending against a site execute with a minute remaining, there's just way too much time for the attack to get things done. So hopefully GCU heeds our advice and makes their way upstairs and makes things a little bit more complicated for ASU.
Yeah, and not just that, it's also just about burning a little bit more time. ASU was able to operate really fast. They got a very quick peak, a first pick, and then they were able to make their way into kitchen almost immediately as soon as the round started, just start breaking up the walls. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's also interesting that Ryan is choosing to bring the spear instead of the LMG on Finger, because considering that the LMG is very much in the meta right now, and also Dios was just carving them up with it.
Not to mention, we're not getting a Zofia as well. I mean, Cravington probably could have flexed off of that Ashe onto a Zofia, but at the end of the day, Ashe is a 3-speed operator, bringing either a G36 or a R4C, both solid guns in their own right. So, I mean, you can't really fault him for doing this, but it has to be said, the missing presence from Zofia could come back to haunt ASU.
It really could. It looks like Smurfs is actually being held up on top of red stairs. It's going to be an interesting position, and I think it's the right adjustment from GCU after they just kind of gave up the top floor just a little bit too easy, and ASU got a little bit too much pressure. But it looks like ASU is starting to clear out blue right now as they're starting to make their way up top.
Hopefully the drone work has flushed out that upstairs positioning. They can kind of clue into it, seeing that drone kind of spot that construction hatch being open. And there goes Klimps. He's going to fall to Cravington. And yeah, Cravington making his way down the blue stairs. I'm thinking that Klimps got felled inside of blue, but nonetheless, a huge pick for ASU.
Yeah, I mean, just a great pick there from ASU. I mean, relatively safe as well for them. It didn't look like, I'm not sure if Klimps swung on that or not. And also Smurfs is taking a little bit of damage as well. I think that they may have caught on to them. So now it's going to get a bit more interesting as you see the sledge, as before, starting to open things up. Maybe they try to go for a C4 pick here. Just let's see how they play this out.
It seems like Dios wants to meet things at the spearhead too with those impact grenades. Maybe he could try and eliminate any of the potential that Pendy brings in terms of breaching, but there it goes. That kitchen hatch will eventually fall, and it forces Dios back further within the site.
Yeah, and it looks like all the players have fallen back into sight. So now it's just going to be about how they stop this execute. And it's all on ASU's well. Here comes Cravington on the Ash. I don't know if they know that they're there, but Cash only has the DMR, obviously has the advantage, and he still wins it out. Wow. What a play from Cash right there, just lining up your headshots.
Perfect crosshair placement, perfect centering there will buy the DMR a kill. And now it's a 4v4 as we head into the latter stage of this round. You have a couple of players taking into dirt, but Smurfs taking down Ryan. That's one of the players that was trying to push down main, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to make that stick. Question is, where is the rest of the pressure? You have Mikey G playing from up above, but unfortunately a mishap from that frag grenade means that he has to extend twice, and Dios is going to make you pay for that.
Yeah, and it looks like they got one more player on top of Kitchen Hatch, but it looks like they're just kind of spread all over the place right now. Not sure how ASU is going to be able to bring this one back with only 40 seconds left. Lock is going to try to get this nade on here. You might be able to get some damage on. But Smurfs is already fully healed again from the Kona station, and that's just the utility it brings. If he's a little bit lower, that's a lot more dangerous. But Smurfs had already fully healed after taking an engagement. I'm sure all these players have. Same with Cash.
It seems like the only avenue of attack open for this ASU side is to try and make things happen through main, but there goes the crossfire, there goes the shots coming in from the spear of Dios. It all comes down to Pendy. He has to make his way down the main stairs. He has to potentially try and get that diffuser down, but against a 4 stack of GCU players, that is most certainly impossible. And it seems like he's just going to play for the stat line here, sitting on the main stairs, a dominant round from GCU.
Yeah, I mean, just really well played from them. A very good response from them. They didn't necessarily overextend into the offsite play. They decided to just really hunker in on the bottom, stay down low, and make sure that they had to work a lot harder to push them onto downstairs.
Some huge picks coming in from Dios too.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on fire. I think he's at 12 kills right now. He's definitely leading this GCU team in terms of kills and just doing a really great job right now. And I feel like ASU, they've just got to get a few more picks out here, maybe to try to get some early momentum.
That all comes down to the captain's play as well. You were talking to Mend earlier on. He also probably taking the IGL opportunities as well. I mean, Dios definitely can't get those kills done without the information game. So just an all-around great defense from GCU. And now ASU is going to have to attack onto this upstairs defense of GCU.
Yeah, we were talking about ASU getting just a little bit more aggressive as they bring the Twitch and that F2. I mean, just a really good gun for getting aggressive and pushing the Twitch. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out as they go top floor.
Let's see what they bring. Let's see if their defense is radically different from the side of ASU. I imagine it won't be, but they are Swiss cheesing the wall a little bit, just making the job a little bit harder for Baka on that Maverick. It makes it so that opening up the wall with the blowtorch is a little bit more difficult just due to the awkward positioning of the soft wall versus what you see from the reinforcement. So again, I'm loving these advanced strategies coming from these teams. They also have probably a couple players that are sitting inside of the garage as well. You have Klimps and Smurfs both playing that Wamayan Jaeger. It's going to be incredibly difficult to lob a grenade up there and end that player's day.
And I'm sorry, just real quick, is that Cash in Cash? Is Cash holding Cash?
I hate it.
That's perfect though. I mean, that's what he got on the team for. That's what he told him. He's like, listen, my name's Cash. I'm gonna hold Cash. This is what I do here. And hopefully let's see how he does.
What happens if they don't have a Cash site?
They forfeit.
They forfeit?
They just can't play.
They just don't play.
They just call a site.
Well, let's see if Cash is going to be able to hold on to his namesake bomb site. As you have Klimps playing upstairs inside of rafters, and like we said, it's a very difficult position to try and deal with, but this is one of the major keys as to getting this sort of garage presence going. You have Smurfs providing a little bit of support to Klimps, but with that garage panel getting opened up, it leaves open the avenue to try and get things going. Ryan will get the fragging going with Smurfs. first to fall.
That was a relatively free pick as well. He just kind of walked in, kills him, he's just going to be able to run right back out if he really wants to. So really well played there by ASU, but with the players still on Garage, Rafters, he's got a Kona station, he's got two, he's got Wamai discs, he's got the Jaegers. I mean, he's not going anywhere. He might as well grab a drink. He's just going to chill there for the rest of the round probably.
Unfortunately, though, Wamai is one of those operators that gets stronger with time. Those magnets definitely recharging over time. But first of all, just finding a kill onto Cravington, that leaves Ryan in position to try and get the reswing going. He eventually, no, actually, he doesn't get the head taken off of the player on red, but other players are getting their heads taken off. 2 from the side of GCU, and now 2 from the side of ASU as well. It's a 2v2 as we hit the minute and 30-second mark, with 1 sitting on Rafters and 1 sitting on the balcony.
And this is just how these players are. I mean, it's just back and forth. Look at this. They just keep taking players back and forth, and Dios, I no idea how he gets that play, but Dios with the C4 as well underneath. He could possibly deny it, but Pendy knows that he's got the C4. He's gonna have to play this smart, and I think he's just gonna wait for him on the rotate.
I think he burned that C4 too. It could just come down to the gunplay between these 2 players, but if I'm Pendy, I try to get this diffuser down, just put the absolute pressure on the side of GCU, but it doesn't seem like he wants to do that. He seems like he wants to use that 2.0 scope to his advantage, but you hear the screaming from the other side. That's Dios taking off his head, that spear putting in absolute work, and Dios is a force to be reckoned with. Another round for the defense.
I mean, Dios, that was a 4K in that round. At one point, it was a 2v4. It was looking really good, and out of nowhere, Dios just grabs 2 kills. I'm not even sure where he gets those kills. And then after that, he manages to pick up another one and the clutch right there. I mean, Dios is just absolutely putting in work right now.
The Garage take not working out for ASU off of 1 player pretty much. It's Dios putting in so much work, round in, round out. At some point, if you're ASU, you need to put extra attention into trying to shut this man down, this time on the alibi.
And I mean, the thing is that the Garage take actually worked at first. They had Garage, they had a guy in there, and they're ready to execute on site, but he just kind of walks in, is like, you're not doing that, and just kills him. I mean, he's just an absolute force right now, sitting at 16 kills, as he's going to try to look to put GCU on match point. And like you said, if you're ASU, you got to find the alibi, and that's probably what they're trying to do right now. Find this guy and get rid of him.
GCU, if you're trying to get a lift in, well, they're certainly in a position to do so. They're going to make their way to the gym and bedroom site. So after your lift, if you want to get a little bit of a nap in, you can definitely do so. But I have a feeling that both of these teams are incredibly restless and they want to keep things going. But a change in the sort of defensive meta strategy here is GCU opting to reinforce a couple of the walls inside of Cache. So they're opting to extend a little bit further than the sort of construction setup that we were seeing from ASU. This time GCU extending a little further.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have their Rooney play strip club. That's gonna be an interesting play here, because normally it's not a spot. You drone it out pretty quickly early in the game. He might actually just try to go for a spawn peek right here.
Will he find Baka? There's certainly potential to do so, but let's see if Baka tries to drone this out. As we mentioned, Finka, or no, not Finka, excuse me, Aruni with that bionic forearm can make her way outside of the building so quickly, but no pick to be found. And now, I mean, you love the pressure, you love the plays that's coming out from GCU, but unfortunately not finding anyone this time around. They have control of the outside of the cash room as well, with Cravington establishing himself up here on top of the red. So quick map control from ASU. Let's see if they can do anything with it.
Yeah, but that Aruni gate right there is immediately going to halt their progression. Now they've got to waste a little bit of utility here, and it doesn't look like they have any flashes. So they're going to have to get rid of a pretty valuable piece of utility here just to clear this Aruni gate, or they're just going to have to take the damage.
Maybe you do it with smokes, maybe you do it with your drones, maybe you do it just by running in like a spearhead, but nonetheless, they have to clear these Aruni gates somehow. And they have players sitting inside of Con as well, so a little bit of a roadblock here for ASU to overcome. It seems like they're stalling out as well, so I love this defense here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job holding this. Glimpse gets a little bit of damage onto Ryan, and I mean, right now ASU's just looking for some way to enter right now. As Cravington's trying to find a pick, and Ryan just keeps getting hit on these windows. He keeps going back and forth, and then every time he goes there, they say, no, you can't come this way.
Absolutely not. They're saying, they're sitting here like Gandalf, like, you can't cross this bridge. I forgot what the line is.
No.
But let's see if Smurfs can find a pick. No, that's going to be Ryan watching the flank. Very big lead. Smurfs will go down. He's struggling inside of this matchup, but there's no time to dwell on that now. With everyone closing in on Cash's position, he has so many players to fight up against, and he's doing a damn well good job.
Yeah, well, Cash has tons of support with him right now from the clips on that reinforcement. It's gonna be so hard to get rid of him as Baka goes down. He's gonna light up another player. As Dios grabs another kill. He's at 17 right now. We're not even at match point yet.
Guess who it is? It's Dios once again. You have Cash wasting all of this time, and he has that support, like you said, from Clips. They will eventually be able to take down Cash, but so much time has been wasted. Cash in that position alone with Clips has been he's wasted about a minute and 30 seconds. That is an eternity inside of Siege, but now with 30 seconds, ASU has to try and get this execute down.
Yeah, and it looks like Dios is gonna grab another one here as they try to just walk through here. But Cravington's going to grab Mend. It looks like he's going to push through, he rotated through Workshop. And now Klimps is in a really awkward spot right now. He's going to have to try to push it. But there's the ally piece, but it doesn't matter. Mikey's going to grab him from the back. And ASU managed to equalize at 5-5.
Back and forth like a teeter-totter we go. Well, we've gotten the confirmation that we're going to be playing the maximum amount of rounds inside of regulation. I have a feeling that this is going to go to overtime. The next defense we're going to see from GCU is the basement defense, and they have had a mixed bag of success, a 50% win rate. Obviously, when we first switched over to the defensive side, ASU were able to push on through and win their attacking round, but not a lot of time spanned between them and finding that success. They won it the round after.
Yeah, and ASU, they did a really great job still, like, working on the fly. I mean, they spent, like we were talking about it, maybe 30 seconds just on that balcony trying to clear Cash and Klimps out. And once they did, they very quickly rotated onto the other windows. And they really stuck to their plan, but they're also trying to improvise. Cravington was pushing through Workshop once they finally got a pick in there. And ASU just doing a really great job pushing through. And we're only at map 1, and it's 5-5 already.
A spicy game indeed.
Yeah.
A spicy game that we have indeed.
And it looks like GCU, now they're downstairs. I mean, GCU's been very strong on this downstairs hold, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do. They decided to opt out of the Ella this time and bring the Malusi again, which I like that pick a lot on this map, on this site especially. Just like we already mentioned, just a lot of really great intel gathering that you can get from her gadget. She's going to place one in dirt right now.
I imagine she plays a very big part in trying to prevent this kitchen hatch from being opened up as well. Those impact grenades can do so much work with trying to prevent any sort of hatch play on this bomb site in particular. So, I mean, no impact grenades to be found out from anyone else. You have that nitrocell from Dios, but I'm imagining he uses that to try and find a pick. So Smurfs is going to play a huge role inside of whether or not GCU wins this round.
Yeah, and it looks like they're all bunkered down inside of site with a little bit of presence inside of blue now that they have that hatch reinforced, but with no Kaid on the board, that is going to get opened up relatively quick. And without the new operator coming out yet, I mean, if you don't have the Kaid, your hatch is just unfortunately getting open. There's no way around it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've been watching the 60-minute history, you know that a zombie is eventually going to make her way onto the scene, but obviously we have the operator quarantine phase as well, so it's going to be a little bit before we see her make her presence inside of Siege. I'm interested to see what Thorn is going to do once she gets brought into the game as well. But meanwhile, Cravington wants to bring himself inside of the building. He's going to try and make something stick in through Secret. Meanwhile, you have Ryan droning in, making sure that the kitchen players can play to the absolute safest of their ability.
And there, Cash is going to manage to take out that Twitch drone. I'm not sure if it got too much utility taking care of first. And here comes the impact tricking from Smurfs. So with the ace as well, this could be huge. I mean, they could outright deny the hatch opening, and there it is.
An absolute huge play there from Smurfs, finding both of the Selma charges, and now he has to do a little bit of reevaluation as to where he wants to dedicate that last Selma charge. What has been confirmed as a result of those two impact grenades is the fact that they will not be able to get a hatch open fully because you need two of the Selma charges to do so.
And unless they're going to have Baka sit on the Maverick and opening of hatch, that could take about like 15-20 seconds off of Baka. Like you mentioned, burning time in Siege on the attack is never a good thing. It looks like they're just going to push downstairs. Ryan just picks him up with the F2, and that's just the F2 moment right there. Just the gunner, he's just going to keep pushing.
There goes your best performer inside of Dios falling early, so you have to find another way to win this round if you are GCU. Unfortunately, Cash not able to get the job done with the DMR, and it seems like her execute is going on through. Question is, where is Baka with that diffuser? You have the pressure coming in from Cravington down blue as well, but unable to flush out Klimps as he finds dead. Now 40 seconds remain. Ryan will actually fall as well. The smoke grenade will pop on through. That means Baka potentially has a way to enter inside of the site. Pendy's position inside of main is so crucial for them to get this going.
there's the
Smurfs
hatch.
has made his way upstairs. He finds both Ryan and Baka. That should defuse it down. Mikey G has to try and find this kill, but all is lost for ASU as they enter the later stages of this game. Smurf will find another. Pendy will take him down. There's your refrag, but he has only a shimmer of HP left to work with, and it doesn't seem like he'll be able to get this job done in this round.
Yeah, with 15 seconds left, I mean, he's just got to kind of drop and hope. And what a play from Klims here in this blue. They just didn't clear him out. They didn't think he'd be a problem. And he's been causing chaos for them. And there it is, the final kill in the 3K as he pushes GCU onto match point.
Oh, baby. So much happening between these two teams, and I don't know if you guys can hear the sort of comms that are happening on the other side, but
I'm
they
loving it.
are just talking amongst each other, chirping all day long. GCU with the momentum in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Klims just was absolutely massive inside
Oh
of
my
blue.
goodness, yeah.
They didn't clear him out, and when they tried to, he just swung on Carvington and domed him. And then after that, he just sprayed down to that hole, and they couldn't stop him.
Absolutely not. The blue position, if you're trying to make a take stick in through Moto, is something that you just have to flush out. But like you said, with Cravington falling early inside of that execution, there was no chance that they were going to be able to flush him out. And obviously, the flank from Smurfs was so big inside of that round.
Yeah, now we're going to head back to Cash and CCTV as GC is looking to close this one out. And ASU, I mean, they've got to make some adjustments. They kept Ryan on the Twitch, which I think is the best player right now. He's their top player right now with 11 kills. Meanwhile, for GCU, like we said, Dios is really putting in work right now, but he didn't even get a kill last round. It was Klims who carried a lot of the team right there.
Absolutely. I was going to say, if GCU had lost that round, is the win condition Dios? But apparently it's not. Apparently they can get the job done in a million other ways. That's what I love about the flexibility of GCU. That's not to say that ASU haven't been having a bad showing, though, because evidently we wouldn't be on a 6-5 round, full round count for regulation if ASU wasn't putting up their end of the deal.
No, they're absolutely, it's a very much like a combined effort for them. And they've managed to get away with a few rounds. It looks like Cash is going to go back to, he's going to go to workshop. Sorry, I was going to make that joke again. And now it's going to look like Smurfs might go for a round right here.
It seems so. He has the sort of setup necessary. He could jump out at any moment. He knows, potentially by sound, that Ryan is already past his sort of, ability to try and get that frag going. But you have Baka playing on this repel. It is so dangerous considering Smurf's position. But it seems like Smurfs is a little hesitant to try and get this going. It seems like he doesn't want to jump out that window and risk his life. But there it goes. He knows that Ryan is on the drone, and there it goes. GCU showing their power. What a run out there from Smurfs, and no follow-up from Baka either.
He was probably on his drone. He just got caught off guard. What a swing there, and what a play. I mean, we were kind of talking about it. The repel sounds had already been gone. Why would he have ran out? Still, I mean, he's still there. He might do it again. He might do it again.
He just might make it happen. Cravington, with his attention towards the Raptors side, he could potentially find two unless Pendy is watching over that position, but it seems like a little bit too risky here. But hey, why not dial in some aggression with even more aggression as they try and get this wall open? But now Baka slowly making his way towards the secret window.
Yeah, and I think they might know he's still there. At the very least, they're still trying to be cautious of it. And I don't know if he's going to be able to win this one. Smurfs is in such a tight angle. Baka's going to really have to expose himself. He's going to have to basically jump in just to get a shot on him, and it looks like they're just going to back off and let him stay there. Again, I don't know if they know he's there. I mean, Smurfs is just a menace right now.
At what point does the alarm bell ring and say, Smurfs, you've got to make your way back to site? You see all of the different positions that everyone else has established as well. But unfortunately, Klims will no longer hold a position on the map, and he is first to fall. He falls inside of Rafters as well. That is huge for ASU.
Yeah, but that Kona station right there, it's going to probably heal the ace and give them a cue that he's already in there if they didn't already know. But now Mikey on the Rafters out here. He's going to be able to do, he's going to try to get a peek out here. He's going to barely miss Dios over here, and that's not a fight you want. Dios is going to get lit up, looking for a Kona station right now. He's booking it over there to try to get a little bit of a kill here. But they're going to have to push off to red, and it's going to leave it open for ASU if someone's trying to rotate downstairs, though.
Pendy getting that diffuser down, but baiting it out with a nitro cell, but the bait not effective enough, as Men will find that Nitrocell kill. Craventon with the follow-up, and Baka finding a couple of his own as well.
Mikey's
It
just
all
in sight.
comes down to Cash, and Mikey, like you said, is inside of sight. So let's see if he can get the job done. Cash, not any utility to try and get things done from down below, so we will try to rotate in through the bedroom. Meanwhile, Baka will get that plant down, and it seems more and more like we're going to see this overtime round unless Cash can get it done. 45 seconds remains, but he needs 7.5 seconds to get that diffuser disengaged. He will eventually initiate
Huge
things
kill.
through the site, finding that first kill onto Mikey. That is huge, but look at Baka's position. He has such a tight angle on this diffuser. There is no way that ASU loses this as Cash closes in on position. He has to get this pre-fire going through. 20 seconds remains. He has so much time to play around, but again, the diffuser has been planted. ASU in the driver's seat
gotta
inside
go
of
for the
this
kill.
match. He has to go for it, but there it goes. Yep,
There it
there it
is.
goes. Baka, perfect post-plant positioning, and it's going to be ASU forcing overtime.
And just well played from Baka, like you said, the trigger discipline. He was making so much noise around him, and Baka didn't move for a second, didn't want to give him any indication that he was there for sure. And now we're heading into overtime. We're going the distance on this map.
We talk a little bit about how Siege is more so defender-sided, but that is certainly not showing inside of this match. The split has been 3-3 both ways for these teams, both just finding the round wins off their skill alone, because this match is not leaning in any defender or attacker favor.
Yeah, and it looks like ASU is going to go back to that same lineup they had before because, I mean, it's been working for them this past round. They managed to get that win, but still, it's just by the skin of their teeth as it looks like Pendy's going to rotate onto the Lion. This is going to be an interesting play.
Let's see if it sticks for them. Does he bring the can openers? I'm pretty sure Lion has the can opener gadgets as well. So that hard breach gets a little bit easier, and it's also on the basement bomb site. So again, we talked about those impact grenades coming out from Smurfs. Those are even bigger. They need to force Smurfs out of position and make sure that he can't get those impact tricks going. Otherwise, this switch onto the Lion, potentially just empty.
Yeah, and actually he doesn't even have them. He only has flashbangs right now, so
Yeah.
it's going to
Oh,
be
no.
interesting with a downstairs play as well. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to play this. I mean, they might just abandon it and try to push through stairs because if they open up one hatch inside of Moto, which they did last time, they found a lot of success, and they just need to find a way to pinch off certain players, take certain areas of control. I'm thinking they have to take blue, maybe red stairs as well, but blue last time caused so many problems for them. They've got to focus on
Locate
it.
a bomb and defuse it.
Hopefully they do. Maybe they get the stock hatch open with these Maverick torches as well. You can only get 2 hatches open if you are the Maverick inside of this round. If you try and get that 3rd hatch open, 1, I don't even think you have enough blowtorch fuel, but also that just takes way too much time that ASU frankly cannot afford to lose.
Right, and Klimps is already set up back in blue, and you know ASU is already trying to find a way as they're trying to drone him out right now. And he's got a Malusi as well set up on there. They've got the information on him. Smurfs takes a little bit of early damage, and now they're going to have to decide how to react to this.
What will the reaction bring? Let's see what ASU brings to this board. They're trying to just evaluate what options they have open for themselves, and there's frankly not too many, considering the fact that they don't have a lot of hard reach to play off of. I mean, Baka for sure can get those hatches open, but by that time, there's no room for flexibility within your attack. You have to make that stick once you decide on committing to a way to attack. So ASU, I mean, we talked about the driver's seat a lot. It certainly seems that GCU is in the driver's seat very early here, but then again, I mean, anything can happen inside the siege.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure if GCU knows that they swapped off of the ace. They might still be looking for the pressure, waiting for it. But right now, it looks like they're just going to try to open up, get some picks inside a tunnel right now, as he's going to be able to light up somebody over here. And it looks like they're going to start slowly moving in here. I'll try to force him out. And if the Lion has his Gone 6, he's going to be able to clear that shield. And it looks like he does.
So Mend, his position gets a little bit difficult to play inside of. Meanwhile, Klimps not finding the same success. I'm assuming that Klimps was playing inside of blue, but I'm not 100% sure. Actually, they haven't cleared out that deployable shield that Mend is playing behind. There it goes, that Gone 6 actually missing. Mend still has so much flexibility to play inside of, and now ASU are probably forced to flip, even though they have the man advantage here. Ryan sitting down here on main stairs has to go huge.
Yeah, this could be a really big pick for them if they're not aware. They're going to try to C4 it. Looks like they definitely know he's there. Cash is going to try to take one out inside the Moto, and now he's in a really tough spot. It looks like they might have some pressure coming from Blue right now, but they're still droning. 40 seconds left. They're just trying to find an option right now because, like you said, not a ton of time, and they're just going to have to force their way through one of these spots. It looks like Cravington's going to try to sneak back in through Blue.
Let's see if Cravington is able to do so. Obviously, his position is known considering that Smurfs and Dios are both making sure that he's not going to be able to take down here for free. He's taking so much damage, and with 20 seconds remaining, ASU have to say go, go, go right now. And it looks like that's what Ryan's trying to do. He makes his way down the long haul, finds one inside of Blue, and he eventually tries to find that second player in sight, but Dios showing that he's a little bit too good for that. Cash will find one, but Cravington with a double, and eventually Mikey G with the closeout for ASU. And they're in the driver's seat as they now have that 7th round. All they need is one more.
That was so well played by ASU as well. With Ryan being in there and pushing straight through Hall, it puts so much pressure on them. They focus all of their attention there. And he also manages to get the player in Blue during that push, which leaves the Moto push so much easier as he's starting to isolate and distract the other two players, which leaves it wide open for Bach and the other two to just walk into sight and take out the Mute.
We're going to see another basement defense, this time with a mirror, though. We have Pendy, who's probably going to establish those mirror windows inside of Blue and then on the triple wall inside of Cash. Let's see if this defense can definitely stick on through. Mira is a risky pick down here on the bottom floor bomb site, but she does bring those nitro cells to the board. And then you have Maestro as well. Obviously, he brings those impacts. That means he could potentially counteract that sort of hatch play inside of the kitchen. Then you have Bacchus switching back to the Clash as well. Meanwhile, for GCU, again, no switch-ups. I mean, was Dios playing the Jackal before? I think he was, so no switch-ups on their attacking lineup once again.
I'm actually surprised he hasn't gone with the Finka because he was playing really well with that Finka last time on the attack, but I can definitely see why they'd want to bring the Jackal right now because if I'm ASU, I'd try to like switch it up last second, this last round, just try to bring a Roamer and bring the Jackal. I think is a really smart play, but I'm not sure how it's going to pay off for them. And also, if you end up getting someone's footprints who's already inside of sight, it kind of nullifies the Jackal use because it's not as valuable to know that hey, there's somebody sitting behind a mirror showing in Blue. It's like, yeah, we already know the guy's there,
Yeah.
so. It's going to be interesting. It looks like Bach is going to try to go back to holding Tunnel as well.
It seems like Pendy might play behind him as well. I'm interested to see which player from ASU they decide to stick behind Baca and try to negotiate these picks. Yeah, Ryan and Cravington both going off in their own right. It is a spread out sort of attack here for ASU. Not any player outside of the frag department at all. And that's Cravington proving my point exactly right. Finding the headshot onto Smurfs. That's your Zofia going down. No Filipinka launcher, no 150 bullets, and Cravington might have just found the kill that could potentially put ASU into winning this match.
And he's going to try to go for a second one here. He's playing so aggressively, and I like that. I like that a lot, that he's starting to bring out this really early aggression, put a lot of pressure on them. But now that Dios is up here with the Jackal, it's going to be very easy to find him, and there it is. Here come the pings, and he's just going to have to try to force his way back down the stairs, and it looks like he might be able to get away too. But no, he's actually going to, he's going to rotate into Jin, but they still have the pings.
I love the pinch coming in here from Cash as well. He probably entered in through strip, so Cravington crucially has to win one of these gunfights to make this worth it, and so he does. He finds 2 on the round. He could potentially find 3 more, and notably for GCU, it seems like now you kind of just have to leave him up there and then try to establish the flank watch. You have to get aggressive, and Cravington will eventually sprint his way into the burning gun of Cash. But the damage is already done. Cravington finding 2 in that round is huge, and it's not that big to lose your Jaeger once you reach this stage of the map.
Yeah, 2 really great picks. A lot of great just plays there from the Glimpse and from Cravington. And kind of like you said, even though he does die at the end of it, he's done his job. He's not only wasted time, he's got 2 picks as well, which is really good for him as they're going to try to get men on with the C4 always open this hatch. Doesn't look like they'll be able to connect it though.
Let's see if Ned is able to get that job done. A minute and 10 seconds remaining, and this is the pacing that you would like from GCU. Unfortunately, you don't have the man count that you would like heading into the later stages of this round in Baca. I mean, he's sitting on that Clash, he's kind of just waiting to see where this attack from GCU goes from before he commits to a spot. And it's such smart play from the ASU side, just not presenting GCU with any picks. And it seems like GCU is going to have to just bulldoze their way into sight because ASU's not giving them any opportunity.
Yeah, but Baca, he's been kind of trapped here because of all the overhead play from the sledge. And here comes Mend. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to see him, but there is the barbed wire down there that will give away his intentions if he does wish to push from there. It looks like the sledge is going to come over here, though. They might try to push this one just because there's not a lot of defense here aside from that. Now he's going to open it up to try to force a nade in there as well.
It seems like Clips is going to rotate his way back on over to that side as well. So Ryan's gunfights down here with this mirror window are going to be huge. Some flashbangs coming out, making his life a little bit more uncomfortable before it eventually ends. But unfortunately, yeah, like you said, he doesn't get that nitro cell off. Mikey G finding a double with that 81. It comes down to Cash to try and win out this map for GCU, but it seems like it's all going to end. ASU head into GCU's turf, and they're going to take our first map.
Really great win there from ASU. I mean, from that attack as well, downstairs, I mean, on the defense, excuse me. What a really well played situation there from ASU. And kind of like you were mentioning, Baka on the Clash, just a pest to deal with.
Absolutely.
When you're trying to push in through that wall and there's just a dude with a shield there, just like, hey, what's up? What are you going to do about me? It's so frustrating to deal with for GCU.
The team play coming over as well, making that Maestro rotate over. Unfortunately, you lost Ryan, but that Maestro rotating over and ensuring that Baka doesn't have to drop that shield is absolutely huge. Welcome back to the caster desk. This has been an amazing experience so far. And ASU with a monumental map win. Clubhouse was certainly their house.
Yeah, I mean, just what a back and forth there. Just really exciting. A lot of great gunfights there. And we got to talk about Dios. I mean, he really went hard on those first few rounds. But the ASU, like we were talking about, they kind of found a way to just minimize his damage that he was doing. I think he only picked up around like 2 or 3 more kills those last few rounds. ASU did a great job of minimizing his damage he was doing. And right now, as they go into map 2, it's going to be interesting to see just what the plan is from this next site.
It's all about the law of averages, right? But unfortunately, well, for Dios, it all eventually had to end at some point. And unfortunately for him, it ended when it was all matter. So he's going to have to pick himself back up if GCU wants a hope of winning this map 2. But before we go into map 2, we're going to toss it on over to a quick short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, welcome to GCU. You're in Lope Country now.
What's that sound?
We bring the thunder in the heart of Phoenix.
All right, time to go. Beam me up, Scotty. Here at the Lopes Lab, when we're not contemplating the paradoxes of time travel, hey, Mort, greetings. We're working on technology that will save lives. And robots.
We're being hacked!
Time to get to work. I'm defending against malware and hacker attacks. We need people who can outsmart the enemy. Oh, I got you now. And?
Hey, it's all good. Through our robust networks of strategic assets, we provide widespread logistical solutions and cutting-edge distribution channel management. Also, synergy and blockchain. We're soup to nuts. Influencers. What happens after Gen Z? Big data. It's the Uber of Ubers. My plan makes sure goods get from A.
4:30, that's a wrap.
Shucks! Late for class. Hey, Jerry. Oh, made it.
Here at GCU, we teach you to harness your passion, transform it into a career so you can help change the world.
It's good to know. My passion isn't just in the classroom. It's also on the court. Game point. No pressure.
Pressure! Let me tell you about pressure. When it's life or death, that's when the pressure is really on. Doctor, he's going into VFib. Nurse, get the crash cart. Clear!
Wow, I feel great. We really have to stop meeting like this. Watch this shot.
I'm getting my master's in education online. I can't slow down time, but I do make my own schedule. Good thing too, since I'm a mom, wife, student, and teacher. The rest of my time, I make sure this house keeps rolling. No! Ball! No ball!
It takes grit and determination to lead a Division I team. But for some of us, it just comes naturally.
Welcome
Welcome to the biggest party in college basketball.
When it comes to school spirit, we do it best. Lopes up.
Lopes up.
Lopes up.
Lopes up from Afghanistan. Hear the thunder. Hear Lopes. Lopes up.
At GCU, we do a lot of soul searching.
GCU is also about giving back. We're part of the community, and we're making a difference. We're painting the Valley purple with our commitment to service. What's that sound?
Here's Cook.
Never go your life without gold. There's a thunder in all of us. Come find your purpose at Grand Canyon University.
And we are back. Welcome back to the ASU versus GCU Grudge match powered by Rockstar. And what a first map we had there. ASU taking that one 8-6. Just a really great game.
Absolutely. I mean, Clubhouse honestly couldn't have been more exciting. I mean, the SI Invitationals just ended today. I mean, we're up there for about how exciting this could be. We also have the LAN environment as well. I mean, this is the perfect environment to play Siege. There is nothing better than LAN.
Oh, absolutely. Every time they get a kill, every time the round ends, you just hear them popping off, yelling at each other. There's even one point where Clips got an opening kill, and you could hear him just screaming at Cravington. He was like, I'm out here. Get off me. They're really doing great right there. But ASU managing to steal GCU's map pick in such a contested series as well. Really big pick for them.
We didn't really get to give GCU their sort of, there's sort of spotlight, so to speak, so we're eventually going to have these rosters back up for you on the screen. It's Men, Dios, Klimps, Smurf, and Cash. Dios went absolutely nuclear on that last map.
He was just an X factor for those first few matches, for those first few rounds. Like we mentioned before, ASU did at one point finally start slowing him down, but he was going crazy for those first few matches. It didn't seem like they could stop him. He single-handedly won like a 2v4 for GCU. So, but unfortunately for all of that, there were still some mishaps that GCU had. There was two nade kills on their own self. Men accidentally blew up twice, which is just absolutely frustrating.
I mean, that's definitely not a way to go win yourself some rounds. In a 5v5 game like Search, where you don't get any respawns, where you don't get yourself any, second chances, I mean, you're going to be relegated to camps for the rest of the way. And yes, cams are important, but you want to be making your impact on the battlefield. Let's be real here, because it's not every day that you get to play Siege on a LAN environment. Both of these teams are eating this up.
Right, and I mean, with that Oregon map, it was so back and forth, so well contested, just throughout. There's so many different plays we could go back to that are really well done. But without a doubt, if you ask me, Baka just was able to provide so much for his team. We mentioned him on the Clash in those last few rounds, how he was able to really stop that GCU push, especially when they started pushing through the walls, pushing through doors. He was there to meet them, slow them down, and open up very easy kills for his teammates.
Baka on shield play, it's nothing new for me, honestly. He does such good work on shields, whether it be Monty, whether it be the Clash like we saw. He does so much work, and those shields provide so much information for the ASU side. Let's see if GCU maybe adopts that a little bit, or we saw them bringing the Mira as well. Just some very impactful operator picks, and I'm definitely expecting that to continue as we head on to Cafe. That Mira is going to be big in positions such as bathroom/pixel. It's going to help you hold that for a little bit more extended period of time. That third floor bomb site, is going to be huge with a Mira pick.
Yeah, I really think so. It's going to be interesting. You might see a Finka ban as well for
Honestly.
them, because Dios in those attacking rounds is absolutely terrorizing ASU with those pushes, the LMG, the adrenal surges. I mean, just an absolute force to be reckoned with. And it's going to be interesting as well, because Cafes is a map where you have to see a lot of offsite presence for some maps to work. So, for example, if you're going to hold Reading Room and Museum as well, that's one where it's almost demanded that you go upstairs. But it looks like we're going to get into this match here, and we're going to start getting into some operator bans as well. It's, like we said, going to be interesting to see what we're going to get with this run.
Make no mistake, we could possibly see a Mira banned out as well. So everything we were just talking about in the pre-show could definitely fall by the wayside. But I'm expecting this operator ban phase to, again, go by exactly how everyone expects it to go by. If GCU doesn't ban Thatcher, ASU probably will. But then again, crazier things inside of Siege, blah, 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 blah. There goes the British operator, and unfortunately, no EMPs will be seen in map 2, potentially the whole day if today's game ends in this fashion.
Yeah, and ASU, I mean, Cafe was their pick. This is a map that they're obviously very comfortable with. They have some strats that they want to break out here, as it looks like they're also going to start on the attack as well. So, and there's a Jackal ban as well. Jackal was a little bit of a force on the last map on Clubhouse, but now on a map where you're more than likely going to see a lot more roaming, it does make a lot more sense to just outright take him out of the game.
Hopefully so. And now we have the defensive ban coming out from ASU. Like we said, the Mira ban could be very impactful. You also expect to see a Valkyrie. There goes those black mirrors. So unfortunately, well, if you want to hold on to Pixel, you're probably only going to be able to do it with a shield. And now it's going to be GCU's ban on the defense. What are we expecting to see here?
I'm gonna say it's a Valkyrie. You know, I think this is gonna be our classic operator bans, and it's a Wamai actually. Very good ban actually for holding Pixel, like we were mentioning with the shield. A Wamai behind that shield is an absolute nightmare to deal with, especially back in before when Wamai still had his own shield. I mean, he was just so frustrating to deal with, but now looks like they're going to leave Valkyrie on the board here, which could be a gamble.
So much information to be gained off of those black eye cameras, and let's see if they even bring her to the board, because apparently Dios earned himself a promotion. No, instead he's going to bring that Valkyrie like we were talking about. I saw him flash the dock for a second, and I would have loved to seen that, because that was going to lead its way into some spawn peaks, but evidently no such intention unless Mend decides to bring it over. No, it's actually the Clash. So GCU taking a page out of ASU's playbook. Meanwhile, for ASU, they have the Nomad. They also are bringing an IQ to the board as well.
I like the IQ pick a lot because Valkyrie's on the board now. A lot of teams know it. They're probably going to bring him. So, and again, we've got a guy like Ryan, who you do want him on the F2. He was a gunner last round. He's making a lot of great picks, but you know, the IQ with that G8 is still very, very good. Even if it doesn't have the sights it used to, but it's going to be interesting. Don't see a lot of IQ running just because we see a lot of Valkyrie bans.
Yeah, there's just so much more utility that kind of lends itself to Premonition when we are talking about RainbowSix. I mean, IQ was a great operator in her heyday, but honestly, just not too many reasons to bring her nowadays, considering that, well, despite, you know, the buffs that the electronics detector has gotten, I mean, the only real thing she brings to the board is that G8, if we're going to be completely honest.
Yeah, and there's that shield we were talking about earlier. Pretty default setup here with the wall open as well inside a bathroom. It's looking like a pretty standard hold for top floor, at least for GCU, which, I mean, it's a good thing, and they've got some presence downstairs. That's very interesting. He might go for a run out right here.
It might just be, considering that it is also the Aruni that is Smurfs there with the DMR. The DMR does so much work, especially on a LAN environment. One might say online, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to a lot of success, but on a LAN environment where you can make a lot of impact, he doesn't do so, as Baka, very aware of the run out, will eventually take down Smurfs. That is a headshot with that Habana. You don't expect your Habana to find the opening pick, but that's just an opportunity you can't pass up.
That was such a perfect shot from Baka as well, because if Smurfs manage to connect it, that's their sledge gone. And that's a huge pick on this side as well, with there's so much, the hatches got to open up as well. Really just a great shot from Baka as well, as the match MVP from last game just continues to keep pushing forward.
They have so much more destructive capabilities as well. You see Ryan, he brought those breaching charges. You also have Cravington, not only with the, you know, the distance destruction as well, but he also brings those breaching charges to the board. So there was no shortage of that for ASU. Now GCU have to do a little bit of soul searching, but it's Cravington heading up the main stairs. He will be shut down by Cash. Dios with another shutdown as well. Pendy goes down. And now ASU down 3v4.
That was such an aggressive push by Carbington. Not sure if they had a drone up there to get the intel on him, but he just swings him, and that's an SMG-11 you're swinging there. That's going to shred you if you don't land your headshots. And Klimps is still up here, absolutely just unbothered by the defense, the attack so far of ASU.
Yeah, the G36, definitely not the gun that you want at close range. You would rather have an R4C in that situation, but really nothing to be found here. And notably as well, they haven't flushed out Klimps from Pixel, so things are going from bad to worse here if you are ASU. Trying to pop shots off at a Clash, well, there's really no point in doing so, considering she has that bulletproof shield protecting her.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, here comes Baka. I was gonna say, they need these flashes to clear this ADS, and here come the flashes. Looks like that first one's gonna catch it, and Klimps isn't even gonna bother. He's just gonna instantly fall off.
Klimps here holding inside of his position, but the ADS regenerates just in time, so they can't really flush him out of there, but it looks like they're finding picks elsewhere. As Cash will go down and 40 seconds remain, it's a 3v3. Baka with the diffuser in hand, they decide, hey, they can probably just leave Klimps inside of this position. Mikey G taking a lot of damage though, so, I mean, things are falling by the wayside here for ASU, especially with Dios taking off Baka's head. It's gonna come down to Mikey G and Ryan. Ryan with an extended position inside of Bar, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the diffuser. He's there solely to get some picks. He will get picked off himself. And now it's Mikey G with a glimmer of HP. Certainly not likely to get the job done, and there it goes. Dios will find the final kill, and that's GCU taking round 1.
Such a tough spot there for Mikey to have to deal with. Not only is he on low health, but that shield could just outright kill him if he lets it get too close. Just a ton of pressure, really well played by GCU, and I think ASU might have overextended on some of those aggressive peaks, especially from the beginning with Carvington trying to swing onto that the SMG-11.
Yeah, I mean, you found the, there was a weakness there for sure. There was a weakness inside of that defense, and it was up the white stairs, but the timing in Siege sometimes gets the better of you. I think that's kind of the case as to what we saw there, and like you said, you don't want to meet an SMG-11 in the face. It's just not a gunfight that you're going to win many of the time.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to swap out the smoke for a Frost. Interesting pick here, but I do like swapping to these trap operators with your 6 pick. That way, it's going to try to throw them off. We saw a lot of Empire during the Invitational game today, bringing out those 6 pick cap cans that have a lot of value on them. And it's going to be interesting here to see how they're going to place this Frost. Maybe they're going to open up some little holes for the jumper just to try to get the bait on them.
Hopefully so. I mean, I would love to see a Frost just chomp down at somebody's ankles. That would be a laughing point for us for sure. But I'm hoping that, well, ASU, 1, does their drone work, but 2, they see the Frost, during this drone phase or whatever it may be. Maybe they see those bear traps and they say, hey, please look downwards while you try to vault through this doorway. Otherwise, you are going to get your ankles chopped off and you are no longer a part of this push. Now, for GCU, let's see what they have in store for the side of ASU. We mentioned how impactful that Valkyrie is going to be, but it looks like a VIP/Christmas extension for them as they try to hold on to this bomb site.
Yeah, and I was going to wonder if they're going to have a lot of top floor presence, because this is another site where if you're on the attack, you're going to be going straight to the dining room area right above the site, because you can get so much value with those sledges. They have breaches as well, and that IQ as well. You can just shoot straight through the floor to open up any utility that they have to.
Let's see if that comes to fruition as ASU opting to go for a full three-floor bomb clear. And that is the ideal way to try and clear something out in Cafe. That's your default take, but it does take a lot of time. So they have to be very proficient. They have to be very efficient in the way that they try to clear out these top floors. But they meet Baka upstairs, or no, not Baka, excuse me. I'm so used to seeing Baka on the Clash. It's actually going to be Men up here as the first point of contact, but you have Ryan, who snuck his way downstairs. Let's see if he keys on to this Clash. The Clash knows that he's there, but I love the advanced positioning from ASU. They're taking map control there.
Yeah, and that's just going to force off Men. He's very smart play from Men. I'm not sure. They must have had a cam or some call on him, knowing, yeah, he was there. Just a really smart play from Men just to back up, because like we've seen in so many of these rounds, the longer the Clash is alive, the more utility it brings. And it's just a great way to just harass the attack. And that Valkyrie cam, that's just a cheeky little cam there.
Unfortunately for them, though, like you said, the IQ, the perfect counter to any Valkyrie camera. So a very great pick there for Ryan, who's been putting in work on his fragging department. He has 1 kill so far. I'm expecting him to find a couple more, but notice what ASU is doing right now. They're trying to switch team this top floor and get a little bit of pressure going on downstairs. No one from GCU going for a flank. They're trying to play safe. You have that utility inside of Men. You also have Smurf playing in this extended position. But with Dios going down, you really can't afford to lose anyone else.
Right, and it looks like they're going to get a lot of damage on the Men, but Klims is going to manage to refrag Craventon. And it looks like Smurfs might get a pick, but he whiffs the shot, and Ryan's going to push him back. So now Smurfs definitely loses that as Ryan, oh, never mind. Ryan is at 1 health now. What just happened there?
I'm assuming that maybe the Nitro Cell just wasn't in range, but that's definitely unfortunate if you are the Nitro Cell player there from the Smurfs. But with 40 seconds remaining, ASU still doing plenty of work upstairs. The question is, what will they be able to accomplish with it? Well, that is it right there. That's Cash going down, and now you depend on a full health Klims as well as a hurt Smurfs and Men to get the rest of the job done inside of this round. 30 seconds remain, and they don't have many drones to play off of, right? You have the 5 drones remaining, but Smurfs is just hiding in that side of that rat corner, catches Ryan off guard, and now even man count, ASU have to get an execute going.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they didn't just stick to the freezer drop, as Mikey's going to be able to refrag Smurfs, but it looks like they're going to have to just push through the front entrance as Klims is just going to be waiting for them. And now there's the Clash, and they're going to die. I'm not sure what happened there. The ASU had a very good potential there to win that round, but they ended up losing it to GCU.
If you could hear it right now, they said, hey, there's a timer. You kind of have to push on in. And I think ASU, like you were talking about right there, they kind of had to just commit to the freezer drop. But how are you going to do that considering that Mend was able to stay alive that entire round, making her way up through the 3rd floor, eventually having to rotate downstairs, not getting fragged out there, and then eventually making plays at the late round right there. Mend, even though it might not show it on the score sheet, but Mend was huge inside of that round.
Right, and you just got to wonder from ASU, with like 20 seconds left, Pendy was outside of the front office.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, those kind of rotates, you have to do just a little bit faster. With 20 seconds left, it's just going to waste too much time, because now you're going to have to spend all of that time just beelining it to site. You can't take fights like that, and it's just going to cost ASU that round there, and that's 2 quick rounds for GCU on ASU's map.
It has to be said, ASU, currently on the attacking side. I mean, Cafe, I don't know if it's one of those more 50-50s, and I don't really have any stats to prove it, but Siege, in theory, is a very defensive side of the game, and GCU certainly showing that to a T right now.
Right. And again, a little bit of change here from ASU. They're going to instead drop the IQ and the Ash, and they're going to instead bring the Zofia, which we do see a lot more, but the Lion again as well, which I'm interested to see. It'll work a little bit more on this map just because there's a lot more offset presence from them, especially on his top floor holds. This is one where you basically say that the site is top floor as well.
I mean, yeah, you have to defend this upper floor, otherwise there's just so much potential for the ASU attack to get things going, whether that be vertically to try and cover off the default plan spot, which is behind one of those bookcases that you can see on your bottom left. There is so much that you have to accomplish if you are ASU, but for GCU as well, I mean, if they are successful in this top floor hold, ASU has no choice but to beeline it within the site through that reading door, and that is a tough door to get through. It is so small, there is no potential for you to relocate once you are inside of the site, and if GCU has a crossfire going in, ASU has no chance unless they can clear out these players.
Right, and it looks like they're just going to instantly start getting on that, as we got a lot of cams dedicated to the upstairs hold. It looks like Smurfs might be waiting to drop somebody in there, as Mikey grabs Klimps. Good opening pick there for ASU.
I'm not 100% sure where that came from, but it has to be said that is a hugely impactful kill, considering that Klimps as well as Cash are now down for the count. Cravington putting in great work with that LMG that Zofia brings to the board. 150 bullets, well, you only needed for 44 of them to get the job done inside of this round. Cravington finding a great second kill, and that's your second floor control loss, as we talked about.
Yeah, and it looks like they've just got a ton of control. They have a pre-placed C4, and it doesn't look like they know that Smurfs is holding right here on pillar. Could be a really impactful kill, especially on the Zofia that really isn't paying attention, because you'd think he would have swung by now. So he's just kind of focused his attention on trying to clear out these players in sight.
I'm sure that they've taken out the default cam though, but I was expecting to see a swing out a lot earlier from Smurfs. I think he's just waiting. Yeah, I know. I think he's waiting for Craven to maybe drop down and try and make a play towards the reading board. But at some point, you have to wonder what impact is Smurfs making inside of this round, because ASU are certainly hitting the site, and it's just so quick coming out from ASU. But there goes Smurfs, finally making his presence known inside of this round. Takes down Bendy, but eventually the refrag is there. Dios finds one. We know how much impact that he can make. The diffuser's going down, and Mikey G providing perfect coverage from up above. ASU stop GCU's train, and they finally take their first round here on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the play from Smurfs. You're trying to hold trigger discipline, trying to get a lot of kills out of that value, but you got to swing that just a little bit earlier, not until the entire team is dropped, because at one point he had a really impactful lineup on a Zofia that ended up damaging and almost killing Mend outright. So just a tough play there, Sequence. I think you just gotta act a little bit quicker there for your Smurfs.
Now we're gonna be heading back upstairs to Bar and Cocktail Lounge. This is the preferred site for the GCU defenders, and why not, considering that they were able to win it out earlier. We have that Clash again making her presence known. We also see an Oryx coming out from Cash, so the rotations will certainly be easy for the defensive side, but maybe not so easy, as Pendy's going to switch onto the Gridlock.
Yeah, this is a really interesting lineup from both teams. Like we mentioned, the Gridlock. Gridlock is a solid defender for holding flanks. You prefer to get a Nomad, but perhaps they just feel like there's a lot more value to be had, especially with their secondary shotgun and smokes. But we also see the Doc coming from GCU, and this is a very much, as ironic as it is, the healer in most games is considered your support. But Doc's a pretty aggressive player considering he can instantly heal himself up to 40% the second he uses his thing.
Yeah, I mean, Dios he's earned that promotion for sure. Like, he's again the top fragger for GCU. But to shift back towards that gridlock, I love the gridlock pick, and this is something that I was talking about with a good friend of mine, Lucy Lawless, who used to coach a Project Ares team back when they had their season. I mean, gridlock is an impactful operator that you might bring instead of Nomad because there is so much noise to be made with those track stingers, and plus, I mean, there is no way to get past those track stingers without either losing health or giving an audio cue. So I love the pick from them, but GCU, let's see if they can respond effectively to this gridlock.
Yeah, and they're gonna see, it looks like Mend is just peeking out. Oh, this is it. Oh my goodness, this is such an aggressive play. He's gonna try to swing, see if he can get anyone out here. Just a really aggressive clash dog peek. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get anyone, but wow, they're coming out swinging this round.
I mean, Dios earning that promotion, and like you said, Doc is one of the most aggressive operators inside of Siege, which is weird to say considering he is a healer, like you said, but he was trying to find a pick. Unfortunately, nothing presenting itself, and now, I mean, GCU is just going to go back to their default hold spots. You have Ryan, who's established himself inside of reading, could cut off anyone that tries to mosey their way on down through the white stairs, but he has such a crucial position to play while his teammates try and get things done upstairs.
Yeah, and it looks like they've kind of isolated Men out in Christmas Lounge. He's just going to kind of hang out there, apply pressure, let him know, hey, I'm here. You're not going to be able to get anything off of me. As it looks like Pendy's going to come around and rotate, try to open up, get some insight downstairs, maybe through some track stingers right here as well.
So any roamer from GCU is certainly going to have a tough time making their way back upstairs. You have one player playing inside of Laundry. You also have the aggressive swings coming out from the white stairs. It seems like Ryan certainly has a lot of work to do because he has to deal with two different swings. Question is, who's going to be the first engagement? You have the player rotating out of white, and unfortunately for Cravington, just the timing not with him. Ryan, meanwhile, he can try and push on forward, but like we said, that Laundry player inside of Smurfs loves those rat corners, and he's making impact from him.
It's just an unfortunate player right there, and that one kind of comes down to droning. It doesn't look like they properly droned him out. They might have just quickly checked inside of it and not checked those, because like you were saying, he likes to play those tight, sneaky corners that you're just not going to expect him to be on.
Absolutely not. And now we've hit the 1 minute mark. You are down to an attacker if you are ASU, but not necessarily always lost. But again, you've had so much trouble dealing with this clash in the past. Maybe you were trying to establish someone downstairs so they can nade from below, but there is no more time to do just that. You have to try and get a frag grenade going, and you have to establish a pinch. Mikey G eventually finds Cash, so a little bit of the impact is lost. That Nitro Cell will not connect either. Klimps, though, holding a perfect position inside of the freezer. He's certainly feeling the pressure now, though, with Mikey G pushing in from white, no one to be found. Dios will go down. Cravington finds a double kill on the round, though, and now they have to try and get that diffuser down, but Baka is just on the mean end of a clash, just saying, hey, you're not going to be able to push on forward. They eventually relocate through the freezer with Baka trying to get a plant going. Perfect coverage there from Cravington, and this is not something that you can do if you are a clash. You try and get the 360 going. There it goes from Mend! What a play from them in GCU with round 3, with their third round.
He pulls out the 360. No one does that. What are you doing, man? What is happening here?
What a mechanical showcase there from the Clash player, and that is GCU, again, with this 3-1 lead. They are popping off right now.
That was just an unreal play from the team captain, Men there. I mean, we can see the replay right now. That's just unreal from Men to just take that. I was going to say it's essentially a 1v2 with a character who doesn't have a gun. ASU should have had that, but Men just goes for it and manages to pull it off. That's a crazy round that GCU just stole from ASU.
One might say he got lucky, but I think that was all skill.
Pure skill.
Pure skill, pure form of skill. And that was a beautiful play to extend GCU's lead. Like you said, I'm pretty sure this is ASU's map. They're currently struggling on their attack.
Yeah, and I mean, well, with plays like that, I mean, Men just put on gamer moves right there. Like, there's no other way to put it right there. That move was powered by Rockstar. That was unreal. But now we're going to go on to a new round here. ASU, they've just got to reset. That's a tough round to lose, but ASU, they're still going to be able to pull this one out. It was a close game. They just got to mentally reset, and I'm sure that's what they've done right now as they're moving on to this next attack.
It can't come soon enough, though, because if you allow this lead to blow up into a 4-1, it could eventually blow up into a 5-1, and that's certainly a tough position to dig yourself out of, even if you are on the stronger side, which is defense. I mean, GCU currently putting on a clinic right now on a map pick that wasn't necessarily theirs, but I'm loving what we're seeing out of the Antelope so far.
Yeah, they're putting in a lot of great plays right here. Look at this cam right there. Oh my goodness. That's just a sneaky cam right there. As Men is actually going to swap onto the Valkyrie now. It was normally Smurfs who was on him. Smurfs is going to swap to the Malusi. I do like the pick on the Malusi a lot. Like we've talked about it before. Malusi's always providing a lot of value. And it looks like Craventon's actually just going to get rid of Smurfs. So, well, there he goes, I guess. My bad.
Well, I mean, hopefully Malusi was able to get her wub-wubs down because she is no longer going to have a fragging impact inside of this game. And Craventon going absolutely nuclear, finding 3 before eventually getting fragged out there by Dios, but the damage is already done. Ryan finds the 4th kill for ASU, and it's all down to Dios. He's been in these clutch situations before, but ASU with an explosive rush this round.
That was just so quick. I mean, they just walked in. He just walked in and took out 3 people. What a play from Carvington. But now it's going to be down to Dios, like you said, and this is going to be a really tough job here. He's going to see for it. Looks like he's getting rid of the Nomad, but they're just going to see him right there, and Waka takes him out. Just a really well done round by ASU, just purely fragging, and talk about a response.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that GCU, I mean, could have expected that, right? Their defenses have been going pretty well so far, but sometimes you just can't account for just someone trying to burst their way in with a Zofia. Just sometimes that is the best play to make, and Craventon was like, I see an opportunity, I'm going to go run my way over your team.
Yeah, talk about playing off of an opening pick. Craventon grabbed Smurfs in that first pick, and then he just walked in and took out the guy in lounge. I mean, just a really well done job by Smurfs, and it looks like we're going to get a couple different picks here. We're going to get the Goyo, a Kaid, and the Mute as well. We had the Kaid last round. I do like the Goyo pick as well, though. A lot of shields, a lot of time to slow it down, even if they don't have a smoke.
So that utility clear becomes even bigger for ASU, and you certainly have the tools to do so, right? You have the Zofia projectile launcher. He can certainly take down those shields in a pinch. You could also maybe lob a frag grenade if it comes down to it, but ideally, you're not expending that much utility. Hopefully, you can use most of it to get onto the site. But I love the Goyo pick, as you were mentioning, because it slows down the attack from ASU. We mentioned how the attack from ASU was very explosive inside of that last round. Certainly not the same impact can be made this time around.
Yeah, and I also think it's interesting, and it's a good pick too as well, because we kind of mentioned they do have the Zofia, but it's also going to be required to take care of a lot of other utility as well. So now you're going to have to make decisions. You might have to waste an ace charge on one of those shields, which is very much not ideal. So again, this pick could really pay dividends as well. Also, you get a Vector, which really good gun. You'd love to have that. It'll shred somebody up close, which with what happened with Carvington just happened right now, you might really want that.
I bet it's disgusting on land. Hopefully I can experience this sometime, but Mend is going to be popping off with that Vector, or in theory, because there's no way to predict it. Maybe Craventon just decides to rush on in, but no, this time around it looks like we're going to get a full 3-floor clear from ASU. This is exactly how you would play the round.
Yeah, this is just what they did last time. Well, the round before in the last, and whoop, there goes Man. Well, sorry about that, man. We were kind of hyping you up, and that might be some commentator's curse right there. But Ryan managing to walk in, getting it, but Cash equalizes, takes out Craventon. That's one of their top fraggers. Good play there.
Yeah, Craventon's had a gigantic impact in this game. Unfortunately for ASU, they're looking for something here from Pendy, but he seems to be struggling here on Cafe. Now you have GCU who can kind of reevaluate the round, considering that ASU is going for this 3-floor sort of clear. And GCU, I mean, you have plenty of time to think things through, and you know that ASU is probably going for this, extended roam clear. This is a lot of time that they're wasting. Hopefully ASU can do this efficiently.
Yeah, and another thing that comes with the loss of Len is they lose another C4.
Yeah.
So now they only have the 1, and that's how you would normally try to clear this sledge out safely. I mean, you could try to take him on a gunfight, but the vertical gunplay is so difficult, especially when you're down below. Just a really difficult ask to get for them. And so now ASU's going to kind of go for the vanilla take as Smurfs is going to move up. I don't know if there's a Nomad over here. He might be able to get a kill here. This could be huge if he can get this get away.
Air jabs to be found, but
Oh,
Smurfs
no.
whiffs on the shots, and Ryan's going to take him down with that F2. An unfortunate sort of happenstance there for Smurfs. He wants that one back for sure, but now GCU at a man disadvantage.
That's so unlucky for Smurfs. He had to play. If he could have gotten that kill, that could have been huge. But now Ryan's going to be in Bakery trying to put some pressure on him. But there's another player in there. It's actually Cash who's going to rotate out pretty quick. Smart play from Cash. But oh no, Ryan's already moving up to take him out. That's a triple kill from Ryan. He's on a tear right now.
He could potentially find himself an ace because he's walking straight into the site. Mikey G just flushing things out for him, maybe feeding the information so Ryan can try and get this eventual 5K. You have Dio sitting here on the site, and I'm not sure where Klims is sitting out this very moment, but the shots are raining from above, and that's plenty away for Vaca to try and get this diffuser down. Pendy will find his first kill, and a huge kill at that. It's now Dios alone. 1v4 and nothing to be found. It's going to be Pendy finishing him off and making his presence known inside of this game. He was sitting at a donut. Now he has 2 kills to show for it.
And welcome to the game, Pendy. Way to make an impact early. That Nomad charge set off when Klims, we were saying we didn't know where he was, but the Nomad was set off. Instantly alerted them to where he was, and then he managed to pick up that kill and also gets the last kill on the Kaid. Really great time for Pendy to show up here for them as they equalize 3-3 again as we head into a map switch, a side switch, sorry.
All good, and now, notably for ASU, they're starting on an interesting site, what most would think as the tertiary bomb site.
No way.
There's no way that they're bringing a Cav right now.
It's happening. It's happening.
I love
it's
it.
Locked, dude.
Let's
love go.
If we get an interrogation, I'm exploding.
If we get interrogation, I might walk out. It'll be unreal.
Well, I need you here.
Yeah, okay, I won't
Please
walk
stand.
out. I'll probably stand up. But like you were saying, yeah, you normally see that top floor or kitchen. Even kitchen is pretty unorthodox. You're used to seeing the sky bar pick, but they're going to go with reading room fireplace instead, which I actually think is a pretty interesting mix-up here. I don't know if GCU is going to be prepared for it. They don't even have a sledge on the board.
Yeah, no vertical destruction to be found unless Dios brings those breaching charges, but there's still just a very limited amount that they can get done using those breaching charges. Maybe Cash has them as well. No, actually Cash brings the Claymore, so the vertical destruction is very limited. And now, like we mentioned before, you have this, top floor extension that's coming out from ASU. This is exactly how you play this bomb site.
Dios doesn't have breaches either.
Yeah. Oh no. So,
they have no breach charges.
This is a big woofty waft coming out here from ASU. They caught GCU off
a spawn peek.
And now, yeah, like you mentioned, Cash taking a lot of damage, but he's able to survive. The question is for how much longer.
Yeah, and he's going to get the finger boost as well. But ASU just coming out of left field, just completely just doing a 180 on them. They're really just giving GCU a complete curveball. They're not exactly sure what to expect, and they're completely unprepared for this top floor take.
Hopefully so, they can get some things going inside of this round, because I'm going to be frank with you, my friend. I want this game to keep on going.
Yeah.
I've been loving what I've been seeing
agree.
so far, but ASU look to be in the driver's seat. They've taken the last 2 rounds in a row. Question is, what will they be able to do outside of it?
Yeah, and you also got to wonder where exactly is the Cav going to be playing here, because on this site you are going to be able to play a few different. It looks like he's going to be playing very bottom of the site underneath. He might actually be playing in the site right now, which I think is going to be pretty interesting. Normally you see him roaming off, but on a site like this where you are going to kind of be all over the place. Oh, here he is.
Will he find this player sitting on red? The player on red certainly sitting on drone
on his
right
drone.
now. He definitely has the potential to do so. There
No
it
way.
goes. Does he cast the interrogation? No, he plays the smart play with the Luis on pistol, and
All
unfortunately, no interrogation to be had just yet. But now the diffuser's down. Yes, it's easily retrievable there by by GCU, excuse me, but again, opening pick coming out there for ASU. That is huge for them inside of this round. Cash will eventually shut down Ryan, though, trying to rotate his way back upstairs. Unfortunately, the greed will be met with an LMG to the face.
Well, you're disappointed you don't see the interrogation, but obviously it's the smart play.
Yeah.
It's the play that you want. And I also like that, I don't know if you saw, I believe that Cav brought a bulletproof camera, which I think is a really smart play to bring to us. Dios just absolutely drills Pendy. What a shot. And now they're taking the lead here, and they've seemingly just given up taking top floor. They said, fine, you can hold it. We're just going to open up and walk into sight downstairs.
The question is, when will Cravington sort of drop down? When does the alarm bell ring in his head as we reach the 50-second mark inside of this round? The bulletproof camera will spot out Dios, who has to rotate now back towards the train station. Meanwhile, you have Smurfs holding here inside of Pillars, but unfortunately, things are going from bad to worse here for ASU as they lose Baka.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're really going to have a way to stop them. As Cash is just upstairs, he's going to take out Cravington. And now it's just down to Mikey. Mikey's going to get a pick here. He's going to try to get another one. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. And they're just going to plant in the other side because there's no way to deny it from up top. And they've got every single angle watched right now as Mikey's in such a tough spot.
Tough spot, 7 kills to his name. Question is, will he be able to extend that? No, it doesn't seem so, as Dios watching perfectly for that laundry drop. GCU put an exclamation point to this round. They take their first attacking round, and unfortunately ASU's semi-weird sight pick not working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really great play from ASU, just going really unorthodox, but GCU also takes a pretty unorthodox approach. They just say, "Fine, take it. We're just gonna push through Train Museum, and we're just gonna take the other site." And now ASU is gonna go back to top floor. They're gonna go back to that bar cocktail, which is exactly what you'd expect. And the lineup's looking a bit more like what we'd be expecting to see from here.
Yeah, it's a little bit more traditional. We're seeing that smoke coming out from Mikey G. We have the Aruni gates as well. I want to know where they're going to place those. I think Castle is going to place his barricades on potentially the white window, potentially the white stairs window as well, and then probably the cocktail door maybe. I'm not 100% sure. That's just what I would expect to see with this setup. But you also have the Aruni gates as well. There is a lot that you have to burn if you are GCU.
Yeah, and I like you mentioned, I do like this plays a lot because they brought a lot of utility. They're bringing a lot of utility. They have an Ashe, they have a Sophia, they have a Havana as well, and they have a set of frags from Klims as well. Just a lot of things that they got to throw at them. And so bringing this castle, I think, is a really smart play, especially when you also have the shields of Mikey, because now this puts them in a spot. Now they have to decide what exactly are they going to destroy. Are they going to get rid of that, or are they going to have to spend time trying to clear this shield? Because that's going to take even more utility. You're going to have to waste flashes trying to open that if you want to hit it with a grenade or something else, and then you're going to have to leave a Zofia. It's just a very frustrating play if you're a GCU having to deal with this much utility.
Maybe it is a little bit easier if you do have that Wamai on the board, but 2 ADSs being brought to try and help out the player playing inside of Pixel. You can also try and maybe extend out the bathroom if you so chooses. Maybe they establish a horizontal line of sight to try and prevent anyone from pushing in through the sort of piano wall. Let's see what they have planned out here, as it looks like ASU want to get aggressive once again, but Cravington will not be finding anybody.
Yeah, it looks like Cravington was hoping for a spawn peek for someone to come from the left side of that spawn, but just not going to happen. Again, I like these really aggressive plays here, but it looks like Smirch's just going to push up from the top of the bottom of red stairs. Oh, no, excuse me, he's just repelling. So, again, pretty orthodox. This is exactly what you'd kind of expect from these kinds of sites, as Dios is going for this run out right here. Just going to be really interesting to see how they deal with this.
A very tense moment. It seems like GCU, rightfully so, are aware of these spawn peaks that are coming out. Brian seems to want one of his own as well, and he could make one stick through the big door. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, but Ryan will eventually make his way outside. He looks the wrong way. No. Cash was downstairs ready to catch him out, and unfortunately for ASU, again, losing the opening pick battle, that is a costly pick.
And I don't know if you just saw right there, there goes all of Ash's utility. Yep. Both of her spent on one Castle and a Rooney combo, which, I mean, that's such a good pull for ASU at least. And now, meanwhile, they're going to start to try to open up these walls, start to get some utility clearing here. But ASU so far, they've done a pretty good job wasting time, but a good pick there from Cash to stop Ryan on a run out. That would have been pretty detrimental, but Bach is kind of stuck right here in Lounge.
What will he be able to do? Will he be able to fish himself outside of this position? The pinch is coming through with Dios, and the question is, where's the player inside of Pixel? Well, he's dead. That's Cravington going and unfortunately falling by the wayside. He gets his head taken off, and now Baka says, hey, I gotta go. There's someone sitting at the bottom of the red stairs. He meets him with the shotgun, and Pendy will have actually found someone. That's Dios following. Mend, unfortunately, still sitting inside a piano. He's able to find one of his own, and now 2v3. ASU don't have control of the diffuser that is currently sitting in Men's hands, and they are, well, most of them are sitting inside of piano, so at least ASU can kind of rotate their defense around and try and sort of counteract this, as it seems like they're going for a default play.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they know he's on the site, but damn, Klims just takes his head off, And now it's down to Pendy in a 1v3, and Klims isn't going to give him anything. And he's popping off hard right now. He's yelling, screaming. Just a really well done job from Klims right there. Opening up, walking into sight, clearing it out for his team, and GCU takes another round.
Yeah, do you think ASU? Do you think he wants ASU to get off him?
It's up in the air. I think it might be a suggestion.
I think he was yelling it. I don't know. It seems like he really wants them to get off him.
He was yelling it in a polite way. Let's put it like that. He's being very polite about it.
How polite can yelling be?
He can get there.
On to kitchen we go for the ASU defenders, who are currently doing a little bit of soul searching. We went into the half 3-3. Certainly not the case as we head into round number 9. GCU taking 2 attacking rounds in a row. Will ASU have a response? That remains to be seen.
Well, I mean, at this point, they've got to start putting some rounds together, because if they let GCU get this next one, I mean, that's going to be match point. They're going to take it, and it's going to be 6-3, and it's going to put ASU in such an awkward spot. That's going to be at least 4 or 5 straight rounds that ASU have to win just to kind of come out with a win on this map.
What will the defense hold? It seems like they're going for a little bit of the same setup. Maybe they put someone inside of coat checks to cut off anyone that plays through the red hallway. There's certainly a lot of room for interpretation. The question is, will they give a lot of attention towards Freezer? They have the Kaid. Question is, where does he put those electro claws? Does he to protect the Bakery side push, or do they protect the Freezer hash? I expect the Freezer hash. Question is, where will that second electro claw go?
Looks like that second electric claw is going to go on the Bakery side. And actually, this is looking really good for ASU right now, for GCU right now. ASU, it is ASU, excuse me. Because it doesn't look like GCU, aside from the Twitch drones, has anything to do with this. So it's a questionable spot right there, because they can still shoot it out from above right there. I'm just not sure about that play.
They have the mute jams to try and mitigate any of the impact that Twitch can have in this round, but any mitigation is all about utility, because apparently Cash just wants to make his way down into the code check room. We thought that there was going to be an ASU defender there. No, it's an attacker from GCU.
Yeah, Ryan's just a bit too late to get to coat, and that's exactly what happened when Cravington wanted this site for them downstairs. He just walked into coat hanger and managed to get a free pick on them. And that's a huge kill right there, because now they lose the C4, Ryan, and Valkyrie. And he gets to stay here untested as Cravington tries to contest him, but Cash is just going to hold this very aggressive angle right here as GCU is looking to just storm into this spot right here.
Dios knows that Cravington is trying to make his way down the brown stairs. Cravington is between a rock and a hard place, because there are players waiting at both of these staircases, and if he tries to rotate down White, here's no mid-pack to make. So he has to win out this gunfight here. Meanwhile, Dios will fall, but huge kills coming out there from Cash and Dios, and eventually Klims. It's all down to Mikey G, who was the top frag for ASU, but GCU continue their momentum. They've gotten their sixth round, excuse me, and now they are on match point.
GCU just stormed straight into sight, took Freezer, and they were almost uncontested the entire time. Yeah. I'm not sure what happened with ASU. They just kind of let them roam inside of sight, and it all started when Cash walked in and got that kill on Coathanger. I mean, he just instantly takes that part of sight away from them. And if I'm ASU, have they won a single defensive round yet?
I've got a question to ask you, because they have not won a defensive round yet. And I've got a question to ask you. Is this really ASU's map pick?
It is. This is their pick, believe it or not. And GCU is absolutely torching them on the attack right now. And this is just like what happened last time on Clubhouse. GCU was incredibly aggressive. They won a lot of really good rounds, but ASU managed to claw their way back in with some really tough rounds. They equalized at 3-3, but GCU on this attacking second half, they're just a different beast, and ASU's just not handling this aggression.
1,000%. Let's see if ASU can finally put a response up, because, well, you kind of have to, considering that GCU is sitting on match point. And, I mean, it's the same old suspects coming out from GCU. You have Dios top fragging once again, maybe not as big of numbers as he had inside of that first map, but we can attribute that to the round count so far, because I'm sure that Dios is going to keep things going. Meanwhile, Klims and Cash both making big impact for themselves as well, and I'm sure that Smurfs and Mend are just waiting for their opportunity. I mean, Mend's a support player, we can give him that excuse.
He already had his play, he had the 360. He's done his job for
No, yeah, 3 kills, but 2 of the most impactful that I've seen in Siege in a long time.
It really was, and that was enough to actually equalize, and that brought them where they are right now. And so, if you're ASU, I mean, you've got to try to get something going here. You did a good job stalling them out the first time, but every time it comes down to it, when GCU just forces their way into a certain site, ASU just can't beat them in these gunfights. GCU is just torching them in every single one of their fights.
There's absolutely no shot, honestly. I mean, ASU, like, you talk about how LAN is the most even it could be inside of gunfighting. It doesn't seem that way inside of the second map because GCU has been putting them in an absolute body bag. But
It's like B4 might go for a C4 right here. What's going to come out? No, it's not. He's going to back off.
yeah, I mean, smart play there, knowing that no one is just sitting on top of these hatches. But yeah, it's beautiful play once again. Clem sitting on this Finca. We love the LMG play. Let's see what GCU can get going.
Yeah, I like that aggressive play for Block. It looked like he was going to try to throw some smartly decides to back off with it, especially after he hears a pin get pulled. I'm out of there too. And we don't know if that's going to be a grenade or a flashbang. Smart play there for him to back off as the mute jammer is slowly holding them down. But here comes this Twitch stream from Smurfs to try to clear everything out, and it looks like it's going to take care of that mute jammer right there. And there it goes. That wall is going to get opened up now.
Beautiful play there coming in from GCU, just the teamwork there to get this piano wall open, and ASU are losing defensive options every single ticking second. We have to try and get a pick here to mitigate at least a little bit of this attacking sort of pressure, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do so. When you give up Pixel/Piano this quickly, I mean, that just creates a very dire situation. And now Baka, he has a lot of soul searching to do. Let's see if he can find a frag before he eventually gets felled.
Yeah, Baka puts the C4 just a little bit too early, and against these two players right here, you got Cash and Dios just hawking him, getting ready to take him out. The second he swings it, I would never move if I knew it was him. And here he comes Baka, try to rotate, make his way out of here. Pulling out the shotgun, he's just going to play a tight angle.
There is no way that he holds onto that position for much longer. He has to rotate out at some point, and yes, he does. He's lost his shield, but he's holding pretty aggressively. But the timing there for Baka, unfortunately not able to find the kill, but it's okay because Ryan has the coverage from behind. Not always lost.
Yeah, just a great refrag there, almost instant, but Clemson good nade here, takes out Mikey. And it's not looking great for ASU. But Cravington tries to get a pick here. He's going to manage to take out. No, it's Ryan actually. So he takes out Clips. And he also lights up through their players here. It looks like they might be able to take this. Ryan grabs another one. But Mend is quick to respond as he takes down another one as well. And now it is all down to Pendy in a 2v1. He managed to grab the first one on Cash, but now it's just down to Mend and Pendy.
Another clutch situation here for Pendy. Will he be able to get the job done? Mend faking out the diffuser. Pros don't fake, but Mend might certainly get this fake going. Does he get it? There it goes for Pendy, and ASU survive yet another round.
Huge round there from Pendy and Cravington and Clemson. Those three managing to just keep them alive for just a little bit longer. Especially Ryan had a couple huge kills there as they all provided a ton of pressure. And Pendy just ice cold in that play. You know, he never freezes. Wasn't cold for a second, was ready for the moment.
Jacob, one of the old adages inside of Siege, or inside of life for that matter, is that an animal that has been cornered, like ASU is right now, are one of the most dangerous animals. Let's see if ASU can keep this momentum going because they finally won a defensive round. They finally made an adjustment stick, but they have to do it 2 more times to force overtime.
Yeah, and here we go. Cash is going to actually swap onto the sledge, and this is kind of what you'd expect from this map. So much vertical presence from the attack on it. And like you said, I mean, ASU back against the wall, they've got literally nothing to lose right now. Even if they lose, they just move on to the next map, which obviously isn't ideal. But as for GCU, GCU is going to have to play just a bit more cautious because, yes, they're on match point, but they also are just so worried about slipping up right now. I think that maybe the mentals might be starting to get them. They might be starting to get a little bit nervous here.
Let's see if they can keep their mental fortitude going for both sides, really. Because if you are ASU, I mean, back against the wall match point, we talked about how dangerous you are as an animal cornered like this, but still having your mental, where's your mental game at? Considering, well, that can't happen.
No.
That cannot happen.
No.
A team kill coming onto the player that, well, clutched you out the last round. So, I mean, the map 3 is looking a ton more likely after that mishap.
That's so unlucky too. Not to mention it's the Aruni. I'm not even sure if she can manage to get all of their gates down. That's just huge. But Craven's trying to get this spawn peak. This could be big.
See if he gets it. There it goes. Men taking so much damage, but no killing blow. So ASU immediately trying to answer back to their, well, team damage, but unfortunately nothing coming of it. And now, GCU, again, in the driver's seat, and it really is through no fault of their own.
Yeah, and we kind of mentioned it already. Oh, he's going to equalize. Hey, you know what? Hey, you know, that's fair. I respect that. That's a homie stock, as they say in Smash Bros. That's very well done right there from Clemps. But we were talking about mentalities. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I mean, mentals are just kind of going all over the place right now.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. I mean, my mental is certainly shocked because I've never seen a siege round. In my 2 years of casting, I've never seen one with 2 team kills. And yeah, where are you at if you are in this 4v4 right now? Obviously, GCU has plenty of control of the front side bakery, but really nothing else. What are they gonna go for here?
I don't know. Do we count those as opening picks? Has there been an opening pick yet? I mean,
we can't call that.
We can't call that one yet? All right. So it looks like Smurfs now is going to try to take care of this Kaid trap. And it looks like he might be able to do it. Yes, he will as they get the drone. Great play there as now they're going to be able to open up this wall. And it looks like oh, what a shot from Ryan. Barely grabs the head of Clemson. But that mute jammer's still up now. So they're still going to be able to hold off this wall getting opened.
There's the technical opening pick, and he's looking for plenty more. Question is, will he be able to catch it through the prep room? Nothing presenting itself as of just yet. Meanwhile, men trying to get this primary bakery wall open and forced out the pressure here from ASU. ASU defenders actually made their way upstairs, so they have a ton of flank potential, but Ryan getting shut down on the site, that certainly does matter. And now you kind of got to get back downstairs if you are ASU. Doesn't seem like you're going to be able to do so, though, as Baca making his way upstairs gets fragged out. Cravington trying to get that secondary kill, but you leave Mikey G in a 1v2 on site.
Yeah, and I mean, Cravington does take a little bit of damage here. Managed to at least equalize with Cash. They're both about the same health. As here goes the plant, and it's not really going to be able to stop this plant, unfortunately, for ASU. Cravington's going to try to rotate around, see if he can get a pick inside a bakery. But right now, this looks really great for GCU as they get another pick. Cash gets another one on Cravington, and they're going to look to close this out. Mikey in a 1v3. Does he have a clutch in him? He's going to rotate through Freezer. Trying to see if he could get anyone through his rotate hole, the hole they made through the Hibana. It just doesn't look like they're giving him anything. GCU is just playing this so well right now. And there it is. Smurfs takes him out. GCU takes ASU's map, and they are hot right now.
Absolutely, and we get a map 3. We get even more land trash talk, and I get to spend even more time with you, my friend. This has been such a hotly contested contest between these two teams, and the usual suspect there winning the MVP. Dios, I mean, he's made so many impactful plays inside of this game. He is an absolute nutcase on the map. Meanwhile, for ASU, I mean, neither of these teams winning their own map pick, that is tough.
Yeah, that's really tough. And I also think it just speaks to how well these two teams are playing right now. Both GCU and ASU just trading back and forth, but GCU looked really strong on that attack sequence there.
Well, man, like you said, there were so many great sequences there from GCU. Yes, the team kills were kind of a meme, and whatever that may have you. And yeah, wait, I got a GCU guy coming over on purpose. Hey, did you take him down on purpose?
Oh
yeah, they took him down on purpose. Yeah, no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yeah, there's no way, right?
There is absolutely no way. Well, we're not going to dwell on that much further, and we're going to leave the teams some time to dwell on it themselves. We're going to toss it over onto a short little break. We got map 3 coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, welcome to GCU. You're in Lope Country now.
What's that sound?
We bring the thunder in the heart of Phoenix.
All right, time to go. Beam me up, Scotty. Here at the Lopes Lab, when we're not contemplating the paradoxes of time travel, hey, Mort, greetings. We're working on technology that will save lives. And robots.
We're being hacked!
Time to get to work. I'm defending against malware and hacker attacks. We need people who can outsmart the enemy. Oh, I got you now. And?
Hey, it's all good. Through our robust networks of strategic assets, we provide widespread logistical solutions and cutting-edge distribution channel management. Also, synergy and blockchain. We're soup to nuts. Influencers. What happens after Gen Z? Big data. It's the Uber of Ubers. My plan makes sure goods get from
4:30, that's a wrap.
Shucks! Late for class. Hey, Jerry. Oh, made it.
Here at GCU, we teach you to harness your passion, transform it into a career so you can help change the world.
It's good to know. My passion isn't just in the classroom. It's also on the court. Game point. No pressure.
Pressure! Let me tell you about pressure. When it's life or death, that's when the pressure is really on. Doctor, he's going into VFib. Nurse, get the crash cart. Clear!
Wow. I feel great. We really have to stop meeting like this. Watch this shot.
I'm getting my master's in education online. I can't slow down time, but I do make my own schedule. Good thing too, since I'm a mom, wife, student, and teacher. The rest of my time, I make sure this house keeps rolling. No!
Ball! No ball!
It takes grit and determination to lead a Division I team.
But for some of us, it just comes naturally.
Welcome to the biggest party in college basketball.
When it comes to school spirit, we do it best. Lopes up.
Lopes up. Lopes up. Lopes up from Afghanistan.
Hear the thunder.
Hear Lopes. Lopes up. At GCU, we do a lot of soul searching.
GCU is also about giving back. We're part of the community, and we're making a difference. We're painting the Valley purple with our commitment to service. What's that sound?
Here's Cook.
Never go your life without goals! There's a thunder in all of us. Come find your purpose at Grand Canyon University.
Welcome back to the ASU versus GCU Grudge match powered by Rockstar Energy. If you are just joining us, well, you've been missing a barn burner of a match. And I know that Chief Cass is going to hate me for calling it a barn burner, but I'm still here with my boy Jacob, who, by the way, is killing it, especially for his first time being on land. This man is a natural caster. Walk us through the first two maps.
I mean, these first two maps, it makes casting easy just because it's so exciting. There's always something going on. A lot of really exciting plays. I mean, last match, we had dudes doing 360s, team killing, spawn peeking. You had everything you could ask for as a caster. It was so much fun, just really exciting. And we're going the full distance, all three maps here as we head on to Villa, the deciding map.
There was really no way that this night could have gone right. There was no other way. If we got a 2-0, we would have felt completely just utterly disappointed, if I'm going to be honest with you. Like, yes, not disappointed in the teams by any way, but just disappointed that our night had to end early. So I'm glad that this is going to a map 3. And Villa, I mean, it's one of the most interesting maps that we have in the map pool. Back when I was casting at DreamHack 2 years ago, ASU loved this Villa map pick, even though they didn't win them, Bucka. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a great map pick for both of these teams for sure.
Yeah, I love Villa. Just a lot of really technical, interesting stuff you can do on here. I kind of see it as a very defender-sided map, but the way you play it out, you can very much swing it in your way as an attacker. Just a lot of really interesting plays, aviation, just so many different sites that you can hold down here and kind of make your own. Just a really interesting dynamic, especially compared to some of these other maps that we've been playing. It's going to be really interesting to see.
It's one of those maps that is so up to interpretation these days. There are so many different ways to play it, right? If you were talking about AVG alone, I mean, you could hold on to 90, you could hold on to study, and then try to extend outwards towards the main staircase if you so choose. There are so many different ways to hold these different bomb sites, and notably as well, we love talking about verticality between me and you. That is a huge part of Villa.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a huge factor on this map. And I'm really excited to see it. I mean, just a lot of interesting operator picks you can go with on this map as well. And we've already seen that these teams aren't afraid to just do whatever they want. We saw a Cav pick. We almost saw an interrogation and on a 3-3 map. It's just unreal how willing these teams are to just go crazy, do whatever they can do to try to catch the other players off guard, and I really like that.
What surprised us will this final map hold? We are just waiting to get everyone ready and set to go, as well as our producers who are also doing an amazing job. Shout out to everyone behind the scenes as well.
Absolutely.
It's been an amazing event, and we can't wait to put an absolute nightcap on this. But Villa, like you said, so much room for surprises, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen between these teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, just this environment of the land, this is what you're talking about when you say that you don't want it to end. Obviously one of these teams is going to have to win. That's just the reality of how it is. But it's so much fun hearing them. They're going at each other, they're yelling, they're popping off every single play. You can feel the energy from the teams. It's just a really awesome environment that we have here. And then we're just going to get more of it when we go into this next map on Villa, which I'm hoping goes all the way.
Land environment hit diff?
Absolutely. Land environment absolutely hits different right now. And speaking of hitting different right now, Dios has been on a tear for these past few rounds. And if GCU is going to look to win, it looks like he's going to have to keep on putting in this workload.
He's most certainly been inside of the driver's seat for these two teams. But for ASU, I mean, the fragging potential has been so spread out amongst them that it really hasn't come down to one singular person going through.
They're doing a knife fight on coastline to determine the sides.
Okay.
We have a little bit of a surprise for you.
I don't know if you picked that up, but to determine the side for Villa on this overtime, this final map, they're going to have a knife fight on coastline.
Winner takes all.
Winner take. You know what? I like this more than a coin flip. This should be just regular. I think this is awesome. I love this.
A coin flip doesn't really prove anything.
You know what? You're right. You're right, and I love this. This is this kind of weird energy that I'm talking about. Like, what is that? Like, what do you?
I just want to get into it. We get 4 maps of action, even though the 4th map is 1 round, but whatever.
We were talking about. We were saying, hey, we want to see a little bit of coastline because it's a very aggressive map. We're having a knife fight on coastline. That's about as aggressive as it gets. A little unorthodox. You don't expect that when your producer walks over, like, yeah, we're just gonna do a quick knife fight. Pick the map.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. let's just hope that it goes off without a hitch. Maybe if someone brings a Cav, I hope it comes down to a 1v1 and it's a Cav just knocking someone on their butt and then going for the interrogation. I don't know if the health or whatever it be maybe works out like that, where the person down will just eventually just succumb to their wounds.
Right.
But I want to see an interrogation.
You know what? I think this is really interesting. Now we got to talk about the dynamics of a knife fight. So now there's some really interesting stuff here. Maybe we're gonna get an Oryx popping out on the defense. I mean, that could be huge.
We're talking about this strategically, like it's not going to be an absolute meme.
This is as strategic as it gets. This might be the most calculated thing that we've had seen this entire series. I mean, you got to think about it here. There's so many different options. Maybe someone brings out a Rooney, we get a punch. Someone brings out Zero, we get a Karambit as well. I mean, just so many different things that could happen here.
And we're going to be sending it into Coastline for our one-round decider to decide who is going to get what side here on Villa. We're already down to round 15. That's just the way that we have to set it up so we can get that 1v1 final match point. Let's see what these two teams have ahead of us. We're seeing the Ash. I think it's the best strategy for yourselves. Pick the fastest operators that you can possible. Someone has to play the Nomad, though, just so it's sort of a reset like that.
It's true.
But there really is no reason to bring a 2-speed operator at this point.
I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. And, just a lot going on right now. I mean, we got the Mute. No Oryx, no Cav. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not glad. Maybe we get a 6-pick onto the Oryx. Oh.
Cav. Mikey G, if you can hear me, please, Cav. No, that's not what we're looking for.
That's so disappointing. Ooh, all right. But here we go. We gotta wait just a little bit for them to all meet up together. Well, this is gonna be really exciting. I can't. This is the most excited I've been all day.
This is an absolute barn burner of a little bit of a round 15 here. Hopefully these two teams don't set anything up. Just meet them inside a square. Just talk amongst yourselves. Apparently there's some sort of strategy that you can get between.
Someone already shot him.
Who cares?
Oh, they're all damaging each other. This is chaos. This is unreal.
Imagine if knives didn't fully kill someone inside of this game.
Yeah. It looks like they're actually reinforcing. They're setting up castles so no one can get out of here.
All of you rappel up. No one can leave the square. If you try to do so, well, you're just a loser.
This is so. And we're like getting a boxing ring here. There's no way out. You're just gonna get in.
Are they gonna leave the Ella upstairs to just give us a little bit of an overview? No.
Oh gosh. I feel like we need to have a WWE boxing announcer. They're all going up to the top.
Yeah. Good God. He's climbing up the ladder.
They're all going up to the top here. Looks like they're all going to meet up top to get this knife fight going. And I'm on the edge of my seat, really. This could go anyone's way. I really don't know how this is going to end up going.
We've seen so much exciting siege action, and there's apparently no stop to it, because this is exactly what we're going to get here. What if someone went for a dirty blow, just someone knifed someone before the fight even started? That would make so many people angry.
No, I think they'd just have to give that to the other team at that point. And here we go. Oh, Cash misses the jump?
Cash, please.
Oh my gosh.
Cash, please. You're delaying the inevitable here.
Here goes Castle. He's going to have to go outside. He's going to set it up again. Here we go, just a little bit more delay. And people talk about Siege taking too long. I think this is what they mean.
This is their fault. This is absolutely the team's fault. Casters can't start.
Just want a knife fight. I say we should have just started already. And here we go. Nomad's about to go down. They're getting ready to count it down. Throwing all their stuff.
Ding.
There it is.
Ding.
And we're out. Here we go. Oh, one of the blades upstairs.
I've never seen that before, but apparently ASU all falling by the wayside. It's 3v2, now 2v1. Mikey
no, wait.
G with the clutch.
Oh my gosh.
Mikey G wins it out.
Mikey clutches it out. That was unreal. And here we go. I guess
ASU gets their side pick, yeah.
ASU gets picked. What is that?
And they're all popping up amongst each other as well. This is just the best way. This is how it should go at SI.
I think that would, imagine SI being decided like that. That was awesome. I love it.
We're going to toss it back on over briefly to us while we get the game fully set up and ready to go on Villa. But that is the best way to decide an overtime map pick. No one gets map advantage. No one gets any of that, stuff here inside of this GCU land. We're deciding it the right way with a test of skill.
I think we should set up a petition, send it to Ubisoft, be like, listen, I know you guys think you guys know what you're doing, but you got to watch this little thing right here. This is awesome. This is how it's got to be done. That was just a ton of fun. I'm so glad we did that.
I'm all for it, honestly. Let's, just lick the stamp and send it over to GCU. But we're going to quickly get this lobby set up and ready to go so we can hop onto Villa. Yes, we've had our fun, but it's eventually starting. It's time to get a little bit more serious here, Jacob.
Yeah, time to get serious. I mean, we've already talked about it so much, but such a close back and forth game. GCU started pulling away there. And I'm interested to see kind of the momentum. GCU really brought in a lot going into this, but I'm not going to lie. That clutch up from Mikey on a knife fight might actually bring a lot of just momentum to them. And it looks like we're actually going to get their map started right now. Bans are going to start coming through. And it looks like ASU is actually going to start on defense here, which means they're going to have the first ban pick.
It will be the stronger side for them as well. And yes, they get the first ban. I'm expecting it to be another Thatcher. They're locking it in quickly. And if it's the British operator, then we're going to have so much more fun. I was hoping that he would see the time of day between our game here, but no, Thatcher off the board again.
You know what? No one likes the British, apparently. It's just so weird. But there goes Thatcher, unfortunately. I'd like to see a little bit of Thatcher play. He's a fun operator to bring around. Maybe when he gets reworked this next season, we'll get to see him a little bit more. But he's such a strong operator. And speaking of strong operators, especially on this map, there goes the Nomad. And we didn't see a ton of Nomad from GCU or ASU. Well, we did see it a little bit from ASU. But on a map this big with a ton of flanking possibilities, I mean, it's a huge map. A Nomad is going to be really helpful.
Not to mention that underutilized basement that a lot of defensive teams just tend to not use, but it really opens up just a free rotation for you. It also is just one of the easiest ways to get inside of the map if you are an attacker. Mira is going to be our next ban out here from the GCU side. I mean, Mira makes so much impact, but it has to be said, maybe not the most impactful ban here on Villa. Valkyrie certainly is, though.
I think Mirror can be really helpful, especially on aviation game rooms. You could do a little bit more there. You can get a little bit cheeky. There's obviously some different plays you can make from down below with some grenades to flush it out, considering it all is just completely wood, basically the entire top floor. You can do whatever you want down there, but they also, ASU, that first round that they left Mirror on, they caused havoc for GCU, so I can't blame them for just immediately getting rid of it.
Instead of Trophy, we are going to start here, or instead of Aviator Games, excuse me for my little verbal mishap there, we are going to start over on Trophy. You can really choose between either of the top floor sites. I've even seen some teams try and go on over into Kitchen, but looking like Trophy, and it's one of the easier bomb sites to defend. They have plenty of utility to get this done. They have the wub bumps from Alusi. They also have the Aruni gates to mitigate any of that pressure that could come in from Master. Does that mean that GCU potentially flips over their take and tries to take over from the study side? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, and I also like, I'm seeing some Iana. Iana's a very popular operator right now in the meta, just current meta. A lot of utility you can get from him, not to mention it's a kind of a direct counter to Aruni. You can just use your gadget to get rid of it, and it only takes like a certain cooldown, which is absolutely worth it for taking out Aruni, for not having to sacrifice a drone or some nades. It also puts another set of nades up, and also Smurfs, one of their more aggressive players. It does make sense to put him on one of the most highly touted entry characters in the game right now.
Most certainly. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the job done, honestly. If you are on this entry sort of Fortress character, there is no chance that you don't escape without trying to get a kill. Question is, where does GCU try to initiate this attack? It seems like they're driving their drones over towards that Master side, which tends to make me think that they're going for a little bit more of a Master-sided push, maybe try to establish someone below and take down that Kaid Electroclaw, but it has to be said, it is almost impossible to find from down below, especially if you don't have an IQ.
Absolutely, and one thing from GCU that I think that's going to scare ASU is Dios is back on that Finka, and he's just a monster with that LMG, the nades, everything. He's just so smart with the way he plays his character. It looks like he's going to stay below, try to maybe get some picks from anyone roaming underneath, maybe try to clear something with nades from down below as well. I like this a lot so far from Lansing from GCU, but ASU so far not giving up any ground at all.
It seems like Pendy is going to be the first sort of point of contact between these two teams as he's sitting on the Astro stairs. Question is when will Cash spring into action? Or maybe Pendy will bring the action to him. But he does get droned out. That means that Pendy's going to make his way back up the stairs. No initial engagement just yet, but they do have Cravington sitting down below as well. If Dios isn't watching his left flank, he could potentially get his head taken off.
Yeah, and I also like Cash is holding some really tight angles to try to hold off Pendy. It looks like he got off for just a second as they're trying to open up down below, try to get rid of these Kaids, and it looks like they're going to be able to get rid of him. As Men is getting ready to open up the wall as we see. But Ryan might just try to swing this. Might just try to get a pick on Mend. It looks like he's going to, and he's going to get the pick. What a play from Ryan. Just a really aggressive play, and there was no one covering him. Smurfs must have been on a drone.
The situational awareness coming out there from Ryan will eventually afford him an opening pick. You have Pendy getting aggressive, trying to take down Cash as well. It is a swing for a swing as Pendy unfortunately caught looking the other way, and now he gets taken down because of it.
Such a smart push from Cash. He knew he had him on his back end. And he also has the Finka boost just to get him a little bit more health because he knows him and Pendy took a lot of damage with each other. But now they spotted Cravington down below. That's really unlucky for him. And now he's really not going to be able to provide much impact down there.
Let's see what the rest of the ASU defenders can do. Let's see if Cravington can also rotate his way back up the stairs. Most of the attackers from GCU are located inside of that master bedroom with 2 gigantic kills and now a 3rd and eventually the 4th. Well, GCU will take our first round, and all of that momentum from map 2 seems to have not left them.
Just first off, great spray transfer there from Smurf to just to go from one head straight to the other one. But also, GCU had that played so well. They had everything covered. They had the roamer downstairs being watched by Cash. They had Dios pushing in through, I believe from Astronomy, pushing in through there with the LMG just applying a ton of pressure. They just didn't stand a chance there. GCU had everything covered, gave ASU 0 room to breathe.
Now they're going to be heading over to Aviator Games, deciding that, hey, they don't want to retry Trophy. Instead, they're going to make something else stick. And that's something that, is a point of, question marks between different site pickups. Maybe some teams like to try a different site a second time, knowing that the adjustments are fresh in their mind. Other teams try to say, hey, we're going to store that for a later time, and we're going to try a different bomb site and see if we can make this. It's really one of the more interesting points of Siege, and something that I feel it doesn't get talked about enough, but I love this aspect of Siege. I love the strategy.
Yeah, I do too. And I mean, just one more thing about that last push from Astronomy is you also had Clips who kind of didn't really do much. She was just on the rappel the whole time, blocking Mikey just in such a tight position that forced him to get swung on by Dios. And MP5, it's kind of a pea shooter. It's a laser beam, obviously. But when you're getting just a barrage of bullets from that Russian LMG, there's really not much you can do to stop it unless just land a lucky headshot.
Yeah, you got to have your crosshair placement on point. You got to be able to center in, put your crosshair on somebody else's head. That's the easiest way to deal with these 150 bullets. Otherwise, you're probably going to get your head taken off 9 times out of 10. Let's see if Dios can keep his momentum going within this round. He is again on that Finka LMG. No other LMGs to be found, interestingly enough. Not even a Maestro on the defensive side.
Yeah, I really like Maestro a lot on this map. He provides a lot of great just utility with those cams and also his LMG as well. And Cravington's getting a little aggressive here. I'm not sure if they've spotted him out yet. They seem to be more focused on Pendy, who's just getting smoked by Dios right now, but they found Cravington. He's going to have to fall back. That's good droning work there by GCU.
Yeah, the drone work is absolutely beautiful. They forced Pendy off as well, who was playing the more aggressive position inside of the master bedroom, but eventually he was going to get his head taken off if he tries to stick on down there, and Cravington just cannot find a safe space to sit on the map. He has one place to rotate back up as well, which is up those red stairs. He has to win a gunfight if he wants to make his way back up into the site, because it looks like Smurfs has every intention of watching him trying to rotate back up the stairs.
It's so well done by GCU as well, this drone work, because it's put him in such an awkward spot. Not only does it force him, well, actually, it looks like he's trying to rotate up right now, but he's constantly just worried now because they have a drone everywhere. He has to assume he's going to get seen no matter where he goes. And Klimps is, in fact, just on a drone waiting for him. He's got nowhere to go.
I love the drone work coming out from GCU because Cravington has absolutely no options unless he can fight his way back upstairs with his gunfighting skill. Now a minute and 30 seconds, and ASU have lost so much map control already, but there Cravington goes. He finds the one soft spot in the GCU drone work, and unfortunately for men, he's going to have to find a different round to make impact on, and that is a huge pick because now they can't get this vault wall open.
I don't think he could have timed that more perfectly because he hit it as the Finka was opening up and destroying the mutes. So Cravington with just an absolutely massive pick right there, and Baka looks like he's gonna try to get a cheeky C4 here. Oh, it's not gonna happen. It's just too late.
Nobody there on the receiving end of that C4. 45 seconds remain, and they have to eventually force things through 90. Losing men was absolutely huge inside of this round, but it seems like they're going to try and flip over and get a map plant going down. 30 seconds remain, and you have Klimps on the diffuser. Can he make his way back into the site? Will he do it safely? But Ryan seems to trying to be opening these holes and making things even more complicated for GCU as they open things up with Dios taking off the head of 2. He's inside of Study. Mikey G takes down Smurfs, but Dios again catching the triple on the round. He has potential for an ace. Let's see if his teammates will let him do so. No, it's Cash finding Baka, and now it's down to Mikey G. He's not going to be able to find anyone else. GCU take round 2.
I was just going to say how ASU is playing this really well. They're not giving him any room, but Dios just ran through sites. He runs through site and takes out Ryan on the smoke. And if you're ASU, you can't just let that happen.
Where's the information game?
You got to call. Someone has to be able to call out that swing. But what a gutsy play from Dios to just. He said, you know what? They're holding it down really well. I'm just going to kind of walk through sight because we need to get the guy on the other side. Might as well. And he runs through. Not only gets Ryan, he also gets the man in vaults.
That was a beautiful, beautiful play from Dios, who has been, well, the star performer for this GCU side. He's been absolutely insane, and I have a feeling he's going to keep that going. And if ASU can't shut him down, if they can't shut this Finca down, there is no way that they're going to establish any kind of momentum here on their defense.
Yeah, and ASU's defensive rounds have just not been great. Since Clubhouse, I think they've only won 1 defensive round. It has just not been looking very good for them. And if I'm ASU, I need to at least get a couple rounds here because they're a lot stronger on the attack, and you need to get some rounds here because you can't let GCU pull away.
Dios and Cash are both 4-0.
Oh my goodness.
Shut them down,
Yeah.
please. And then, I mean, Klims, he has yet to find a kill, but you saw how impactful he was inside of that last round, too. The drone work was crucial there for how GCU finding success there.
Everything they've been doing has just been executed to near perfection. That's a really difficult Kaid trap that they're going to have to try to get from Baka there. It's a nice placement. But with the way that they've been playing, I mean, they really don't even need to open up those walls.
Definitely not. They can just, apparently they can just bowling ball their way into sight and find 4 picks and go on about their merry day and eventually get the diffuser down. But ASU wants to find an early shutdown. The question is will Cravington find the timing? No. We talk a lot about Siege timing. This is some of the most unfortunate that I've seen in a while.
That was unreal. He had exactly where Dios is going to be, but he just kind of walked off at the last second. And it was perfect because Dios was sprinting. He wasn't going to be able to get his gun out in time to take him out. That's so unlucky. That's just the most unlucky timing, and nothing is going ASU's way right now.
Do they know that Cravington is downstairs? Do they know that Pendy is down in the basement as well? They have 2 players downstairs, and Dios looks like he's going to be the shutoff man. He's holding a crucial position there, but Cravington will not be able to win the gunfight. It looked like he had it in the bag, but Dios says, hey, I'm just better in this situation. That LMG putting in absolute work. Now it's up to Pendy to try and find one of these roaming picks.
They've got to stop him. Whatever you got to do. He's 5-0 right now, and he's just absolutely terrorizing his team. It's so weird to me. Like, right now, Dios is more important than their hard breacher. Like, that just doesn't happen. But there it is. Pendy's going to finally take down Pendy, and that's a pretty big pick for them. But it looks like Cash is going to be right here to grab a frag. And he's going to miss the shots. Oh, no!
Cash! Hopefully Cash can get this pick off, but it seems like he's going to play it a little bit smarter and just allow Penny to reestablish that position. Mikey G finds the kill onto Klims, though, so hopefully they can eventually earn this back. A beautiful angle there established by Mikey G will make men think twice. Cash taking a lot of damage as well, and it looks like GCU are on course to lose a round finally.
Yeah, well, we get never say never right now because Cash has always been on fire this round, as well as Smurfs. He's been doing pretty good, solid work right now, and they definitely have the tools to win this round. All about winning that gunfight, and he's not going to get it. Pendy's going to take him out, and now it's down to Cash in a 1v4. He's going to rotate from the other side. All players are injured. This is doable for Cash.
Most certainly so, but he has to isolate these gunfights effectively, and it looks like Baka is going to be the first point of contact. We also have Ryan pinching from the other side, but it doesn't matter because Baka certainly won't whiff. That's Cash going down, and ASU stopping GCU's momentum once again. Question is, can they string these rounds together?
Ooh. That's a sigh of relief there for ASU because now they finally get around early on defense as well. They can try to start to build some momentum off that. And ASU played that very well. Their controlled aggressions, taking smart gunfights, taking out Dios pretty early as well. Not to mention losing the Finca as well really put them in a tight spot because Mend ends up going down later because he's so low because of the Finca, because of the smoke.
Off to another unorthodox bomb site. This is probably the most unorthodox out of the 4. And guess what? We have another Caviera play. Nice Caviera play, says the Latin American players or Latin American fans. And we're going to see Cav. Hopefully we can finally get that interrogation.
Wow, I think this is so interesting that ASU has gone 2 rounds now, 2 games now back to back where they're going to bring out Cav. Cav is, I don't know if there's any other way to say it, just not like the greatest
Not great
operator.
for meta, yeah.
And especially when you're considering the competitive amount of things you need to bring in. And also the fact that she has a kind of really bad gun. So it's interesting to see, but if you could get an interrogation off, that borderline ends the game.
Well, I'm looking to see what Ryan brought as the secondary. Obviously, you love the Luison pistol because it does so much damage at close range. But if he brought the shotgun, that is a force to be reckoned with. But yes, if he brought the M12, then, you know, hopefully he can win out a headshot because he's certainly not going to be able to get the job done with body shots.
I don't think it's going to see him.
Did they drone him out?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no, the timing. Ryan has been spotted out, and now they know that they have a Caviera on the board.
That's so unlucky. If he just stayed still, it would have gone right over his head.
Will they be able to flush him out,
there it
though?
is.
Because there's a shotgun waiting on the other side of this window. Cash has to play this entry very smart.
Yeah, you just mentioned it. It's almost like there's a frostmat on the other side. Except the frostmat's going to come out and grab you with that shotgun. It's a really good camera right there from Cash, but Ryan's going to try to swing this. Oh, he's going to make a run for it. And he just barely gets away. He's pretty lucky there.
Yeah, again, another siege timing play, but Dios has made his way into the building, so to speak. I think he came in from the basement. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe he's made his way up the stairs, but nonetheless, that is 50% of the match cut off. There is so much potential for Ryan to get killed here. Let's see if he can find his way out.
Looks like he's going to try to play these stairs, see if he can get anyone trying to go up into astronomy, but Dios is down here, and I don't think they're aware of him.
Will they catch him? The biggest question as Cash rechecking the living room, making sure that he can make his way back in. Smurfs will eventually find Pendy, but that's not necessarily the player that we were looking for. There's Ryan taking a couple of shots, so if he wants to fight his way out, he's certainly not going to be able to make an interrogation because that is a cue for GCU to say, hey, we really need to play close to amongst each other. Otherwise, we might get interrogated on, but there's Ryan going back to site.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of... Oh, and there is it! Oh my goodness, what a play there from Glimpse. That's his first kill. Immediately gets refragged by Cravington, and Ben is down as well. Cravington with 2 big pickups here, and Cash going to take a lot of damage. And I think that fight, it's Baki is going to win that fight out. He's got another one on him with the shotgun, not going to get it. This is so back and forth. But now, 3v1, 2v1 really, and Smurfs is going to look to try to pick up Men's. Cravington trying to work something out. They're going to put a ton of pressure.
This first kill, nothing to be found as of just yet, but that opens up the possibility to pick up Men. They have the diffuser as well. They can put so much pressure here on Cravington.
Oh, good fake here. He's going to try to drum down, but they're going to hear it. It's going to give away his intentions, and he's going to have to run back down. This is a really awkward spot for Cravington. Men's going to have to stay at low health because Dios is out of the adrenal surges, but Cravington really doesn't have anywhere to go here.
He has 1, 2, and 3 gunfights to win. He's initiating with this first one, but Dios is making the smart play here. He's making his way outside, picking a different spot to launch that diffuser. Let's see if he can pick up anyone, but the crossfires are there from Smurfs as well. This has to be a GCU round here in the post plan, and yes, it is. GCU winning their 3rd round, not in a row, but still taking full advantage of this attacking side.
And this is it, 4-1 now. If they win another one, GCU can go up 5-1 off these they could go up 4-1 on these defensive sides. And I mean, they're not getting much resistance at all from ASU. Cravington trying desperately to come back in that game, but we're talking about the coordination between GCU that was so perfectly played to get Men back up. I mean, you had Dios just perfectly with that LMG just spraying down, not allowing Cravington to swing on them while they're reviving him. Just so well done.
Let's see if they can stop this GCU momentum, which has been established once again inside of that last round. There's going to be an Echo this time around instead of the Aruni. I'm not sure if that's the operator that you want to 6-pick out of, but Echo, certainly an impactful operator on zone.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're just trying to find something to work, you know. They're throwing out cabs, they're throwing out all sorts of just anything right now to try to get something going. And if I'm ASU, I mean, this is kind of the right play, I think. You gotta get something going on here. You cannot afford to drop this next round to GCU and go on to this against a team that has been doing incredibly well on defense.
Absolutely, and Ryan is playing a multitude of roles. Like, he's playing on a site role right now because he's playing on that smoke. He was also playing on a Caviera just a round ago, so that really speaks to the flexibility that, you know, a team captain like Baca is expecting out of his players. You expect them to be as flexible as possible and understand all of the different roles inside of Siege. And trust me, you know this as well as I do. There are a million roles that you have to learn inside of this game. Pendy, meanwhile, in that Echo, he's going to be playing a site-centric role as well. But nonetheless, ASU have a lot on their plate. Let's see if they can finally get a shutdown here and make their defensive half a little bit more manageable to win.
It's such an interesting spot for that Echo. I know what you can run on the play. I think it's going to be a pretty fun spot.
I like that.
I do too.
I'm stealing it. Thanks, Pendy.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. As your resident Echo main here, I'm definitely going to be using my own ranked games. But back to the game at hand, Cravington here in Master Bedroom going to try his best to get a pick, but he's getting isolated by all of these different angles. But he's going to swing on Cash and pick him up. He might get another one, but no, Clips with a quick grab. And if I'm ASU, that's an all right pick. But again, you're still down 4-4, and that's one of your best players gone right now. He's your top frag, and he's only got 3 kills.
Early engagements are the name of the game between these two teams, and I mean, if you're the attacking side, you've kind of won them out, if we're going to be completely honest, because yeah, Cravington, hopefully he's gotten those ADSs down, but he was certainly caught between a rock and a hard place there inside of the master bedroom. Now it looks like GCU wants to try and reevaluate this attack. They maybe want to get something going through the top of the red stairs. You see Klimps's drone work. They're just trying to find any sort of opening that is presenting themselves, but hopefully they can try to make something stick, but it doesn't seem like ASU's giving them anything else so far.
Doesn't look like it, and it looks like Smurfs is going to try to go for a nade here. I don't know if it's going to hit anybody. Pendy is on top, so it's not going to do it. It is going to get rid of the mute jammer there as well, though. So just really well done there from Smurfs. A lot of good value out of that nade.
Question is, where else can they create some value as they lob a grenade in through the vault, maybe trying to catch a player, but probably to just clear out the utility, and it's successful in that because they're able to get those bottom pellets off. Sends Kairos opening another avenue of attack in through the vault, but it seems like we're at a little bit of a standstill between these two teams, just both of these teams trying to find that pick that gives them the opportunity to attack onto the site. You have Smurfs at the bottom of ground. Let's see if he can get something going, but it seems like Ryan's well aware of his position.
Yeah, it's just so interesting because this reminds me a lot of what happened last time they were on the site. It was very quiet. It looked like GCU had a very strong hold, but Dios just pushed through, and it looks like they're going to manage to grab 2 big kills here. But what a shot from Smurfs flicking onto Ryan. But Pendy's really low. It's a 2v3, but they can isolate it, but it doesn't matter. Mike is going to grab another one. Smurfs with another big kill. He could go big here.
Let's see if Smurfs can win out this 1v2 clutch. 20 seconds remain in the diffuser down inside of 90. So if he's going to win this out, it's going to be through the kills. Baca repositioning towards the trophy and the trophy side, but it's not going to matter. Smurfs tries to make his way inside of the site, and that man C-Key is certainly working as ASU find another defensive round.
If you ask me, that is a huge round for ASU there. They finally get a little bit of breathing room. They manage to take another one, and if they could just get this, they're very close to equalizing right now at 3-3 going into the next half. And if I'm ASU, that's exactly what I want to do. You had a really rough start to this match, but so far they're starting to crawl their way back, winning more of those gunfights, but they're just playing really well so far, that last match.
What else are we expecting out of this game? I mean, it's been a barn burner of a matchup in between these two teams. None of these teams can seem to get a leg up on each other. Yes, I know how Cafe went. It was kind of a dominant showing there from GCU, but really, these two teams are about as evenly matched as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, we're potentially at the third 3-3 half. This might be the third time this happened. I might have just jinxed it, and I'm really sorry, ASU, if I did. That might have been a Casper's Curse one right there. But this has just been such an exciting back and forth between these two, and they're still holding up in this last round. ASU opting to go for a trophy here, and I'm interested to see what they're going to do because GCU's response onto Astro, which is a really, really key part of his holds, has been just a stranglehold on Weathers. And
yep, ASU has had a 50% win rate. They tried it as their initial round, giving that up to GCU. They tried it again in round 3, and they found the win that time around. Hopefully they can keep this going because a 3-3 scoreline is exactly what we want. Is there a shift in strategy, though? It seems like they're going for this extended roam once again. You have Cravington going for the same spawn peek as before, but he probably heard that drone from men playing very close to the doorway. Let's see if Cravenden decides to keep this aggression going, or if he tries to just hide in the basement and force GCU's attack to have to drone him out. You also have Pendy on the roam as well.
Yeah, Craventon's roams have been pretty efficient so far this game. I've been a big fan of them so far. He's managed to get some good value out of them. At the very least, waste a lot of time here. But looks like they're going to go for that master bedroom take, which they did last time. And Craventon, he's at that same window. He's looking to run out and try to get another kill. So Clem's trying to get some intel with that Twitch drone, maybe try to get some value. And he's going to, oh, he missed the throw there. That's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, that was most certainly not a Kobe moment.
Oh, no, that was quite disappointing. He really broke that one. He looked like he was in the NBA dunk contest. Anyway, so now we got men that are trying to get something going here. Ryan applying some great pressure here, though, from the shields.
Let's see what Ryan can pull off. He has a lot of protection with that Aruni gate, and I'm sure that he has an ADS or two protecting him as well. But he also has to deal with this Twitch drone that's putting some pressure in from the behind as well. There's only one player from the side of GCU playing towards that study side. If he gets picked off, this is going to be a very one-sided take from GCU, and ASU have proven that they can deal with these one-sided executes.
Absolutely, and I really like so far what's coming out from both teams. No one's giving up. As I say that, Clem's manages to find an opening on Mikey, and I think that's from Astro as well. They're just strangling them there. It's so difficult for ASU to hold that spot right now with the amount of attention they're putting in. Smurf's looking to get this kill. Oh, the timing on that is so unlucky, and Ryan gets away as well. Oh my gosh! And he just finds Klimps on the window. He said, hey, I'll take another one. Why not?
That FMG9, not the most traditional pick for smoke players, but it's certainly making its impact inside of this round. Ryan has 2 kills and potentially going for more as Dios aggresses towards this main bedroom doorway. He pops that finger charge, and he's trying to get the job done with the SMG-11. They know that Ryan's sitting behind this door, and they know that he can't rotate out of there. Question is, will they get the pre-fires going? It's Dios with the first initiation, and there it is. Dios finds that kill, and a 2v3, but GCU make the kill feed explode blue, and they take another round. They're up 4-2.
I don't know if you heard that right there. I'm sure you did, but they're going nuts over there. That's a huge win for them. They were equal at 3-3, but out of nowhere, it was like perfect. They're like, oh, I'm gonna get this guy, you get that guy, you get that one. Okay, ready, break. And that is exactly what they did. Perfectly played by GCU, excuse me. And ASU now goes down 2-4. And you know what? I'm gonna say it's my fault because I said there if we got another 3-3, it'd be the 3rd one in a row. So, you know, that's my bad. I'm sorry, ASU, for that one.
Yeah, thanks for caster curses, man. Like, it's unavoidable at any level of play. And apparently you brought it over to this land, so why?
You know what? Yeah, it's my first time. We'll just.
I'm going to need you to apologize to us and everybody else here on the broadcast.
You know, I'm very sorry. Commentator's curse right there. It was very untimely, and I perhaps ruined a great game. But anyway, as we go now, GCU on the defense, they're going to go for an aviation hold here. And I'm curious to see what they're going to bring here. It kind of looks like a lot of what they're bringing last time. They've got the Goyos, they've got some Kaid as well, and then you got your usuals, your Vagers, your Smokes, and the Medusi as well.
I love the certain pickups, but to bring a little bit of attention to ASU's attacking side as well. No shortage of LMG presence. You have Pendy on the 51 Borders. It's a pocket LMG, that Vector 308, but you also have Mikey G playing on that Vinca. He has certainly proven himself as a fragger inside of this game. Let's see if he can get these from below nades as well. That's one of the things that I've kind of been missing out from the fragger nade presence, right? You try to get them going from down below. We've seen GCU do it a couple of times, but ASU yet to find their own. Let's see if they can do it here. It all comes down to drone work, though. We love talking about the information game in Siege because it really enables you to do everything inside of this game. Otherwise, you're blind, and that is no way to play this game.
Absolutely, and seeing what GCU's been doing, you can see how impactful those drones can be. As it looks like they've extended a little bit over here into the statue area, but he's just going to give it up right now. Go over towards top brown stairs. As they're going to try to clear this out now, they're going to have to drone it out, letting them know that there might be somebody there right now as Pendy's doing the work right now. And ASU so far, pretty straightforward push here.
Will they be able to get things going here from this master bedroom side? Ryan already made his way inside, just making sure that no one can do a rotate up through Astro. They're clearing out this place very methodically into Trophy and eventually into 90. Again, just some great drone work being brought out here from both of these teams, but this time from ASU. And it's early control of 90. This is not ideal for GCU.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of just given it up to him. Oh, wow. Dios, what a perfect shot on a Cravington, and that's your Ash gone. So that's your breaches just out of the question now because they don't have anyone else to do that. What a pick right there, just an absolute laser.
Unfortunately, Cravington not finding the same level of success that he's found in our other two maps. A Nitrocell comes down from below, but unfortunately not catching, I'm sure it was Pendy that he was looking for, so now, I mean, Ryan can wreak havoc with that switch drone, taking out one of the Goyo shields, and I'm assuming he's going to try and find that one inside of 90 as well. Pendy is just sitting here waiting for that flank to come up from Glimpse. He's giving away his position, but he has one safe avenue of rotation that is through the brown stairs. Another gunfight coming through, and this time Dios can't win it out, can't break into double digits. It's Pendy finding him.
That's a pretty big pickup right there. I mean, one of their best players, but everyone so far on the side of GCU is making shots. And here comes Smurfs with the flank. They weren't anticipating a second one, and now GCU takes the man count back, as it looks like they've got one inside on the other side as well. They've got pretty good positions here. I think GCU's really held up quite well for this.
If you rotate one player into study, he's going to be the hardest player to kind of flush out. That is Cash playing inside of that study plus. But we've seen it before. Some people can just work their way into sight and force a pick to happen out. There it is, GCU, or ASU, excuse me, finding that kill. That's Men falling. He's certainly been struggling inside of this map 3 as he's sitting at 1 and 5. But 20 seconds remains, or 27 seconds remains, excuse me, and Bacchus still has to try and get this defeated down. The crossfire is there for the default plant spot. You have Smurf trying to make his way upstairs. He gets flushed out. Bacchus finds one of his own, and now they have all of the room in the world to try and get this plant going, but Cash meets him with an absolute just, oh my god,
no.
That's ASU winning out the round. The attackers win. I wasn't expecting that in the slightest.
What a great play there from ASU. Another team kill there. That's the third team kill we've seen this game. Little interesting, but obviously very much an accident right there as he was just trying to hit what is it, a prone shot?
Yeah,
a drop
shot.
Oh
Drop
my
shot,
gosh.
yeah.
Oh, I haven't thought about that in so long. Oh, the dark days.
Well, let's not go back in time.
We're past that.
But as a man that I know, his name is Crow, and he's taught me this about Siege. It's that when you are prone, you have some of the worst mobility inside of Siege, and that is not ideal in terms of, just being able to gunfight and being able to reposition yourself. But sometimes you just got to be able to do that. And
right.
ASU did it right there. It was a huge kill for him to find. And honestly, GCU, I mean, they got to do some soul searching as they go into another defensive round.
Yeah, but I think they've done some pretty good searching because you got Dios back on the Thunderbird. When he was on that Thunderbird last time, he provided so much value for them. I mean, it felt like every single round there was at least like 120 health points that were just back on the board from various different players from various opponent stations. Not to mention, kind of fragged out with that gun. So it's going to be really nice to see Dios back on this on the spear. And I'm curious to see, it looks like ASU is going to keep that same lineup here. I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to do it. Oh, it looks like Dios also gets shot, maybe by Men just making it rotate, but you've got the opponent stations, so he's going to get back. He'll be fine. He's
not as impactful this time around, but if he got his head taken off without placing those opponent stations, that would have been but nonetheless, we have more things to talk about here as ASU yet again have to attack on the Aviator Games bomb site. And it has to be said, they won that last round by the skin of their teeth. They can't depend on getting lucky like that once again. You've got to be able to try and get that plant down, which is something that we haven't really seen a lot of here tonight. It's been an absolute journey for both of these teams, really, to try and get that diffuser down. Let's see if one of these teams can finally break through and get that thing down.
Yeah, a lot of gunfights that are just being played out throughout these matches. A lot of last 15 seconds, just a lot of fighting. By the way, Dios is back to full health again. That's just the power of those Thunderbirds. I mean, just so quick that, yeah, there he is, full health. And Klims as well, he took a gunfight, and now he's back on full health. Just such a powerful operator right now with the way that they're using him. They're taking these quick engagements that normally otherwise you really don't want to take, but they can because they have the liberty of coming back and getting fully healed as many times as they really can, as long as they wait for that cooldown.
Smurf's in an extended position inside of Piano. He made a little bit of noise by punching open that door. Let's see if Cravington is wise to his position or if he can get away with his extended place. I'll tell you who isn't getting away with it. It's Cash trying to rotate back up the red stairs. I think he was down inside of the basement before eventually meeting the barrel of Cravington. So it's down to Klims, who's trying to initiate something through 90, but ASU is continuing this reign of terror. This time it's the F2 getting the job done. Klims wishing that he could get that swing back.
Yeah, you know what they say, F2 go bird. That gun is a monster in terms of fire rate, and it looks like Men is going to go just miss a couple shots here on Cravington. takes a lot of damage. Let's see if he can find his way back to the calling station, try to get healed back up right now. But ASU so far looking pretty strong on this another attack round.
What can they get to stick, though? Because despite having a 5v3, you still have your anchors on site, and you still have Dios. I hate to make this so centric on one player, but he and Smurfs have been going off inside of these rounds. I'm sure that the next plan of attack is to try and take them down. There he goes with an aggressive swing onto 90. Mikey G will fall, but ASU still have the man advantage. Can they make a diffuser stick, though? Because Smurfs and Dios both seem to hold this site down very well, with men popping those smoking things off as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe someone can try, if Ryan could try to get a Twitch drone to pop that Goyo shield where Mend is holding. That could get a lot of value off right now. But Cravington's just going to pick up Dios, and it looks like they're just going to storm into sight right now, as Mend is just holding on to as best as he can. Smurfs grabs a pick. He's going to look the wrong way. Mend grabs a pick. Ryan gets the other one, and now, oh, there it is. Pocket gets the last pick. And ASU wins that one. Got a little scary there at the end, but ASU pulls through.
They've tied it up 4-4. There is no separating these two teams here, Jacob. And I mean, I'm expecting something to pop off, right? They can't keep going off like a teeter-totter like this, but that's exactly how this has been going so far. Now we're headed on to Trophy. They were finally saying, hey, we can't keep defending this Aviator Games bomb site. We need to try something differently because ASU have taken 2 in a row. They have the momentum. Let's see if we can stop it. We have Mend on the Maestro this time. We've been missing those bubble cameras. Caster cursed it.
Yeah, nice job there. And it looks like here comes the castle here. Interesting. I was kind of expecting him to swap back on the smoke because we've seen how strong smoke can be on these plays. And interesting to see him swap onto this castle, but still, I like the play a lot. I'm just interested to see where he's going to put these, especially on Trophy.
I'm expecting maybe the Aviator window, then the bathroom window. I don't know where you put those other two, though. Maybe throw the master bedroom windows, but that seems pretty wasteful for me. I like this kind of setup that we're having going on, though. They've opened up all of triple wall, but made it so that they can't sort of vault on in. I love this sort of play for GCU. They're depending on the long angles. Let's see if they can win them versus this ASU attack.
I like this. This is kind of like a, hey, can you hit your shots? We're going to give you a little challenge here. Have you been in aim labs recently? This is a really interesting setup right here. Just going to completely open it up. Just make them so uncomfortable inside the master bedroom. I mean, every time you're going to be in there, you're just going to be watching that like a hawk the entire time, which could allow for someone to swing through the door.
And for this ASU side, right, if you decide to take through study, it gives GCU another avenue to play in terms of defense, right? You can play inside of the sort of closet there. You can also play inside of master and just depend on your gun skill. And it seems like that's exactly what ASU is doing. They're feeding straight into this GCU attack. They're starting their take over from the Aviator game side, but it doesn't seem like they intend on taking upstairs. Instead, they want to cut off and make the map a 50-50 sort of chance by making their way up the red stairs.
Yeah, I'm liking a lot of what ASU is doing so far. They're not falling for the bait. They're not going to take master, but at the same time, that also works kind of well for GCU. Now they're not going to have to worry about pressure there, but they're, as I say, Cravington manages to pick up the kill on Mend, and Mend just hasn't been performing that well this round. He's 2-7 right now, and Smurfs is looking to try to equalize, maybe get a pick back for them.
You need some of those back. Smurfs, if you're in this position now, you're kind of playing here just to die, right? Maybe you can get a pick or two before eventually falling, but if I'm ASU too, I can just shift everyone over and say, hey, we really don't need to take onto this side of the map, but instead, they want to meet this and make this statement. But Cravington taking a lot of damage to that DMR. We mentioned how strong it was earlier. Let's see if he can pick up a kill with Ryan attempting to reswing.
They're in such a strong position here as well, Klimps and Smurfs there. Because both of them are holding each other's backs. Klimps is going to grab him. I don't think he was aware, but it looks like he's going to instantly get refragged there. It looks like it was Mike who's going to pick up. And now they're going to swing in. That's going to be both players down on this roam. I'm not sure if they're aware he's down.
They have plenty of time to confirm him, though. And they see the foot. They know that he's down, and now it's up to Dios and Cash. Both of these two players, not very big slouches of their own. They know how to win these 2v4s. It's all about site execution and just ensuring that you can funnel these attackers into singular points of contention. And there goes Dios, winning out the fight inside of Trophy. Meanwhile, Cash holding this long angle inside of the bathroom. That's why we love this setup. It opens up so much flexibility here for GCU.
Dios is just trying to get something going on here. Cravington picks up Cash. Now it's just down to Dios here, and he's going to get taken out by Mikey. And ASU has taken the lead for the first time since Cafe.
Beautiful, beautiful round here from ASU. The Sun Devils coming in and making a statement here inside of GCU's land facility, but that doesn't really mean that much, Jacob, because they've been trading rounds like it's trading cards from way back in the day, and now we're going to see another trophy defense coming out here from GCU. Again, they're just trying to make these sites stick.
Yeah, they've just got to try to get something going on right now. And we were talking about before how ASU was just struggling on defense, and it looks like GCU's just slipped just a little bit right now as well, as they've dropped 3 rounds in a row now to ASU, and they're just trying to find a site that they can get something on. And if ASU can win this, they could force game point.
That would be a very dangerous position for them to find themselves in because, again, it's like the theory that we talked about earlier inside of map 1. If you are a caged animal, then you are in a corner, and suddenly you're even more dangerous than anyone would have ever thought. But it's looking like GCU they're struggling mightily here on their defensive side, and they gotta get something going. This time we won't see a triple wall breakdown. It's going to be a triple wall reinforcement, and this time it looks like a much more traditional defense.
Yeah, I'm liking a lot of what they're getting out right now for this. I'm just trying to figure out, GCU's really got to get some momentum being built here, and ASU is just bringing the same lineup. I'm wondering how GCU's going to respond. They have to know that ASU's been just having their way with this group of operators. They have to have brought something to do with it. I'm surprised we haven't had anything to deal with maybe the Lion, like a Vigil or something on a roam.
Will they find him this time around? Like you said, they have the Lion, but there isn't that, there isn't a big roaming operator, right? They have Smurfs who can make a lot of damage happen with that vector, but there isn't a necessarily like roaming-centric operator here on the board, with the exception of maybe Jaeger. But Craventon going down, that is huge here for the GCU side if they can get this confirmation, and there it goes, Smurfs finding that first kill.
Yeah, they get him before he can really do anything. I mean, that's a great opening pick. Not even 30 seconds into the start of the game, there goes your Ashe, and that's, especially on a site like this where you have so much vertical play to deal with, that's a really tough stretch, because now ASU, excuse me, only have 1 set of nades and 2 Gone 6s, which aren't really that ideal.
These takes have been entirely horizontal, though, if you've noticed here from ASU, right? They've been kind of leaning heavily on their fact that they can win these gunfights up against GCU. They really have no intention of just going downstairs and flushing out any positions. They're getting the job done with their sights. They're getting their job done with these drones. And Dios, meanwhile, holding here inside of Astronomy. He's probably going to be the next point of contention, especially with Ryan entering in through the back hallway. Let's see if he gets spotted out. Does he get swung on here by Dios?
It's going to be really interesting here. I mean, F2 right here is a great weapon to take in this kind of gunfight, but we're going to see if he can swing it. He's going to get swung, and Dios just wins that. That's 12 kills for Dios right now, still proving to just be such a sword for ASU. As Pendy's looking to try to equalize right now on Cash on this Jaeger, I'm not sure if he'll be able to, and Men just taking a very aggressive angle here, just trying to see if he can catch anyone trying to cut over here, to hold for a little bit. Pendy's still holding this angle. He's not giving them any room.
He certainly has to get something going in the fragging department. Yes, the rest of GCU has to try and get something going, but Baka establishing himself inside of the bathroom. Let's see if any of the GCU members are caught relatively sleeping here, but you have Dio sitting on the other side. That is oh so dangerous, but they know that one's rotating up through Astronomy. Let's see if they can catch this pickup. No, it seems like Klims is able to sit here just safely, and Mikey G taking a lot of damage, but not the killing blow as of just yet. It looks like a double swing coming out here. Do they know that this GCU defender is sitting here in this corner? No, they do not.
Wow.
An explosive amount of kills coming out here from GCU as they end this ASU momentum with a flawless round.
What a response there from ASU. Even Men getting in on it. We know we were talking about how he wasn't doing too much, but now we're down 5-5. Just another one of these back and forths like we've been talking about. Doesn't feel like one team can just get a hold on another, and GCU finally getting around on this defense, and they're not even going to touch Aviation. They're just going to go straight to bottom floor.
Even if Men doesn't get a lot of kills per se, these kills have certainly been impactful.
Right. And we got a Capcan here. I'm not sure if they're going to 6-pick it. Maybe just try to get it there to scare them off a little bit. And it looks like he is going to get 6-pick onto the Malusi there. Other than that, ASU looking like they're going to keep the same rotation, and I'm not sure if I agree with this. I think I'd like for them to try to swap out something different, and yep, they're going to lock in the Malusi.
What would you like to see here from ASU if you're talking about their attacking lineup here?
I'm not sure. I would think maybe a sledge or something, just another set of frags as well. Now that they're downstairs, obviously, that can change. So they're not trying to base it off of just one site. But I think a sledge honestly could provide a ton of value for them, add a lot more destruction, because they really don't have that much. They have an Ashe, and that's really it.
You got to take into account as well that, were you expecting GCU to pick this bottom floor bomb site? That is the biggest question here. Maybe ASU was expecting to take back on upstairs again into Aviator Games, for example. But we're going down here. Again, this is one of those bomb sites that, again, depends on this vertical play. But this time, if you're ASU, you've got to take control of Master and ensure that GCU can't get any damage from below. You also need to make sure that they can't just rotate through one of these hatches and make your life a little bit more difficult downstairs. Where is ASU's attack going to initiate? That is going to be a big tell as to how they want to play this round.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like you said, ASU has almost zero interest in trying to play vertical here, and obviously they just don't have the resources to do it this time, so probably going to be a lot more straight-on gunfights. They're going to look to try to isolate Smurfs up here on top. Cravington trying to get a peek here, almost kills Pendy there. That could have been awkward, but now they're going to try to open up Master Bedroom, try to get some footing in here, maybe try to get something done up here.
We have Mend. I think he's in a supportive position to help out Smurfs as well. Let's see if this works out for them, knowing that Mend is a very strong player here on that mute, knowing that that SMG-11 can do absolute bits here at close range. Let's see how this drone work is going to come out here from ASU as well, because the information game is crucial. They know that Smurfs is down here, and he goes for the aggressive gunfight, but you're just not going to win that up against a G36C at range. A beautiful kill coming out there from Cravington. Now, they can sort of rain down, they can make the wood chips rain down from the upstairs.
Yeah, they're going to have to, they might try to apply just a little bit of pressure, but like we've kind of mentioned, they don't have a ton of resources for it, and it's up to them if they want to decide, especially with those Ash Chargers. Those are going to be very valuable, getting rid of Goyo shields and other things like that. Noisies as well. And it looks like they're going to try to isolate this player up there. I'm not sure if they've seen him up here. It's going to be a tough spot here. It looks like they've got the pings on him. They found him, and it looks like he's just going to back off. He's going to run away. Cash not trying to get any of that smoke. He does not want anything.
Cash is certainly playing for his life here, but look at the positioning that ASU, excuse me, are establishing around him. They have one player sitting at 90. Cash has nowhere to run. He's going to get down by Pendy. A beautiful pinch there coming in from ASU. They're well practiced on this Villa map.
This roam clear right now has been just absolutely top-notch from ASU on this bottom floor. I feel like GCU thought they could catch him off guard right now, but ASU clearly has had some experience on this map right here, and they're doing a lot of work right now, but there's still only a minute left, and they haven't made a ton of moves. Ryan downstairs trying to make some pressure. He's going to see the heavy moves, but he's going to miss it. No, never mind. It's going to be Baka to grab that kill.
It'll be Dios there with the refrag, but unfortunately for him, he's caught out in the hallway for too long, so it comes down to Men alone in a 1v4. He makes it a 1v3 with that SMG-11, and he has to make a couple of more gunfights happen. He makes that headshot happen onto Baka. That was a beautiful flick and transition. Can he catch another one throwing in through kitchen? No, he cannot. Cravington with a perfectly timed rotate from up above. A beautiful pinch once again, and ASU are on match point and series point.
That was getting a little scary there. Men was starting to take some heads off right there. I really thought for a second Men was going to be able to do it, especially when he dropped diffuser as well. That was a really big pickup with only 30 seconds left, but like you said, ASU forcing game point right here. If they can pull this off, they could potentially just win the series, but GCU is going to try their best to force overtime and keep this match going.
They're showing a bunch of different looks to this ASU side as well, going to living room and library this time around. I mean, we talked about tertiary bomb sites, but this has to be a last-ditch effort at trying to make something stick, and I'm sure ASU probably not expecting this site.
Yeah, really not. This is a really unorthodox site. I kind of put it on the same line as like a bar stock from Clubhouse, where it's a site that you don't really see people go, and not only that, I think this is kind of smart from GCU. It can really make a team uncomfortable trying to push a site that's just completely out of left field like this.
What kind of ending are we going to get to the Grudge match, my friend? It seems like it's all coming to a head right now. Unless GCU can stop this momentum from ASU. They're trying this unorthodox bomb site, as we just said. And what are the keys to victory in order for them to force overtime?
Well, if it's for me, I'm going to say you have to win these roams. Smurfs is kind of fallen off on these last few roam clears. Doesn't even look like he's really going to be attempting as a swap to the room. He's evenly playing site. If you're going to play that far off site consistently, looks like they're having someone go play top. You're going to have to play. You have to win these gunfights. I like putting Dios on the Solurk up top. He's obviously the best gunner right now. He's got 14 kills right now, leading into that. You just have to win these gunfights, and you have to isolate your fights. We saw what happened with Cash. He's getting pinched by 3 different players right now. If they're going to win this, they have to play smart, take smart gunfights, and frankly, they have to win these gunfights as well.
Honestly, I mean, as much as it stinks to break that down to, hey, you got to shoot better. I mean, It's kind of what it comes down to here inside of an FPS. Let's see which of these teams are going to shoot better. We saw Dios rotate his way back downstairs. It's actually going to be Mend sitting upstairs inside of the Aviator Games here in what could be the final round inside of this game. You also have another player, I think that's Cash, upstairs as well with that gigantic backpack that Goyo carries on his back. So let's see if he can get anything going, but Mend, certainly a tough position to play. Let's see if he can get any frags going.
Yeah, and that's got to be so frustrating for Carvington. Puts down his breaching charge, opens it up, and there's just a Surya gate on the other side of it. One step closer, but just another step back as well. As Mend is in a really tough spot. They're pushing very aggressively on this, though, trying to force him out of here. Ryan's just going to stand on top of it. He's going to try to force him out, and Mend does end up rotating off of that. Very smart play there from Mend to try to get out. But they're just waiting for him.
They force him into the game's room, but they had one player sitting inside of bookshelf. No one collecting any frags as of just yet, though. You have Cravington sitting here just waiting for his opportunity to catch Mend. But Mend is holding on to this position very admirably, might I add. You have Cash rotating on over as well. Pendy, I'm not sure if he knows that Cash rotated on over. This could potentially be bad for the side of GCU, apparently, because Cravington's going to pick up the initial frag, and he could find another if Cash is unaware.
Yeah, I mean, Cash has to be aware of him behind him now, but he's in such a tough spot. There you go. He sees. He's trying to look over for him. He knows he's there. I'm not sure if they know he's here, though. He's going to slowly peek. No, he's just going to back off now. I think that's a smart play. As they try to force him out, open up that wall, make him more uncomfortable. And they're going to get a free kill on Cravington right here as he's going to basically play his life right now as he's just wasted so much time. There's less than a minute left on the clock.
There's really nothing left for him to do. They find another one onto Mikey as well. Where is Pendy to try and get this kill going? But that Vinka buff, you mentioned it earlier, it is so impactful because that gives Mikey G a second chance
Big
inside
pick.
of this game. Baka with another big pick on Disperse, but Klimps, he's shown clutch potential before, and now he has to clutch things out for his team. Dios taking a lot of damage as well. The diffuser is down in a precarious position, though. They have one avenue of attack as we hit the 30-second mark. It's Klimps trying to rotate his way, trying to find the information onto the other team. It's Dios getting aggressive here. He knows that the player is sitting close. It's Ryan falling. That's not diffuser down. They have Mikey G, who now finds that kill into Dios. It's down to Klimps in a 1v2. He finds the first. Will he win it against Pendy? He can just run. You said it yourself. He has all of the time in the world to play off of Pendy. Will eventually try and get this diffuser down, but there it goes. Wow. GCU forces overtime, playing the clock to a T.
We're going all the way, and they're popping off right now, telling him you've got to play the bomb. And I mean, he's absolutely right. So perfectly played from GCU. Huge pick to drop the player with diffuser right there, and just so well played, just running around, wasting the clock out, as it looks like we're gonna go all the way, possibly max overtime. I'm really hoping for it.
Both of our halves go 4-2 in the favor of the attacking side. We have ASU back on the attacking side as well. But notably for GCU, one of the sites that they were able to work out for them is Trophy. They made it work out for them in round 10, and now they're going to try and do it once again here in our initial overtime round.
Yeah, it looks like ASU, they're just going to stick with the same lineup that they've done every attack round, and I guess I can't blame them, because aside from that last round, which they just lost off of, unfortunately, just getting out timed by the clock, it's been working for them quite well so far, but it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they play this on top floor, which they struggled with last time, and GCU absolutely tore them apart.
No changes in the defensive setup once again. No spicy setup this time around. No triple wall destruction this time around. It's again, it's a very traditional site hold. You make your extension over into Aviator game side, and you try and hold on to this side of the map for dear life. There's a lot of utility being expended over this way, though. You have men's mute jammers to prevent any of that information. You also have maybe potentially some Goyo shields to provide some protection on this side. We also saw another Goyo shield on the master bedroom door. So the site is set up, all of the utility that ASU eventually has to clear. It's all spread out around the map. Let's see if they can find the openings here.
Yeah, and I think it's really smart for GCU just to fall back on a site that they're reliable, that they know they've won before, and they're not trying to throw them any curveball because they've already done that, and they're going to keep ASU on their toes now, especially now that they're in max overtime. They saw that they're willing to, on game, like series point, just throw out some wild stuff here. So ASU's just got to be ready for everything, and I really like GCU's attack defensive plans so far.
I love this extension here from Klimps. See the Twitch drone. Just means he's been droned out. The question is, though, do they have information on the rest of the GCU defenders? Because that extension onto Aviator Games is so crucial. They don't know exactly where they're playing, and I mean, Klims, just all of the information that he's gathering by being on this extended roam, it's certainly putting things in favor of GCU, unless ASU can find this initial frag.
Right, and Mendy's in such a good spot here on this 90, not letting anyone go through. Oh, he's going to be on his cam, though, and it looks like someone's going to be crossing, and they're all going to get back into sight. And now it's going to be just a 5v5 stacked up in sight. And this is where it's going to get really interesting here. I'm going to be really curious to see what exactly ASU is going to do. They're going to keep droning. They're going to drone out Klims on stairs. He's going to rotate back to Astro. And he's just going to kind of fall back. And there's still, ASU's wasting a lot of time over here. Still a good amount of time left, about a minute 30, but they've got to start picking up the pace. Really quiet so far for both these two.
I love the drone work coming out from ASU, but look at the drone number in your top right of your screen. They're currently sitting at 5 drones remaining, and I mean, they're not flushing out all the positions that they need to, because Dios finding that initial kill onto Ryan, I mean, it's a beautiful angle, like you said. There is no way to win that gunfight unless you get absolutely lucky with a headshot, but I mean, Dios proving exactly why he's the top fragger on this team, and that's why he has the diamond chalk.
He's going to do his best to carry this team as he grabs another one, this time on Pendy. There go the Lions and the E1 deep charges. Smurfs is going to try to get a C4 out here. It's not looking like he's going to be able to get, he might actually, and this could be huge. That's 2 players of Smurfs can get the C4. But no, the Goyo's going to explode, and he's going to barely get out in time. Cravington picks up Dios. Baka with this flank right here. He's going to grab one, almost the second one, and we've equalized now at 6-6.
Equalize the man count as well at 3-3. 40 seconds remain inside of this round with Mikey G, the owner of the diffuser. You have Cravington trying to initiate in through trophy, but Klims playing very close on the bomb chassis as well as around the near sort of stash right there. And a big play coming out from Klims to find that nitro cell kill. That's Cravington going down. Mikey G going for the force here, but he has to win this gunfight up against Klims. And again, like you mentioned, such a hard angle to win here with Baka trying to initiate things on the other side. It's all come down to him. He finds the taps onto the Jaeger and eventually the final blow. Will he be able to get things going? The diffuser is down. It's all come down to picks, and everyone from GCU is just hightailing it out of the site. And GCU put themselves in the driver's seat as they're going to be up 7-6.
That's like a cartoon. You just see him kind of hop over. See ya, and he's out of there.
It's kind of like the Roadrunner. I forgot his name.
No, he was just called Roadrunner.
I mean, well, they're getting out of there like a lope, honestly.
Yeah, no, they just scurry out of there. Just so funny. The last thing that Baka sees is just a player just hopping out. He doesn't want any part of that. Klims says, I am good. You can go right around there.
I don't need that kill for the stat line.
Yeah,
I am
exactly.
out of here.
Now GCU forcing them on match point, and now ASU has to win a defensive round, which they've absolutely struggled on both teams' halves. They're going to go for Aviation Game Room, and they're going to bring that same setup that they brought. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
I think so. I mean, you have Mute, you have Baka playing on the Mute. He's going to be able to deny that drone game. Also, in a pinch, can take down those Habana pellets and make sure that they can't have those impacts. You also have Aruni and Malusi. Really, not a lot of variation between these attacking lineups or defensive lineups for that matter. But I'll tell you what has varied throughout this game. It's been the way that they utilize them. It's been, like you said, it's very interesting to see how they utilize these certain pieces of equipment. Let's see what ASU has in the cards for us.
Yeah, and I mean ASU at this point, if you have any hidden strats, no point in saving them at this point. Here it is, match point. You gotta force it. 7-7. Try to win this one. And if I'm GCU, I'm just gonna keep going the plan as usual. Just pure aggression, because it's been paying off for them in dividends. They've got 2 LMGs. They've got Dios on that. They've got Dios, obviously. He's just gonna be a monster with everything they give him. And they've got Klims on the Zofia LMG as well. So. I mean, right now, I like a lot of what they're bringing here, especially for this Aviation Games take. They like to push through Masters, and I see them doing it again right now.
The extension, not necessarily over to that Master side. I think they put like maybe 1 or 2 reinforcements over that way. Most of the players from ASU deciding, hey, they want to hold on to Aviation Games with an absolute vice grip.
Yeah, and I think this is the best way to play it right now. Ooh, that was a... Ryan kind of whiffs there on that drone right there, but now they're going to make their way onto this terrace right here outside of study, and I'm really interested to see if they're going to try to push this. It looks like they've decided to just completely flip it. It looks like they're going to try to push red stairs and study.
what better than a slugfest to end up this game or potentially force us into a round 15? There is really no other way that I would see this going. It is going beautifully so far here for the GCU attack, right? They're getting all of this drone work going, but Pendy with a crucial spot on that cam. He knows that some players can potentially make their way up towards the top floor, but Dios, I was going to say I wanted him to hit that 20-point mark, but unfortunately for him, he is the victim of an opening pick.
Great pick there from Cravington, and also, like we've always talked about, losing a Finka this early off the boards is a bit unfortunate. Doesn't get its value off as it could have. Now Mikey's going to play pretty aggressive angle here, just watching this 90 window. He's just going crazy over here, just trying to do whatever he can. And Cash is going to try to come over here. Nice Claymore there to try to catch anyone on that roam. I'll be interested to see if that does, but just a really solid start here as Smurfs is holding a cheeky angle, trying to see if he can get anyone right here.
If any of the ASU defenders are trying to say, hey, we can rotate out of 90 just by dropping this hatch, chances are they want to do it pretty quickly, and I'm sure that Ryan definitely wanted to rotate out of the ground stairs as GCU are going to even up this man count. Now they don't have to deal with any of this utility here on top of the ground. They found a really big kill, but Baka sitting inside of the site, he holds some holes that could prevent, I think it was, who initiated that? That was Smurfs from pushing any further.
Right. And now Klimps he's just kind of walking into sight.
Whoa.
There's no one to contest him right now. And he gets blinded by a teammate. Kind of rude, but
I don't think Pendy knows.
No one knows. Oh, but Cravington, big pickup there, man. Just to get the guy working into sight. He almost made it straight into vault. As Baka's trying to swing on Smurfs right now, it's really coming down to this. Is Baka holding a tight angle here at the shotgun. The best play he can probably make right now. Swings it, doesn't connect it, and now they're both just kind of in an awkward spot right now.
Incredibly awkward as we hit that 35-second mark. Smurfs and Cravington both trading out kills, but it's ASU in the man advantage. It's now down to Men, who has to find the clutch, but he eventually forces it down into a 1v1. There it goes. ASU forced that round 15, and we are going to the absolute ends of the earth to try and find a result for this game.
I mean, of course it comes down to that, a 1v1, just trading blows back and forth. Mend almost pulls it out, just a pixel off from his head. Here we are, overtime match point, and ASU gets the attack.
Aviator Games is going to be the final place, the final site that we're going to get inside of this game. Question is, who's going to come out on top? If we look at the tendencies and say, hey, defenders have been winning out these maps so far, then we're going to say, hey, GCU are the winner of this Grudge match. But it's been impossible to predict so far. Let's see if ASU can break the trend and finally get some wins in the attacker's favor and also crown themselves the champions of the Grudge match this time around.
Yeah, and it looks like nothing out of the ordinary for ASU bringing that same comp, but GCU is going to swap out for a Wamai, and I really like this play a lot. I think that Wamai can provide a lot of good value for them. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen here. Probably going to play off this main shield that they're setting up. I'm liking a lot of what GCU is bringing out here, but I mean, ASU has just been pretty lethal on these attacks so far.
Well, if there's a time for Dios to try and hit 20 kills, it's certainly inside of this round, but it seems like whenever he's able to get these 1 or 2 pieces, it really just lends itself in the favor of GCU, as one would expect, but also from ASU. I mean, you can't sleep on Cravington. You can't sleep on Mikey G, who have both been putting in the absolute burners inside of this game. Even Baka on that supportive role in that Habana, that assault rifle that Baka brings to the table is certainly a force to be reckoned with, but enough of the guns that they're trying to bring to the table. We need to crown a winner here.
Absolutely, and I just can't wait to see how this one goes out. Prep phase is over. Attackers are on the move now. It looks like they're going to be pushing from Master side, and it's just going to be really interesting. Can't wait to see how they play this out. Klimps is kind of over here, just a little bit of alert. Baka's trying to join him out. They see him in the statue area. Klimps is just gonna get out of there. No need to contest that. Give him an early pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time where you're going to see both of these teams be about as smart as it can get, honestly, because if you give up that opening pick, that is one less gun that you get for this execute. And I have a feeling that once we get down to the absolute ends of this, it's going to come down to just a 5v5 execute, and that's something that you love to see. I mean, I'm not expecting to see too many opening picks. You see how ASU are kind of mounting up for this attack. They are so scared of this GCU defense. They're scared of the GCU roamers, and they don't want to lose anyone early.
Yeah, and And I mean, the way that ASU and GCU is playing this, GCU is just giving them master side. They're saying you can take it because they're completely stacked up and ready for this push.
Attackers have
And
located a
ASU,
bomb.
they're just gonna have to push this head on. I mean, there's no other way around it. They have the Wamai just on the shield. What an aggressive spot this is, and there's no way they can clear it out really. They have to waste all their utility just to try to get one player off of the shields.
Hopefully they can get something going. I thought it was a Goyle shield at first, but there's no Goyle on the round. Instead, they're going to have to do it with the explosives, but you have Clips, again, just waiting for this nitro cell from down below, and he eventually finds one this time around. It's Ryan, who was sitting on that F2, might I add. He has certainly had the most fragging potential for ASU, but he's now no longer a participant inside of this matchup as we reach the 1 minute and 20-second mark.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a really unlucky play. At the very least, Ryan had already used all of his twitch turns, and here it comes. They're just going to waste everything they can, and there it goes. But that was so much. That was all of their flashbangs.
Wait, no, the shield's still there.
And the shield is still there. It didn't even pay off. This is massive. So now, in theory, they could just go back on this and keep playing it. Now, Mikey's going to try to push this. I'm not sure if he knows Klims is on red. I'm not sure if they know he's there either. Mikey's just going to kind of chill here, just going to try to see if he can get a pick here. Dios is playing an aggressive angle. Here comes the C4, and it's going to connect. There goes Mikey. He's at 18 now. He could possibly hit 20 here as well. Cravington switches to the sidearm. He's got to reload here. Trying to take this fight. Here come the smokes from men. 35 seconds. He's going to actually miss that one. Unlucky. Smurfs is going to grab Cravington, and it's looking dire for ASU. Baka's trying to get his pick. He's not going to get it. Going to pick up Klimps, Pendy, and Baka. Do you have a miracle? Baka with another one. 3v2. This is doable, but Smurf is in such a tight angle, and I don't even know if he's gonna be able to hit that. Baka takes him out, and there it is!
GCU! They defend home turf, take it down in around 15, and they are the winners of the Grudge match for this year. Such a big performance, and who else but Dios, honestly?
Absolutely just went mental there, and of course the final kill comes from Dios, who has just played his mind out all game. Just an incredible round from both teams as well, and just a perfect game played from both of these two. I mean, you really can't ask for much more.
You definitely cannot. Honestly, it was a huge win for the Lopes, and meanwhile, I mean, for ASU, it's not back to the drawing board. I was going to use that, line that everyone else uses, but really, it came down to just these last-second plays. Welcome back to the caster desk, by the way. It's been such a great night of Siege. I honestly think that, we kind of matched the excitement from the Invitational, right? We got land, we got, we killed it on the casting desk here today, and now, just welcome to casting, my friend.
Now, this is what a start, right? This is such a great game. Like you said, tip your hat to ASU. They balled out all game long. Just GCU had their number today, and down to the wire, as tight as it could have gone really for ASU. And you can do nothing but say they did a great job here, and just GCU just had their number today.
Yeah, it was just an absolute barn burner of a matchup. We are going to get an interview from GCU's captain whenever they make their way on over here. But let's break this down just a little bit here because, honestly, this match could have gone either way.
It really could have. We were talking about the whole time just how back and forth that was. You'd have certain players like Dios obviously just getting tons of kills, but Cravington as well was constantly getting a bunch of huge impact kills for his team and just providing a ton of value for his squad the whole time. It really could have gone to anyone's way, and it just happened that GCU on that last defense, such a perfect call, setting up that Wamai shield there, and just separating them for so long.
Let me tell you right now, Francisco Palos, that is the man.
Absolutely.
He is the man of the hour, absolutely. But I think we're going to get an interview with Mend again once he makes his way on over here. But it's been such a great day of Siege between me and you. Welcome again. I can't say it enough. You killed it for this being your first event. I know you're bashful. You're being bashful about it right now, but don't humble yourself. You absolutely killed it this time around. Meanwhile, for ASU, right, you can hang your heads up high for sure.
Absolutely. We can't say it enough. Just a great job from all of them. Pendy, they're all just balling out. And Cravington, again, he was doing really well. I think he had 15 kills in that last match. Just really trying his best as well. And team captain Baka trying his absolute best to will them back into that last match. But Dios and GCU, they just had them this time. And a ton of really great individual plays from everybody all around. As much as we want to hype up Dios, he must have had almost 40 kills throughout all of these matches. Yeah. There's so many great plays from everyone on their team. We had Klimps with a huge clutch on that first match. You have Men's insane clash clutch he had there. just everyone was doing their job here, and from every single team, there was no single player who really just outshined everybody. As much as Dios was doing his job, so was everyone else. So were the supports. So was all of them. Just great mentality.
Everybody had their moment. That is for 100% sure. And look who it is. It actually won't be the captain this time around. Excuse me for a second.
Just gonna take a quick second here, just to pause real quick. I might have to just send this one over to you real quick as I head out for just a second here.
Great match.
Yeah, it's a really good match, really exciting. Hopefully we get more of these LAN events going on now as things are starting to kind of lighten up with COVID here, but just a really exciting match here as it looks like we're just going to take a quick second here to get some information typed in for producers here.
I can't say it enough, though. This is absolutely a beautiful facility here at the Esports Arena here at GCU. This is just like, this is such a beautiful facility. Thank you so much for having us out here as well. Let's get all of our thank yous out of the way, and then we'll hop on to the player interview. But I mean, Jacob, you definitely have some people to thank, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just shout out to the producers and the technical directors as well. They ran such a perfect show out here, constantly getting everything going around out here. And obviously the players, shout out to them for coming out. I mean, just putting on a heck of a show out here. And yeah, shout out to anyone else who's watching the game. I mean, you guys tuned into a really great one. Thanks for tuning in here. Just a really exciting match here. And really going to be looking forward to seeing both of these teams in the future competing.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, if we ran a simulation as to like this match over and over and over again, I guarantee you it would have been 50-50.
Absolutely.
Like, run it 1,000 times, each team wins it, 500 times or 50. Wait, math, 500 times. Yeah, 500 times. Both of these teams are just absolutely just great, and just a great performance from the man of the hour. By the way, I'm actually going to throw you under the bus here and let you conduct this player interview because you've been absolutely killing it tonight. Jacob, here is the main man, Dios. What a performance from you, my friend.
All right, I got Dios here with me. You absolutely balled out that game. How are you feeling right now?
I'm a bit shaky, but I'm doing great, man.
Yeah, I gotta talk to you. So, what were those comms like for that first match? I know got really close on Clubhouse, and then you guys ended up dropping that. What was the mentality heading into the next map?
After the first map, we're kind of frustrated with ourselves. We weren't working like we usually would. Our callouts were pretty bad there. We weren't really, being proactive. We were always reacting. So I think that was the reason why we kind of fell short on map 1.
Gotcha. And just real quick again on that map 2, you guys came out a lot stronger. What were some of the adjustments you were making on especially your defense? You guys looked really strong. You only let ASU take one map off you on defense.
So on the second map, we decided that we had to solidify roles because the first map, we realized that people weren't playing to their roles or positions given. So we decided to make sure we emphasize on people's jobs and positioning. And once we got the positioning, it kind of fell in our hands there.
Gotcha. And I got to say real quick, what was the reaction with the team when men just had that crazy 1v2 clutch on the Clash? I mean, what was it like for the team?
I mean, honestly, at that point, when I saw it was a 2v1 with Sam there, I didn't think we were going to win it. I mean, it's a shield against, 2 guns, but obviously it was a 1v1 at that moment because of the bomb needing to be planted.
Right.
So, no, after that, we give Sam, congratulations. Like, he hasn't been doing well, but, plays like that is what counts.
Yeah, and on that last map, it was really back and forth between you and ASU. Really close final map on Villa there. What were some of the things you guys were doing on the fly? You guys kind of dropped a few on the defense, especially in that second half. What were the changes you were making in overtime?
Overtime, we had to make sure that we were covering our, blind spots. We decided that we understood how they were pushing, but we weren't playing to it. We just would call it out and ignore it. But when we realized the pushes and how we can fix ourselves to that, we decided that we could probably get this down.
Yeah, and so finally getting this win, how did that feel? I mean, you guys went the full distance, max overtime, map 3. What was that like?
Man, honestly, I think both teams are pretty tired after the banter between the two.
Yeah,
but I think at the end of the day, I think we feel pretty good. We're hungry for sure. I think some of us haven't eaten since like 1 p.m., so I think we're ready for food.
Oh, you mean like food? I thought you meant like competition.
Oh,
hungry.
nah. I think we're hungry first. Calm can wait right now.
No, I mean, same here. I'm a little tired too. We've been here the whole time as well. But Yeah, and then got anything to say to ASU as well?
Hey, no, ASU put up a really good fight. Honestly, I can see them contending for the West. At first, we didn't think there would be any competition, but ASU has really put up a fight there.
Yeah, and then just one last thing, anything you want to say to any of the fans watching it?
Shout out to all the GCU students out there watching, supporting the R6 program. It's always nice to have people, watching us and supporting us from wherever they're watching. Shout out to ASU for coming. It must have been a long trip to get here with all their gear, so I appreciate them coming and making this event possible. And then a last shout out to my teammates. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible.
Gotcha. All right, Matt's match MVP, Dios, right there. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hey,
I'm gonna have to swap you out for
sounds
Santos.
good.
Have a good one, man.
You too.
Welcome back. Sorry I had to kick you out again for the interview.
Hey, I loved it. I actually, forced that onto you.
That's fair. That's fair. So, yeah, just a really exciting set of games here. Just an absolute barn burner. It was exactly we said we were hoping that this was going to go the distance, and these teams did not disappoint. Really exciting game out here, and a little sad it's over now, to be honest.
I'm going to be 100%. I wish it wasn't over, but it eventually had to end at some point, and obviously, we're all college students, right? Like, we want to get home eventually. But before we do that, I would just like to thank everyone here. I would like to thank the I keep doing that. The esports arena here at GCU. It's been an absolute experience being here and being able to cast with you, my friend Jacob. Excellent job on your first cast. And I would also like to shout out everyone that's watching at home. Thank you so much for joining us. And also to our producers as well as our observers as well. Thank you so much for putting on an absolutely great show. My name has been Santos Cast, and for me and Jacob Sheehan, and this has been the esports. This has been the ASU versus GCU Grudge match, brought to you and powered by Rockstar Energy. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Yeah, shout out to them. Have a good night, everyone.